Hey, what is up, mortals? It is, here with a new video for you. Welcome to F. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. About a month before the events of the main My Hero Academia series, Midoriya's middle school class goes on an excursion to the Life Foundation Company tour guide. As you have probably heard, there is a theory that if quirks hadn't manifested in our society, then we would already be exploring space. The Life Foundation was created to rectify this. We have done great strides in space exploration. We are the first company to send people to the moon in a very long time. These rock samples on your left are a combination of both moon rocks and meteorites we found on the moon. Midoriya leans in while taking notes on them, finding them super interesting. He sketches some of the rocks as he is hit over the head by Bakugo. Midoriya stumbles and accidentally hits the display stand containing the rock samples. Bakugo, bet you wish society was like that. That way you wouldn't be so worthless, Deku. And he walks away. Midoriya turns, seeing as the group is walking away. He tries to write down his notes. A black goop starts oozing out of one of the meteorites and starts moving around. Teacher. Come on, Midoriya. You don't want to be left behind, do you? Midoriya finishes his notes and runs off. But a black goop has gotten out of the display stand and has jumps onto Midoriya's backpack. Midoriya. No, sir, I don't. Tour guide. The founder of the Life Foundation, Carlton Drake, was a quirkless growing up. But he found his passion in science and wanted to expand our understanding, knowing that you can still be useful even without a quirk. Midoriya smiles, thinking that that could be him. Bakugo, what are you smiling about, Deku? Carlton Drake was skilled, you are just useless. After the excursion is over, the students go home. Midoriya arrives home. Midoriya, hey, Mom. I'm home. He drops off his backpack in his room and goes to his desk to do homework. Hey, Izuku. Dinner will be ready in no time. Midoriya. Thanks, Mom. The black goop jumps out of the backpack and starts going towards Midoriya. Son. It's ready. Midoriya gets out of his chair and goes to the living room. The black goop hides under Midoriya's bed. Midoriya. Coming. Midoriya has dinner. After eating, Midoriya finishes his homework and watches the All Might video. We all know the one. Midoriya then goes to sleep. About an hour after Midoriya fell asleep, his arm falls out of bed. Black goop attaches onto Midoriya's arm, slowly covering his whole body. Midoriya is having a dream where he goes to UA High. And with the tutelage of All Might, he learns to become a hero. But as the symbiote crawls through his body, the dream starts crumbling. Midoriya finds himself in a black space surrounded by some white webs. Midoriya. What's happening? Where am I? A big man wearing all black with white eyes and a white spider symbol on his chest appears before him. Midoriya, who are you? Venom. I am Venom, a member of the Clinter species. A symbiote of sorts, if you will. Midoriya. What do you want? Venom. Wrong question, kid. I want to live. To increase our chances of survival, our species looks for hosts. We make them stronger, faster, and copy their abilities. You freed me, and you and I are compatible. Almost a perfect symbiosis. Midoriya. What do you mean I freed you? Venom. Earlier today you bumped the meteorite stand. I was stuck in one of the meteorites. It bumped against the wall, creating a small crack. One that I escaped through. Midoriya. If you are free, why are you here? What do you want from me? Venom. Look, Midoriya. I really don't like repeating myself. I am here to make a deal with you. I can make you stronger, faster, give you the power you need to become just like him. A vision of All Might appears before them. Venom. I can help you achieve your dream of becoming a hero. All you have to do is accept the symbiosis. Do you? Midoriya hesitates for a moment, thinking it over. Midoriya. Yes, I do. Both of them shake hands, and Venom smiles. An alarm starts ringing and Midoriya wakes up. Midoriya. What a weird dream. The symbiote inside Midoriya starts bonding with him. But Midoriya doesn't notice. Midoriya has breakfast and goes to school as he normally does. Things only become different once he goes to PE class. PE teacher. Okay guys, today we will be doing long jumps. But remember, no quirks are allowed. The students line up and start jumping over the sandpit. Bakugo just jumped 4.3 meters. Bakugo, good luck beating that Deku. Midoriya starts running and jumps over the pit, missing it by 10 meters. The whole class looks at Midoriya stunned. Midoriya looks at his hands. Midoriya. What was that? He moves his hands reflexively, making the Spider-Man gesture with his hands. Two webs shoots out of his hands, hitting both the PE teacher and Bakugo. The whole class starts mumbling about Midoriya manifesting a quirk. Random student. Is one of those late bloomers. That is very rare. Bakugo thinks to himself. So he manifested a quirk. Maybe he isn't so useless after all. The teacher frees himself from the web. PE teacher. Very impressive, Midoriya. Didn't know you had it in you, but rules are rules. Even if it was accidental, you used your quirk. Go to the principal's office. Midoriya goes to the principal's office, and while he waits, he sits down. Midoriya thinks, so cool. I finally manifested a quirk. Venom, no you didn't. Midoriya out loud. Who was that? Venom, you can call me Venom. I'm your new partner. We are bonded now. Midoriya, what? Who gave you permission? Venom, you did. We had that talk. Remember? Midoriya, I thought that was a dream. Venom, never mind that we are partners now. So we are in this together. After that conversation, Midoriya is called into the principal's office. The principal is honestly surprised that this happened. Though Midoriya had been called in because Bakugo hit him too hard or something. But since Midoriya is such a good student, he only gets a warning. After PE comes the lunch period. Midoriya buys his food like normal and sits to eat. Bakugo and his group sits next to him. Midoriya just ignores them, focusing on eating his food. Midoriya eats the whole plate in 2 minutes. Midoriya thinks, why am I so hungry? I need more. Venom, you are eating for 2 now. By the way, when you refill, don't get vegetables, only meat. Need meat. Midoriya, okay. A month passes, with Midoriya now using his free time to train with Venom, to become stronger and also getting better acquainted with Venom. One day Midoriya walks home from school. He passes under a bridge while taking a shortcut, when behind him a slimy villain comes out of the sewers. Slime villain, come here kid. I need your body. I didn't know he was in the city. Just don't struggle. The slime villain tries to go into Midoriya, but out of Midoriya a black goop starts coming out of his mouth, forming a small head. Venom, sorry, occupied. Slime villain, what the hell? All Might comes out of the sewer. Venom hides back in Midoriya's body. The slime villain sees All Might and tries to run away. All Might throws a Detroit smash at the slime villain, separating him into many pieces. All Might, never fear, for I am here. Midoriya, holy crap, All Might. Can I get an autograph? All Might, certainly. All Might gives Midoriya an autograph, and proceeds to round up all the pieces of the slime villain. Venom in Midoriya's head. Is that really him, the strongest hero? Midoriya out loud. He is. All Might, what was that? Midoriya, nothing. All Might, all right then, goodbye then. All Might jumps off. Midoriya, wait, I have so many questions. Venom, was that really him? Midoriya, it was. Venom, why did he feel so weak? Midoriya, what do you mean? Venom, I don't know how to explain it. I just imagined his aura would be a lot more powerful. The next 10 months pass rather quickly, with Midoriya training to become stronger and practicing with Venom. He and the symbiote do become better friends, and Midoriya cleans Dagoba Municipal Beach as practice. The day of the UA entrance exam arrives. Midoriya makes sure to eat a lot of food, so he has enough stamina for the exercise. After breakfast, Midoriya goes to UA. He stops at the gate to contemplate the school. Bakugo passes by him, bumping him. Bakugo, out of the way, Izuku, and good luck. Midoriya starts walking. Midoriya thinking, this is the first step towards my dream. I will be a hero. Midoriya trips over his foot. Midoriya thinking, or maybe I'll just die. A tendril shoots out from Midoriya's legs, stabilizing him. Venom, I've got you covered. Midoriya thinks, thanks V. Midoriya looks right next to him. A girl is standing there with a hand stretched. They both look at each other awkwardly. Uraraka, oh, I'm sorry. I saw you fall and was going to help you out with my quirk, but you caught yourself. Midoriya laughs a bit. Midoriya, it's no problem, thanks anyway. My name is Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Uraraka, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Isn't this super nerve-wracking? I'm just so nervous. Midoriya, don't worry about it, you'll do great. Both of them wish each other luck and go towards the exam area. While walking, Venom, why did you just produce norepinephrine when talking to that girl? Are you attracted to her? Midoriya out loud, no. Shut up. Present Mike explains the exercise like he always does. Midoriya stops mumbling, but Venom stops him before he makes a fool of himself. After the explanation, Midoriya and the other students make their way to the training grounds. Midoriya spots Uraraka and want to walk to say hi, but is stopped by Ada. Ada, it looks like she is trying to focus on the trials ahead. Maybe you should leave her to it and focus on the trails yourself. Midoriya, you're right. A black goop starts manifesting around Midoriya, making a form-fitting suit with white eyes and a spider symbol on his chest. Present Mike, are you ready? Then go. There are no countdowns in real battles. The exercise has begun and Midoriya runs to fight. He smashes into one of the robots, ripping it apart with ease, and moves on to the next. Midoriya takes down about 23 robots by either ripping them apart falling on them with a lot of speed, just punching them or by eating them. The big 0-point robot appears. Everybody starts running away. Midoriya shoots out a web and is about to do the same. When he hears a scream, Midoriya starts running towards the robot. Venom in Midoriya's head. What are you doing, Midoriya? I don't know, my legs just started moving. We need to save her. Venom, what's the plan? The robot is about to step on Uraraka. Midoriya jumps under the foot and lifts it up, keeping her safe. Midoriya. You okay, Uraraka? A bit hurt, it's just some debris fell on me. Midoriya. Okay then. Midoriya starts growing in size a bit and the suit starts expanding some tendrils around the foot of the robot. Midoriya just pushes it, toppling the robot. Uraraka. Thank you. Midoriya's mask comes off. Midoriya. Don't mention it, Uraraka. It's you. Midoriya falling and sitting on the ground, panting. Midoriya. Yeah, it's me, pant. Present Mike. Okay, that's the end of the exercise. Recovery girl walks on site and heals Uraraka and heals Midoriya, since he damaged his muscles a bit performing that last stunt. A week passes and Midoriya sits at home looking at his favorite video on the internet. Midoriya. That was us, you know. Venom, yeah. And it will be again. Inko, Izuku. It's here, a letter from UA. She rushes in his room and hands Midoriya the letter from UA. Midoriya opens it, finding a small disc inside. He places it on the table and a hologram comes out of it. Midoriya. All Might, congratulations, young man. You have gotten into this prestigious school with flying colors. I am excited to say that you are now part of a hero academia. Midoriya got 37 combat points and 14 rescue points getting into UA High. Midoriya with some tears coming out of his eyes. I did it, Venom, no Izuku. We did it. Thank you all for indulging yourselves in all this information thus far. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. Firstly, if you're in the mood for some great storytelling, We The Celestials has got you covered. Are We The Celestials, My Hero Academia, and Naruto What If channels retell the story of their namesake anime with a twist. Check it out if you're interested. Secondly, on behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details can be found in the description below. Lastly, if you're interested in what we do here at We The Celestials, then I'd like to extend you an invitation to join the team. The only caveat being that we only accept members from 16 years and up to join our crew. You can sign up for whichever category fulfills your interests by joining the recruitment Discord using the link in the description below. We're always looking for members to join us. Well, that's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and have a great day. Thank you all for indulging yourselves in all this information thus far. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. Firstly, if you're in the mood for some great storytelling, We The Celestials has got you covered. Are We The Celestials, My Hero Academia, and Naruto What If channels retell the story of their namesake anime with a twist. Check it out if you're interested. Secondly, on behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details can be found in the description below. Lastly, if you're interested in what we do here at We The Celestials, then I'd like to extend you an invitation to join the team. The only caveat being that we only accept members from 16 years and up to join our crew. You can sign up for whichever category fulfills your interests by joining the recruitment Discord using the link in the description below. We're always looking for members to join us. Well, that's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and have a great day. What if Midoriya had the Venom symbiote part 2? Intro. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is here. And before we get into the video, there are a few things I'd like to say. Firstly, thank you, beautiful Halo, for sponsoring the video. Secondly, a quick thank you to our supporters on Patreon. The full list will be at the end of the video. If you'd like to support us and our content, please go over there and check it out. Thirdly, if you have a what if idea and you want it done by us at SAP, you can now commission it from us. Go into the Discord that is in the description of this video and DM the head writer, tell him your idea and he will explain the process to you. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the video. Lastly, this video is written by Noah Stories. Link to his channel in the description. Please check him out after the video. A couple of days after Midoriya got his acceptance letter from UA, Midoriya is going through the forms and registrations he needs to send to UA in his room. Midoriya. So, now we should discuss the hero suit. We already updated the quirk registration to register you in as my quirk. So, seeing as you can cover the suit up and make it a part of you, what should we do? Venom, something cool. I don't really know. You are the one that is always planning these things. Midoriya. So are there any weaknesses I should know about so we can make the suit to get around them? Venom, fire. Don't like fire, it really hurts. Oh, and sonics, sounds that are above 86 gigahertz. Midoriya grabs his notebook and starts doodling a design. Midoriya. So, we need to encompass these weaknesses. The suit should be resistant to blunt trauma, just in case. Also, we should adapt it for fire. Making it fireproof means you can hide behind it if need be. Something we have to take into account if we ever face Kachin. The sonics are a problem though. I don't see a way around this. Also, in case anything happens. Where I lose you, we need to add a couple extra weapons to the suit. Venom. A firearm, rubber bullets. This can hurt and distract opponents without being lethal. I know that's a concern for you. Midoriya. Thanks. Also, a couple other items like smoke grenades, tear gas, and a gas mask will be useful to add, with pouches for medical supplies and chocolate and other food, since I know it satisfies your need for human flesh. This sound good. Venom, yes, but now I'm hungry. Midoriya. When we are done we can go for some chocolate and a milkshake. Venom, yes. Midoriya. So just need to add up the cost of all the items at hand. We just barely fit under the clothing allowance. Now I just need to send these in and we have a hero suit. Let's go. We'll get some chocolate on the way. Time passes and the first day at UA arrives. Midoriya at the entrance of his house ties his shoes. Inko, are you sure you packed everything you need? You didn't just pack action figures? Right, Izuku. Venom, why is she pestering us? We have everything we need. We should get rid of her. Midoriya, yeah. I got everything I need, Mom. Midoriya tries to leave, but before he can, Inko, Izuku. I'm very proud of you. Midoriya smiles. Midoriya. I'll see you later, Mom. Midoriya leaves through the door. Midoriya. You can't say things like that, V. She is my mother. Venom. I still don't know what that means. Midoriya. She brought me into this world. Venom. So she is your spawner. Midoriya. In a way, yes, but she also took care of me and made sure I was safe and happy. Venom. Not quite the same setup in my world. But okay, I won't say stuff like that about her. Midoriya. Thanks. A while later Midoriya arrives at UA and Midoriya starts running through the halls. Midoriya. Class 1A, 1A, Class 1A. Come on, where is it? Venom. There it is. Midoriya finds gigantic door. Venom. Why is it so big? Midoriya. I don't know. I was just about to ask the same question. And stands in front of it for a moment. Venom. Why are we standing here? Midoriya. Just contemplating. I do wonder who is in my class. Midoriya opens the door. Ada, take your feet off that desk now. It's the first day and you are already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you cretin. Bakugo, you're kidding me, right? Did your old school put a stick up your ass or were you born with it? Ada, let's start over. I'm Tenya Ada from the Sum Private Academy. Bakugo. Sumha, so you must think you're better than me. I'm going to have fun tearing you a new one. Ada. You would threaten me, your own classmate. Are you sure you're in the right place? Bakugo scoffs and leans back, noticing Midoriya who is standing next to the door. Ada looks at where Bakugo is looking, seeing Midoriya. Ada? It's you. Everybody looks at Midoriya. Midoriya, hi. Ada starts making his way to Midoriya. Ada, good morning. My name is Tenya Ada from the Venom. Why is he repeating himself? Midoriya, yeah. I know. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's super nice to meet you. Ada stops. Ada. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive and I completely misjudged you. I admit as a student you are far superior to me. Midoriya is about to refute Ada's claims when Uraraka comes up behind Midoriya. Uraraka, hey, I recognize that messed up hair. The black suit guy, Midoriya, right. I'm so glad you passed the practical exam. Thanks for saving me. Venom, why are your norepinephrine levels rising? Midoriya. Shut up, V. Uraraka. What do you think we are doing today, besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. I can't wait to meet them. Aizawa then come up from behind her scaring the students. Aizawa. If you're just here to make friends, might as well pack up your stuff now. Welcome to UAS Hero Course. Aizawa gets up from the floor. Aizawa. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Everybody stares at Aizawa wondering who he is. Aizawa, right, let's get to it. He grabs a sports uniform from his sleeping bag. Aizawa, put these on and meet me outside. A little later in the PE grounds, Aizawa informs the students that they will be doing a quirk assessment test. Uraraka. But orientation, we're going to miss it, Aizawa. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we are not tethered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. The class is a bit surprised at this statement. Aizawa turns to them. Aizawa, you have been taking standardized tests all of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country is still trying to pretend we are all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. Aizawa turns to Bakugo. Aizawa, Bakugo, you managed to get the most points in the entire exam. What was your farthest softball throw in middle school? Bakugo, 67 meters, I think. Aizawa tells Bakugo to use his quirk this time and gives him a softball. Bakugo throws the ball, and backed up by a huge explosion, the ball reaches 705.2 meters before burning up. The class gets very excited. Aizawa, all of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Aizawa then shows the score. Kaminari, 705.2 meters. Are you kidding me? Mina, I want to go. That looks like fun. Zero, nice, we get to use our quirks as much as we want. Aizawa, so this looks like fun, huh? You'll have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all going to be games and playtime? Idiots. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to determine your potential. Whoever comes in last will be expelled. Effective immediately. And the whole class gets scared. Venom, this guy is mean. Midoriya, still, I think we can pass, but just in case, let's do our best here. We can't get expelled. You're Araka. But that's not fair. Even if it wasn't the first day, you can't just expel us. We worked hard to get here. Aizawa, oh, and natural disaster or power-hungry villains, or catastrophic accidents. No. The world is full of unfairness, and it's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond, plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. The first test that they do is the 50-meter dash. Midoriya, okay, we need your help here. Let's go as fast as we can. Venom, got it. The Venom symbiote starts overtaking Midoriya's body, making the suit he had in the entrance exam. Aizawa, so, he is the boy with that strange substance. A transformation-type quirk. Midoriya starts and completes it in 4.7 seconds. Midoriya, thanks, we didn't do so bad on this one, but we should probably step it up. Venom, okay. Next is the grip strength. Midoriya manifests Venom around his hand and pushes as hard as he can, managing to get a score of 147 kilograms. In the standing long jumps, Midoriya uses the full Venom suit, and when he jumps, to tendrils hit the ground, propelling him even further. Midoriya misses the sandpit. Aizawa, so, Midoriya can manipulate the transformations to make objects. An interesting quirk, since it seems to strengthen his physical abilities as well. The next test is the repeated sidestep jumps. Midoriya starts, and Aizawa uses his quirk on Midoriya. Since Midoriya started a moment before the timer started, the Venom suit peels off, returning into Midoriya. Midoriya, what's going on? Venom, he was trying to block your alpha waves. What activates quirks? It would be suspicious if you didn't stop using your power. Aizawa, I erased your quirk. You started too early. It would have been irrational to let you waste your strength if it's now going to count. Let's try that again. Midoriya starts doing the sidestep jumps. Midoriya, what's wrong with being found out? Venom, if we are found out, we'll be experimented on by the bad people. Midoriya, okay, then, but who are the bad people? Venom, don't know. Don't remember. Aizawa, that's enough. Midoriya, the next trial is the softball throw. Midoriya manages to throw the ball 293.23 meters. After that, it's the distance ran. A test Midoriya manages to do very well. Venom providing the extra stamina, the seated toe touch, and the sit-ups. The tests are done, and Aizawa combines the scores and shows them to the class. In this version of events, Midoriya got 7th place. Aizawa, and as for who is going home, that was a logical deception to get you to give it your all. Everybody breathes a sigh of relief. Yay, Urazu. I'm surprised none of you figured it out. Maybe I should have said something. Most of the class says, maybe you should have. Bakugo, a bit mad that he didn't get first, goes up to Midoriya. Midoriya thinks Bakugo is going to attack him. Bakugo, not bad, Deku. And he walks away. Midoriya and Ida kind of hit it off and start going to the station after school finished. While talking, Venom, she's coming. Midoriya stops, turns around, causing Ida to do the same. Uraraka runs behind them, trying to catch up. Uraraka, hey. Wait up, you two. Are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. Ida, oh. You are the Infinity Girl, Uraraka. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Let's see, you are Tenya Ada and your name is Deku Midoriya, right? Midoriya. Deku, Venom, she got your name wrong. Uraraka, yeah. Isn't that what Bakugo called you? Midoriya. Actually it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. DKU is what Kachin calls me to make fun of me. Uraraka, oh. Right, you told me. Sorry, I didn't realize. But you know what, I like the name, Midoriya. Well, you can call me that if you'd like. Ada, just like that. Weren't you saying it was an insult? Venom, he's right. Why let her call you a name that until now you've hated? Midoriya. It may have been an insult, but lately I think the name can have more meaning than originally, so it's not that bad. Uraraka. Okay then, the four of them make their to the station to go home, unaware of the trials ahead. Intro. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is here. And before we get into the video, there are a few things I'd like to say. Secondly, a quick thank you to our supporters on Patreon. The full list will be at the end of the video. If you'd like to support us and our content, please go over there and check it out. Thirdly, if you have a what if idea and you want it done by us at SAP, you can now commission it from us. Go into the Discord that is in the description of this video and DM the head writer, tell him your idea and he will explain the process to you. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the video. Lastly, this video is written by Noah Stories. Link to his channel in the description. Please check him out after the video. The next day of school quickly arrives. Midoriya and the rest of the class go through their regular schedule, going through classes like English, math, and others. After class, the students go have lunch in the main cafeteria, and after that the hero classes begin. In class, the students are chatting when suddenly All Might comes in the door. All Might, I am here, coming through the door like a hero. The class is a bit surprised to see him. Kaminari, holy crap, it's All Might. Kirishima, so he really is a teacher. This year is going to be awesome. Suyu, hey look, he is wearing his Silver Age costume. And the class continues to marvel at All Might. Midoriya, Sue, cool. Venom, why do I still get the sense that he is weaker than he appears? Midoriya, I don't know. He is the NR1 hero though. Maybe he is just masking his presence in some way. Venom, could be. But I don't think so. All Might gets on the podium. Midoriya, SHH, All Might, welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as Heroing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. All Might gets out a sign that reads battle. Bakugo gets grins and seems really excited. Bakugo, fight training. Midoriya, real combat. Venom, yes, he just said that. Midoriya, I know, I heard, it's just surprising that we would do this on the first day. All Might, but one of the keys of being a hero is looking good. As All Might says this, he points to the walls and some columns come out of the walls holding some cases with the suits come out of the wall. All Might, these were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the request you sent in before school started. The whole class starts cheering. All Might, get yourself suited up and then meet me at Training Ground Beta. A bit later at Training Ground Beta, All Might waits in front of the gate as the students starts going through it wearing their hero costumes and ready for the exercise. Midoriya comes in the last. In this version of events, he is wearing a plated armor, a gas mask around his neck, wearing a belt that holds a lot of pockets with a bunch of support items and other items suited for rescue. Midoriya is also carrying 2 handguns armed with rubber bullets. The suit itself is then covered by Venom with a white spider-type symbol on the armor covering his chest for some reason. It kind of looks like Agent Venom. The students come out of the gate. All Might, they say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on, you are all heroes in training. Now shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Midoriya comes out of the gate wearing his new hero suit. Uraraka, hey, Deku, I love your costume. Not too flashy, you know, and great for stealth-type missions. It really reminds me of what you were wearing for the entrance exam. You probably just added some stuff to that, right? I should have been more specific about what I wanted. This bodysuit is skin-tight, not really my style. Minta, I love this school. Midoriya's Venom mask peels off, showing his face. Midoriya, thanks Uraraka, I think your hero suit looks great. All Might, now that you are ready, it's time for combat training. Ada raises his hand. Ada, sir. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again? All Might, not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fight you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, runnings with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent villains stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you will be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isui, isn't that a little advanced? All Might. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You are dealing with actual people now. Yaoyorozu. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Bakugo. How much can we hurt the other team? Uraraka. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled, like yesterday? Ada. Will you be splitting us up by chance or comparative skill? Aoyama. Is this Cape Tres chic? All Might. I wasn't finished talking. All Might grabs a script and starts explaining the exercise. All Might, listen up. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys win if they protect the payload or capture the heroes. Midoriya. This is like a classic action movie setup. Venom, those are boring. I would rather just fight someone head-on. Midoriya. We have a better chance of defeating our opponents if we have a teammate. Plus, we can use the environment to our advantage. Venom, that is true. All Might. Time is limited and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. Ida, isn't there a better way? Midoriya. Think about it, pros often have to team up on the spot. So maybe that's the reason we are seeing that here. Ida, yes. I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness. All Might, no sweat. Lots are drawn and the teams are set. Uraraka. What are the odds? We're a team. Venom, your hormone levels are getting higher again. Izuku, Midoriya. We need to make a good impression on her, though. And shut up about my hormones. All Might then grabs the lots to see who will fight who. All Might. I declare that the first teams to fight will be. He pulls 2 balls from 2 different boxes. One says Tima and Team D, so Midoriya and Bakugo's team. All Might, these guys. Tima will be the heroes and Team D the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. Midoriya. Oh crap, we have to fight Bakugo. His explosions can pose a threat given our weakness to heat. Venom, yes. But we planned for that. The suit is made to be able to fight in this situation. Before the exercise starts, the students and All Might meet in front of the building where the exercise is taking place. All Might. Bad guys, you have 5 minutes to prepare until the heroes are let loose and the battle will start. Bakugo and Ada enter the building and go to the weapons room. Ada walking towards the weapon and taps it. Ada. Even as an exercise, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior. So this is the weapon. Fake, of course. Bakugo. Hey. 4 eyes, let's win this thing. I want to pummel that worthless Deku into the ground. Ada. Sure thing, but do you have to be so aggressive? Bakugo. What do you mean? Ada sighs. Ada, do you even have some sort of plan? Bakugo. No. They start discussing a plan. Outside of the building, Uraraka and Midoriya prepare for the exercise. Uraraka. Do you really think they expect us to memorize this building floor plan? It's so big. You know, All Might is just as cool in person as he is on TV. I'm glad he isn't threatening us with some sort of punishment like Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya. Yeah. All Might is awesome, but thinking about the exercise, we should be on our guard. Bakugo is very skilled and Ida too, probably. He can be obnoxious sometimes, but he is really amazing and talented. We have to beat him. Venom, you worry too much. Uraraka smiles. Uraraka. So, it's a fated rival between rivals. Midoriya blushes a bit. Midoriya. Oh. Not like I'm trying to get you wrapped up in my fight or anything. Uraraka. Are you kidding? We're a team, right? Let's win this. And Midoriya nods. 2 minutes later, the exercise begins. All Might, are you all ready? Guo. Uraraka tries to open the door. Uraraka. It's locked. Midoriya looks around. Midoriya. Up there. The mask forms around Midoriya's face. Midoriya. ... The window is open. Midoriya sticks to the wall and wall crawls up to the window. He then uses Venom to make a small rope for Uraraka to climb on. Both of them then go in through the window. Uraraka. And just like that, we're in. Midoriya. Careful, there are a lot of blind spots here. I think the best strategies is splitting up. If we find the weapon or an opponent, we message each other for help. Uraraka. Got it, Midoriya. Don't forget to be quiet and sneaky. Do not let your guard down. Uraraka and Midoriya then go in different directions. Venom. Midoriya. Since we are being sneaky, do you want me to activate our camouflage ability? Midoriya. We have that. Venom. Yes. Midoriya. Then do it. And Midoriya then disappears into the background and gets on the wall sneakily. Midoriya reaches an intersection and sees Bakugo waiting. Ada, have they arrived yet? Bakugo. No. I'm still waiting. Ada. Well, don't let your guard down. If they want to get here, then they'll have to get by you. Midoriya gets back on the ground and sneaking behind Bakugo pulls out some capture tape to try and capture Bakugo. Bakugo sees this from the corner of his eye and quickly turns around, shooting an explosion at Midoriya, creating a smokescreen. Venom then turns off the camouflage. Bakugo, you really thought you'd get me that easy. Midoriya, Uraraka, come my way, 1 left and 2 rights. I found Bakugo. The smoke clears and Bakugo recognizes Midoriya. Bakugo, Deku. Bakugo charges at Midoriya with an explosion. Midoriya jumps on the roof, evading the attack. He then jumps back onto the ground and hits Bakugo from behind. Midoriya, you know, you may call me Deku, but I won't be that easy to beat as I used to be. Bakugo looks at Midoriya in a sinister way. Midoriya pulls out one of the handguns and shoots one of the rubber bullets. Bakugo shoots an explosion counteracting the bullet. Bakugo then shoots another explosion at Midoriya, hitting his hand and making him drop the gun. Bakugo's gauntlets then glow for a moment. Bakugo, finally. Venom, I have a bad feeling about this. Bakugo, you see, these gauntlets were made with a sole purpose in mind. Midoriya, Venom, do you remember the knockout gas? Venom, yes. Bakugo, they are made to hold as much of my sweat as possible, since my sweat is the key to my explosions. Midoriya, get the gas mask ready. Midoriya, and shoot the gas. Venom shoots out the knockout gas canister onto the floor. Bakugo, you really think you can hide in some smoke? Think again. Bakugo gets ready to take the pin out of the grenade and launch a full-scale assault. All might. Bakugo, don't you dare shoot that thing, you'll kill him. Bakugo, not if he dot. Bakugo then passes out. Uraraka then comes running. Uraraka, I'm here. Deku, where are you? Midoriya, don't go in the gas. Uraraka stops in her tracks. Midoriya puts the restraining cloth in Bakugo and grabs his unconscious body, moving him out of the smoke. Midoriya, it's knockout gas. You'll fall unconscious, and as a teammate I don't want to be responsible for that. Midoriya, can you filter the gas so I can still breathe? Venom, should be able to for a couple of minutes. Midoriya, great. Midoriya takes off his gas mask and from inside the costume and gives it to Uraraka. Uraraka, are you sure? Midoriya, yes, my quirk should be able to counteract the effects of the gas long enough to get through. Now let's go. Midoriya and Uraraka then continue their path until they reach the room where Ida is keeping the weapon safe. Before going into the room, Midoriya, let's try this the stealthy way. Venom, Midoriya then disappears. Uraraka, where did you go? Midoriya, I'm still here, just camouflage. Ida, what are you doing here? You do-gooder. My compatriot should have taken care of you before you could get here. Uraraka, guess again. Midoriya is keeping him busy. Ida, makes sense. Bakugo did go radio silent. Regardless, I have prepared for you. Uraraka, you can see that I have gotten rid of all the small items in the room so you couldn't. Midoriya, got it. Ida turns around. Ida, how did you get there? Midoriya, camouflage. All might. The heroes win. After the exercise in the monitor room, Midoriya is given the title of MVP for his battle affinity, strategizing and all that, and praised on an amazing battle by many of the other students, including Ida, Kirishima and Sato. Bakugo, that was a cheap move. Deku, Midoriya, all is fair in love and war. And all the other students then start doing the same exercise. Intro. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is here. And before we get into the video, there are a few things I'd like to say. If you'd like to support us and our content, please go over there and check it out. Thirdly, if you have a what if idea and you want it done by us at SAP, you can now commission it from us. Go into the Discord that is in the description of this video and DM the head writer, tell him your idea and he will explain the process to you. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get into the video. Lastly, this video is written by Noah Stories. Link to his channel in the description. Please check him out after the video. Where we last left off, Midoriya and Uraraka managed to beat Bakugo and Ida in the versus fights, thanks to Midoriya's quick thinking combined with the help of the Venom symbiote. The next day, when Midoriya arrives at UA, he finds the entrance surrounded by the press and paparazzi. Christy Shimamura, hey you, can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might? Midoriya, I'm sorry, I have to get going to class. Yeah, right away. Midoriya leaves, passing the UA gate, where the press can't follow. Venom, why did you run from them? Midoriya, I just got a bit nervous, that's all. After Midoriya leaves, the press keep asking questions to students as they arrive, until Aizawa comes out. Christy Shimamura, Can you please get All Might for us? Also, you look like you need some sleep. Aizawa, All Might is not on campus today. Now leave, you've disturbed my students enough already. Aizawa then leaves as the press protests. Later in the 1A classroom, Aizawa, decent work on yesterday's combat training. You guys, I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. Okay. Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. The whole class gets nervous, wondering if it's another quirk test. Aizawa, you all need to pick a class representative. The class, after a bit of deliberation, ends up deciding on a system to vote the class rep. Midoriya ends up with the most votes, having 3, so Midoriya becomes the class rep and Yamomo is the vice rep, having gotten 2 votes. After class, Midoriya goes with Ida and Uraraka to eat lunch. Uraraka, it's always so crowded in here. Ida, that's probably because the students from the Hero, Support and General Studies share the same cafeteria. Midoriya, guys, I'm not sure about the class rep thing. I'm not sure I'm qualified. Venom, you are great for the job. Don't worry about it. Uraraka, sure you are. Venom, see, even the girl agrees with me. Ida, don't worry. In battle you had a lot of courage and thought very quickly. You have the attributes a great leader needs. That's why I voted for you at least. Midoriya, what you did. Uraraka, wait, Ada, didn't you want to be rep really badly? I mean, you do look the part because of the glasses. Ada, wanting a job and being suited for one are 2 completely different things. Observing the Ida family agency has taught me that. Midoriya and Uraraka, agency? What are you talking about? Midoriya, what does your family do? Ida, oh, it's nothing. Uraraka, you know, I've been wondering something about you. Admitted Ida, you're filthy rich. Ida, I was afraid people would treat me differently if they knew about my family. Midoriya and Uraraka glare at Ida. Ida, you see, the Idas have been pro-heroes for generations. It's an out blood. Uraraka and Midoriya, that's awesome. Ida, are any of you familiar with the turbo hero Ingenium? Venom, is he the fast one? Midoriya, yes, he is. I know all about him. He is a super popular pro with 65 sidekicks working alongside him at his Tokyo agency. Don't tell me. Ada, he's my older brother. Uraraka, wow. Ada, your family is famous. Midoriya, I can't believe it. Ada, Ingenium is an unmatched commander who honors the hero code, and I strive to be just like him. The 3 of them continue talking for about a minute when an alarm sounds. Alarm, warning, level 3 security breach. Please exit the building in an orderly fashion. Ada, what's a level 3 security breach? A 3rd-year student. It means that somebody has managed to get past the school's barriers. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We should get going. Uraraka, Midoriya and Ida rush to the exit, but a huge crowd forms and they are caught in it. Midoriya and Ida are pushed against the window, seeing the press outside. Ida, Uraraka, make me float. Uraraka tries to, but can't reach Ida. Venom, this is uncomfortable. Midoriya, yes it is. A black goop starts appearing on Midoriya's legs and he jumps with some of the Venom suit manifesting on his arms too. Midoriya runs on the roof towards the exit. Venom, should probably warn them about press outside. Midoriya, hey everybody, listen to me. There is nothing to worry about. It's just the press. They have managed to make it into school grounds. There's nothing to worry about. The students start calming down. Random UA student, look, the police are here. The incident is taken care of and later the students return to class. The next day, All Might is running late on his way to school because he is constantly fighting villains on the way there. In the 1A classroom, Aizawa, today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors. Me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Zero, sir. What kind of training is this? Aizawa grabs a small that reads rescue. Aizawa, rescue. We'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. And the class gets excited. Aizawa, guys, I'm not finished yet. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you are excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet and they might limit your abilities. This special training is on an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all, start getting ready. Midoriya, rescue training. One step closer to being the kind of hero I want to be. Venom, this sounds kind of boring though. Midoriya, it's going to be fun, you'll see. Zero, who are you talking to? Midoriya. Midoriya, to myself I guess. Just trying to pump myself up. Minta, weird. On the way to the USJ, the students have a small interaction in the bus. The students discuss their quirks and Bakugo is made fun of because of his attitude. Aizawa, hey, we're here, so stop messing around. The students get off the bus and see the USJ facility. 13. Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you. Midoriya. It's the space hero, 13. The chivalrous pro who has rescued a ton of people from disasters across the world. Venom. Has she actually been to space? Midoriya. No, you're Araka. MHM. 13 is one of my favorite heroes. 13. I can't wait to show you what's inside. They walk in the building and are amazed at what they see. Hiroshima. Holy crap. It looks like some kind of amusement park. 13. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Join, but can call it USJ. Aizawa. Hey. Shouldn't all 8 be here already? Let me guess, he booked an interview instead. 13 raises 3 of her fingers. Venom. That seems suspicious. Midoriya. What does? Venom slips a small tendril through the floor to eavesdrop on the conversation. 13. Actually, it's something else. Apparently, he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. Venom. I knew something was up. Midoriya. So, something is wrong with All Might. Venom then retracts the tendril. Aizawa. Clock's ticking. 13. Excellent. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Well, maybe 2 things. Possibly 3. 4 or 5. The class. We get it. 13 explains her quirk and that the students need to get a grip on their quirks in order not to kill anybody. Aizawa. Right. Now that that's over, he points at the center of the USJ. Suddenly, a stream of electricity starts going through the building, deactivating the lights. In the center plaza, a portal appears and a man covered in hands steps out. Aizawa. Stay together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. The portal in the middle gets bigger. Hiroshima. Whoa. What the hell is that thing? Venom. I got a bad feeling about this. A Namu covered in a gray and black goop, covered in a symbiote, steps out of the portal, followed by a bunch of different villains. Hiroshima. Has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. Midoriya's mask forms around his face, completing the suit. Aizawa. Stay back. He puts on his goggles. Aizawa. This is real, those are villains. The class gets a bit frightened. In the center plaza, Kurogiri finishes teleporting everybody and then manifests himself. Kurogiri. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might was going to be here as well. Back at the entrance. Aizawa. So you scumbags used the press as a cover-up and sneaked onto campus. Hiroshima. How could so many of them get onto a UA facility this secure? Yaoyorozu. Yeah, 13. Why aren't the alarms going off? 13. Good question. Venom. They are using jammers. Midoriya. They are probably jamming outgoing signals and disabled the alarms. Todoroki. It must be one of their quirks. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time a class was being taught. They are fools for trespassing here. But they thought this out, whatever their plan. Chihei must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? Aizawa starts walking towards the stars. Aizawa. 13. Get them out of here and alert the main campus as soon as you can, since they are blocking us. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Kaminari. Yes, sir. Midoriya. What are you going to do? You can't fight them on your own. There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style is not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fight. At least let us help. Aizawa. No. You get out of here. And as for me, you can't be a pro if you only have one trick. I'll leave it to you. 13. Get them to safety. Aizawa jumps in to attack the villains, nullifying their quirks and taking them down a couple at a time. Midoriya looks at Aizawa fight. Midoriya. Guess I underestimated him. He's holding his own pretty well. Venom. Need to leave. Midoriya. Danger. Midoriya. Right. And he starts walking towards the gate. On their way to the exit, a portal opens and Kurogiri jumps out of it. Kurogiri. There is no escape. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we have decided to invite ourselves into this heaven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change of plans that we couldn't have foreseen. All well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. During his monologue, 13 prepares to use her quirk. Midoriya jumps into the air, shooting his pistol at Kurogiri, firing 4 shots of rubber bullets. Kurogiri opens a portal and they hit Midoriya in the back, being caught by Venom. So Midoriya isn't hurt. 13 gets ready and is about to shoot her bulk hole, But after seeing Midoriya get shot, Bakugo got mad, and he and Kirishima jump in to attack Kurogiri. Blocking 13's attack, Bakugo creates an explosion. That itself creates a pretty big smokescreen. Kirishima: did you really think we were going to just stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Kurogiri: you live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, children, otherwise someone might get hurt. My compatriots will take care of you. Kurogiri makes a portal that swallows all the students. Many jump out before they get caught by the portal though. But about half of the class are still scattered in the UA facility. A pretty hard trial is ahead of them. Tune in next time to see how they get past it. Intro. Hey, what is up, mortals? Now with all that out of the way, let's get into the video. Lastly, this video is written by Noah Stories. Link to his channel in the description. Please check him out after the video. Midoriya appears above a huge body of water falling into it, closing his eyes on the moment of impact. He looks around. Midoriya: where are we? Venom: we were displaced, moved to the flowed training area by that villain. A villain then attacks Midoriya. Midoriya sees it coming and moves out of the way. Midoriya: how much air do we have left? Venom: a couple of minutes. Midoriya: even with that amount of air, there isn't much we can do underwater. The firearm isn't going to work and our punches will be weakened. Our best chance is to run away. Midoriya starts swimming to the surface with the villain following, wanting to attack again. Tsuyu rushes in, pushing the villain away with an attack before swimming away. Midoriya reaches the surface and looks around, seeing the boat. He judges the distance, points his arm and shoots a web at the boat, using it to get himself onto the boat. He reaches the boat and sees Tsuyu and Mineta already on board. As he boards, the mask starts peeling off, revealing his face. Midoriya: thanks for the save, Asui. Tsuyu: no problem, and I told you to call me Tsuyu. Man, this is turning out to be a horrible day of class. Midoriya: yeah. I keep thinking about something though, about what the villain said. Mineta: what is it? Midoriya: they knew our whole schedule and who would be here. They must have gotten into school files while we were stuck in the cafeteria, while the teachers were trying to get the media off school grounds. That means they've been waiting for the perfect moment to attack, just like Todoroki said they were. Venom: that still doesn't explain what their objective is, or why they have another member of my species with them. Mineta: hey, hold on a second. It's not like these guys can really kill All Might. Once he shows up, he'll pound them into the ground. Venom: if they have a Clinter on their side, it's very probable that they have enough power to defeat him. I keep getting a weak sensation from him. Midoriya: they can probably defeat All Might. The big guy, the one that is covered in a silvery substance, looks strong enough to defeat him. So maybe it's possible. Tsuyu: if you think about it, they wouldn't spend so much time planning an attack like this without a way to execute it till the end. Besides, didn't you hear what the smoke guy said? We should worry about not getting tortured to death instead of All Might. Otherwise we might not live long enough to see him come to save us. Mineta starts panicking and crying, being really scared from the comments. Venom: what a wimp. How did he even make it into this school? Anyway, Midoriya, what's our plan, our strategy? How are we supposed to beat him? Midoriya: I have no idea. Besides, something that's bothering me is, why haven't the villains attacking us yet? Midoriya's stomach growls. Venom: I'm hungry. Midoriya grabs a piece of chocolate from his pouch and eats it. He starts to mumble after swallowing it. Venom: that's better. Thanks. Mineta: how can you be eating at a time like this? We're about to die. Tsuyu: can I have some? Midoriya: sure. He hands some to Tsuyu, which she eats. Mineta looks stunned at the other two students. Midoriya: want some? Amanita looks outside the boat, seeing that they are now surrounded. Mineta: of course not. How can you be thinking about food at a time like this? We are surrounded by bad guys. Midoriya looks at Tsuyu seriously. Midoriya: if they really have a way of defeating All Might, then we have to find out what their plans are. We have to work together to figure this out and to keep All Might safe. Venom: why hasn't anybody from UA come to help? Midoriya: it's very probable that no one in school knows what's going on here, so it's up to us to figure it all out. This is our hero moment. Tsuyu: yeah. But first we would need a plan. At the same time, in the entrance of the USJ, the students take action themselves, with Ida managing to escape to call for help. While in other parts of the facility, the students start fighting and defeating some of the villains and extracting information from them. On the boat, Midoriya: we have to fight them to get out of this situation first. Mineta: what do you mean we fight? Are you crazy? These guys might be able to defeat All Might and you think we can take them down? Did you hit your head when we got warped here? Mineta keeps whining. Midoriya: think about it, those villains down there clearly have the advantage in the water and assume that's where we'll be fighting, meaning that they knew their way around the facility. But they don't know the students. Our quirks and abilities are unknown to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought you here, Tsuyu. This is your element. Tsuyu, you're right. Midoriya starts mumbling. They aren't climbing onto the boat, which means they have no idea what our quirks are. For all they know, we might be stronger than All Might or something. Tsuyu. So let's talk quirks. I'll go first if you want. Obviously. I can jump high. I can also cling to pretty much any wall. And of course there is my tongue. I can stick it out to about 20 meters. Oh yeah, I can spit out my stomach so I can glade it, but that's not really useful. I also secret a toxic mucus. It just stings a bit. Venom, not very useful. Midoriya. I guess I'm next. My quirk is called Venom. I can secrete this black substance which I can control and use for many things. It enhances my strength and other physical aspects. It also allows me to stick to walls and shoot a sticky substance that kind of acts like spiderwebs. Minta, I've got these sticky balls. Their strength varies, depending on how I'm feeling. It might stick to something for a whole day. They grow back as fast as I can pull them off. But I'll bleed if I use too many. Oh, and they don't stick to me. I just bounce off of them. Midoriya and Tsuyu look at Midoriya trying to come up with a plan. Minta, don't look at me like that. Water Villain 1. I'm starting to get bored. Let's get this show on the road. He makes a giant water hand and smashes it into the boat, breaking it in half and making it sink slowly. Minta freaks out and goes to shoot some of his balls. Midoriya stops him by shooting a web at him and pulling him towards him. Venom, we are running out of time. Midoriya's mask manifests around his face. Midoriya. We have about a minute before this boat fully sinks. We need to do something and quick. He grabs 2 smoke bombs and sleep gas canisters. Midoriya. Squeeze without breathing this gas, get to shore and take Minta with you. Midoriya grabs the 2 canisters, smashing them in. The gas quickly escaping, going everywhere. Midoriya jumps into the air, throwing the canisters onto the water. Many of the villains breath in the gas, passing out. Midoriya makes his arm bigger using the symbiote and grabs one of the firearms. He uses the arm to smash many of the villains and the rubber bullets to shoot at them, taking many of them out one by one. After defeating the villains, webbing them up to some pieces of debris, Midoriya goes to shore. The 3 students make it to shore just as All Might arrives in the building. All Might, don't fear students, everything's fine now. Why? Because I am here. Shigaraki, The final boss has finally arrived. All Might rushes to the center plaza, rescuing Aizawa and taking him to safety. All Might, Texas smash, and strikes the creature. It doesn't flinch and grabs All Might by the arm. The Namu, weak attack. I expected more from the number 1 hero. Riot. The symbiote in control of the Namu's body then hits All Might, knocking him back. Shigaraki, cool, right? He has shock absorption. There is no way you can defeat him. He is our most powerful pawn and is made better by our little friend Riot here. Riot, should I kill him? Shigaraki. Go ahead. Riot moves to strike All Might, but Midoriya shoots a web from a distance, moving the direction of the punch and making him lose balance. All Might takes the chance to punch Riot, but the attack doesn't do anything. Venom, he's too strong. Midoriya. Run, All Might, they're going to kill you. Midoriya rushes in, growing in size, and strikes at Riot, not doing much damage. Riot, oh, a friend. Riot punches Midoriya, throwing him away to the ground. Midoriya. Run, All Might. All Might. I can't do that, young Midoriya. As a hero I can't run away. If I have to meet my end, then so be it. Venom. I won't allow that. All Might goes to hit Riot with a Detroit Smash, the symbiote jumping from Midoriya to All Might mid-swing and making All Might's attack a lot stronger. Venom. Don't worry, All Might, I'm here to help. Venom covers up All Might's full body, noticing the injury. Venom. Oh. So that's why you were so weak. All Might's injury starts healing, thanks to Venom. All Might punches Riot again and again. Riot, that tickles. Shigaraki starts laughing. Shigaraki. That's not going to work. Namu has shock absorption. Kirigiri shows up and tries to trap All Might in a portal, but Venom manages to help All Might evade it. All Might then strikes Kirigiri, incapacitating him. All Might then starts hitting Riot even more, each attack getting stronger and stronger, as Venom slowly heals his body from the inside out. Suddenly ice starts forming, freezing most of the Namu that Riot controls, and Bakugo and Kirishima jump into this battlefield, attacking Shigaraki and managing to pin him down. All Might keeps hitting Riot, and after 73 blows he manages to take down the Namu. Shigaraki, who is evading the student's attack, looks in horror at what just happened. Shigaraki. No, you cheated, how could you? This is so unfair. All Might zooms towards Shigaraki, hitting him over the head, knocking him out. Venom, goodbye. It was a pleasure working with you. Venom then leaves All Might's body and goes towards Midoriya, bonding with him again. All Might, well, we managed to defeat the villains. Thanks for your help, young Midoriya. Midoriya. Right, you're welcome, All Might. Bakugo, how did you manage to help, you damn nerd? The other heroes then arrived to help and realized that the situation was already taken care of. All Might goes to grab Kurogiri and Shigaraki. But before he can, a black goop comes out of their mouths and swallows them, teleporting them away. All Might, damn it, the students go take Aizawa to the infirmary to get medical attention. All Might goes to wanting to get examined by Recovery Girl, since his old injuries are now suddenly a lot better. Midoriya, along with the other students, is sent home after being interviewed by the police. On the way home, Venom, okay. So the reason All Might felt so weak is because he has this huge injury on his side that was letting out a lot of his power. I healed it up as best I could though while I was bonded with him. Midoriya, cool, so that's why he thanked me. In another location, a woman walks into a darkly lit room. Female scientist. Let's call her Samantha Collins. We have a report on the missing symbiote, sir. Unknown man, where is it? Samantha. It appears to have bonded to a young boy at UA. We got word from our new associates. Unknown man, interesting. How long does he have? Samantha. That's the thing, sir. It appears he has achieved a perfect symbiosis. Unknown man, very interesting. Keep the situation monitored. I want to know everything about this boy. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is here. And before we get into today's video, there is something I'd like to say. I'd like to let you all know that we have a merch store. Some of the items in it are only available for a limited amount of time. So if you're interested in going into the description and checking it out, each purchase helps us make more content. Secondly, if this video hits 300 likes by the end of the week, we will continue this what if. Thirdly, if you didn't know, only 40% of you guys are subscribed to us, so please hit that subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. When we last left off, Deku had found out that Venom was on the verge of giving birth to a new symbiote. All Might had told them about the injuries he had gotten, and that Venom had inadvertently healed him. Then we entered the UA Sports Festival arc, and it was now time for Deku versus Todoroki in the fighting tournament. However, when it was time to fight Todoroki in the quarterfinals, Venom suddenly spawned the new baby symbiote, causing Deku to upchuck it all over the arena, which then led to it bonding to Todoroki, merging with his body and quirk to become the new symbiote and human pair. As the two symbiote combatants get ready for their blood match, Venom snarls at Izuku, "Let me take primary control on this one. We can't let them reach perfect symbiosis," since Venom obviously knew more about symbiotes than him. Izuku let Venom take the wheel while he would help in the background with strategies. Venom and the symbiote-infested Todoroki both rush at each other, locking hands once they meet in the middle. While Venom thought he would have the upper hand against his newly born spawn, he's caught off guard when he feels a furious burning sensation on his hands, like he was being burned off of Izuku. Todoroki is then able to force Venom to his knees, parts of Izuku's partner retracting off his hands and down to his forearms. Then, with Todoroki fueled by the symbiote's primal instinct and his own rage, he starts vigorously headbutting Venom while not caring for his own well-being. This pushes Izuku back, letting Venom reform around his hands. Then, Todoroki's once orange eyes turn crimson as he locks them with his father. Endeavor. He begins to howl like a wild animal as the symbiote floods his head with thoughts of gruesome ways he could kill his father. But before he could even attempt to attack his father, he's tackled to the ground by Venom and starts getting pummeled by his hulking fists. "Listen to me, Todoroki. You gotta fight it," Izuku yells from within Venom, hoping to get through to Todoroki. But what he heard next sent chills down his spine. I don't want to," Todoroki mutters back as he ignites into a blaze of fire, getting Izuku off of him. It appears that the new symbiote was forcing out all of Todoroki's rage and using it to control him, possibly even feeding on it. Midnight and Samantha start talking to see if they should call off the fight since there was clearly something wrong with Todoroki. But both Venom and Izuku yell at them to not. "He's got this. Don't you remember what you said before all of this? How you were going to destroy us?" Izuku yells at Todoroki, getting his attention once again. Then Todoroki gets on all fours and starts sprinting at Venom like a feral animal, while leaping at Izuku. His hands become claw-like as he goes to slash at Izuku. Venom, trying to play it smart, binds up Todoroki by creating tendrils and wrapping them around him. But the bindings don't last long as they start to burn and dissolve as soon as they make contact with Todoroki's skin. Just like when they locked arms earlier. How does he keep doing that? Venom yells within Izuku's head, giving his partner an idea. He thought it could have been a result of Todoroki's base quirk. It could have possibly affected the new symbiote in some way. While it did make sense to Venom, he built off that theory more. A new symbiote felt off to him like it was incompletely. It might have been either born prematurely while also being able to handle Todoroki's quirk gene. With both of them coming to that conclusion, both of them knew what needed to be done. You gotta trust me on this one, partner. Let me take control. With Deku taking control, he turns into his more agile and small form while taking a fight stance close to the ground. Listen to me to do, Izuku tries to say before Todoroki rushes at him. His arms stretched out and only fueled by rage, knowing he wouldn't be able to get through to Todoroki in his current state. Deku is forced to jump over the attack. Then, while going on the offensive, he shoots webs into the ground while using them to slam his feet into Todoroki's back. The strike almost knocks him out of the arena. But he barely stops himself by slamming his claws into the ground. I'm going to win this. Then I'll expose that monster for everything he's ever done. Todoroki roars as he starts throwing fireballs at Izuku, which he narrowly dodges. But then both him and Venom notice something. Something that could possibly let Izuku get through to Todoroki on the inside. Look at yourself. You said you would never use your left side. But that's all you've used. Todoroki just stands there staring at Izuku blindly, his body visibly shaking as he looks down at his hands to see them as massive bear-like claws. He begins crying out, No, I'm not using his damn fire quirk. Then, while trying to fight the dark and twisted influence of the symbiote, he starts trying to rip off parts of the suit to no avail. They could regenerate faster than he could tear off, but something sparked within Deku. A form of anger he had never felt before. With Izuku going back to his monstrous hulking form, he yells back at Todoroki, It's your quirk, not his. That remark hits Todoroki harder than any previous attack as he gets a flashback to a time when he was carefree, sitting watching TV with his mother, then recalling watching a program about parents passing on quirks and how it was up to the children on how they were going to use them. With that positive memory pushing past all the hate and anger in Todoroki's head, the symbiote starts getting reduced to ash as he ignites into an inferno, using his other side to generate ice so he could keep burning it. As the last bit of the symbiote is burned off of Todoroki, he collapses onto the ground from exhaustion and from the suit over draining his body, winning the match for Izuku. While it didn't feel like a proper win to Izuku, or even Venom, they still took while helping to bring Todoroki to the infirmary. But unannounced to the both of them, a small remnant of the baby symbiote, created when Todoroki started tearing the suit off of himself, sneaks its way onto Izuku, since it was created by Venom. Neither of them could sense it. Izuku was somewhat shaken up by the thought of killing a baby symbiote, being that he's never killed anyone before, but Venom tries to reassure his partner that it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't uncommon for symbiotes to just dump their spawn anywhere and just leave them to fend for themselves. While dark, it was the sad truth of the symbiote race. Now we can move on to the semi-finals of the fighting tournament, which are Takoyami vs. Bakugo, Izuku vs. Ida. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we have a third channel called Anime Theory. Anime Theory mainly focuses on a large variety of mind-boggling anime theories. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the eye icon in the top right corner. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back into the story, starting with Takoyami vs. Bakugo. It plays out mostly the same as in canon. The only significant change is that Bakugo is significantly more angry and violent. His sudden mood change from attributed being caught off guard by Uraraka's surprise attack a few fights ago, and then he would finally be able to get revenge on Deku for what he had done during the first hero training they did. But unlike in regular canon, Bakugo would force Takoyami to surrender, instead blasting him out of the arena with explosions fueled by his desire to beat Deku in the finals. Now, on to Izuku vs. Ida. The match starts with both contestants walking out onto the field greeting each other with high spirits. Ida unaware on what just happened to his brother Tensei. With the match starting, Ida straight away sprinting around Izuku. Mask, Izuku yells out with Venom covering him, turning him into their more limber and agile form. As if it was perfectly timed, Izuku leaps into the air to avoid a sidekick to the back from Ida. But it seems that what he wanted, because as Izuku gets into the air, Ida also jumps up while axe-kicking him back down into the ground. Then, while still in the air, Ida yells out, Recipro burst. With his engines burning blue, he goes slamming down into Izuku with a strong swiping turning kick. But there was something he didn't account for. As he makes contact with Izuku's back suit, he begins to hulk out while its biomass starts to wrap around him, eventually covering him completely. Ida couldn't break free of his bindings since his engines were shot out at this point, meaning Izuku had won the match, while Venom thought it was a cheap tactic, preferring to actually fight it out properly instead of relying on a trap like that. Then, with the finals close upon them, Venom and Izuku would be in one of the waiting rooms having a quick snack to refuel on energy when Bakugo comes crashing in mistakenly. Oh crap, this waiting room number 2. Bakugo just yells as he watches Izuku stuffing his face with chocolate and other sweets. Although disgusted and feeling really awkward, Bakugo takes a seat across from him and asks a simple question. What the hell is going on with your quirk? While not being able to answer due to eating, Izuku just shrugs, not having a proper answer to give him. Then Bakugo starts listing some things out. 1. He was really late bloomer. 2. His quirk was radically different from any of his parents. 3. The quirk itself is also far more complicated and intricate than other quirks in the class or he had ever seen. Bakugo lists several more. But you get the point. He was starting to suspect something, his suspicions only getting worse after seeing what happened to Todoroki. The two rivals just stare at each other, a strong tension filling the room, Izuku not wanting to divulge his secret to Venom to anyone else, especially Bakugo. Fine, if you're not going to tell me, then listen well. Your match with Ice Hot was sloppy. You cared more about getting that goop off of him, but your match with me will be far different, Bakugo announces loudly as he goes to leave. But Izuku stops him by standing up while whipping his mouth and yelling back, "This won't be like our training. We'll be going all out straight away," without even realizing it. Izuku lets slip something he shouldn't have. Bakugo just turns around confused and looks at him, only getting back a determined look by Izuku. Strange black tendrils crawling up his neck to his face in the process. Venom also feels the same. Bakugo just shuffles off while muttering something like, "Yeah, whatever." Izuku and Venom stay in the room for a bit longer, eating even more food before going out to the arena, with massive pillars of flames shooting out from the corners of the arena. Present Mike. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there is a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editor for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out mortals, have an amazing day. Hey, what is up mortals, it is here. And before we get into today's video, there is something I'd like to say. I'd like to let you all know that we have a merch store. Some of the items in it are only available for a limited amount of time. So if you're interested, go into the description and check it out. Each purchase helps us make more content. Now with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Where we last left off, the USJ attack had occurred and the students had been split up by the villains to draw out All Might in order to kill him. This plan managed to work at first, but due to their over-reliance on their so-called ultimate weapon Namu and the symbiote Riot, the students were able to easily beat the weaker villains and were also saved by the stronger members of the League of Villains by All Might, who had beaten Riot by temporarily being assisted by Venom. 3 days have passed since then and the students have returned to class after a 3-day break because of the attack. This was fortunate, however, because Midoriya actually hadn't been feeling well ever since the attack. Well, not Midoriya specifically, but rather his symbiotic partner. This had been going on for the past few days, the creature's bad state causing Midoriya to constantly feel nauseous and having strange cravings for foods he usually didn't eat together, like tater tots and chocolate, or deep-fried lobster and a chocolate milkshake. Right now he was walking to class and discussing this with the symbiote. All the while Ida was trying to get everyone to take their seats and looking stupid while doing it. Izuku: "Okay Venom, this is getting old. What the heck is going on with us?" Venom: "Hard to say. Could be one thing, could be another." Izuku: "Well, what are some things you can think of?" Venom: "2 things mainly. Either I'm just having a hard time adjusting to this planet's atmosphere, or I'm on the verge of spawning an offspring." The second theory seemed to surprise, gross out and intrigue Midoriya all at the same time as he entered class and sat down. Izuku: "Wait. So you can have baby symbiotes?" "How?" Venom: "Symbiotes reproduce asexually. Once every 10 years. When I bonded to you I was around a year away from having to spawn again. But something caused that to change after I bonded to All Might. Izuku, really? How? Venom? I'm not sure. Anyway. Symbiote offspring often start off as a blank slate copy with zero capabilities and gains them as it either adapts or finds a host, which is also important. Newborn symbiotes need to find a host as soon as they're spawned or they'll die. Izuku. Then if we do spawn a new one, we'll have to make sure it gets a host soon. Venom, exactly. Right at that moment, Mr. Aizawa walked in. He had bandages wrapped around his face and his arms were in 2 casts and slings. He also looked more tired than usual. Aizawa. All right, everyone settle down and take a seat. Class is starting. Sayu. Ribbit, Mr. Aizawa. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be recovering? Aizawa. When you're a hero, you can't take holidays just because of a few injuries. Now today we have something very important to talk about today. Everyone was tense now because when the teacher usually said that, it usually meant that there'd be a test of some kind, which had everyone on edge. Aizawa. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. Everyone erupted into a full-on cheer as they heard this great news. Kirishima. All right, let's go kick some A. Taminari. Hold up. Are you sure this is a good idea? The students all showed the same concerns about having the sports festival, and just like in canon, Aizawa explains just why it's so important, and afterwards everyone then goes to lunch, where Uraraka explains her motivations for becoming a hero just like in canon. I would like to say that we've got a second and third channel called Anime Deep Dive and Anime Theory. Anime Deep Dive is a channel based on a variety of anime lore, and Anime Theory focuses on theories from plausible to way out there. If you are interested in content like this, make sure you click the icon on the top right corner or check the description below for a link to the channel. All Might also asks Midoriya to join him for lunch, like in canon, because he had some questions to ask the boy. Midoriya walks into the lounge with the #1 hero and sits down nervously. Venom, why are you so nervous? Izuku. I'm nervous because I don't know if he knows about you or not. All Might. Now young Midoriya. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Izuku, sure. All Might. What about? All Might, your quirk. You were able to temporarily pass it on to me and it also spoke. I'd like to know why that is. Izuku was hesitant for a moment, but All Might reassured him that any secrets he shared would be kept. Izuku, you okay with me telling him? Venom, as long as he doesn't say anything, sure. Izuku. Okay, All Might, it's kinda like this. He then goes into explain everything that he's learned and knows about Venom and the symbiotes so far. Everything, including how they were found by the Life Foundation and how they originally came from space. Even the weaknesses symbiotes apparently had, but they didn't mention the possibility of them being on the verge of spawning. However, seeing it as too sensitive a subject to mention at the moment, All Might took this rather well and then turned serious. All Might. I will keep your secret, young Midoriya, but from now on, promise me that you and young Venom will be careful. Understand? Izuku, yes sir. Right at that moment, All Might suddenly had to revert to his true form, which shocked Midoriya and intrigues Venom. The symbiote saying that it would explain why he felt so weak when he had latched onto him previously during the USJ. The hero then explained to the two about his injuries, the battle he had fought over 5 years ago, and how Venom's regeneration actually helped him recover a great deal. All but one of these 3 things caught Izuku completely off guard. Izuku and Venom then leave after All Might tells him to please try and keep what he had told him a secret, which the two agree to do out of respect for their mentor's wishes. The day goes on just like in canon with class 1 degrees Celsius and B. And so does the 2-week time skip. But unbeknownst to Izuku and Venom, some lingering effects of All Might's power was affecting both Venom and the spawning of the unborn symbiote inside it. Skip ahead to the sports festival and everyone is getting ready to start. Then Todoroki approaches Midoriya just like in canon. Shoto. I'll be looking forward to beating you, Midoriya. Izuku. We'll see about that, Todoroki. The first event's results become the same as in canon, with Izuku and Venom using his bulkier form to demolish their way through the robots by using the extra strength enhancement Venom somehow got from All Might during the USJ for the first time, demolishing 2-0 robots in the process, and used their more agile modes to get through the minefields. And the cavalry battle also goes similar as in canon, with Izuku being on a team with Uraraka and Hatsume, but thanks to Venom being able to permanently copy Hatsume's builds, so even as one is broken by Mainta's balls, Izuku is able to make a pseudo-copy to replace it. Uraraka also gets a bit of a quirk boost as Izuku has Venom latch onto her temporarily, using this to their advantage. They are able to avoid Todoroki's attacks to try and immobilize them, which then allows them to end the match with their 10 million points still intact. After this defeat, Todoroki then pulls Izuku to the side and, unlike in canon, Instead asks Midoriya about his suspicion that his quirk seems like it's very odd, and seems very different than any transformation-type quirk he's seen. Especially since it was able to be temporarily transferred to All Might like in the USJ. This leaves Izuku to give him a sort of runaround about how Venom works to try and throw him off the scent. Though unlike in canon, it's unclear if Todoroki is convinced. After this, Izuku feels rather sick to his stomach. Izuku, what's going on? Venom, the other symbiote. It's almost ready to spawn. Izuku, oh geez. This isn't good. The tournament matches were up next. And Izuku's match against Shinso goes very differently than it was in canon. For example, instead of Izuku activating One for All like in canon to break his fingers, Venom instead takes temporary control of his body so he doesn't go out of bounds and forcibly breaks his fingers and snap out of Shinso's control. He then beats Shinso by healing his fingers and whipping him back to the edge of the arena with a set of black tendrils and then shoulder bashing him out of bounds and into the adjacent wall, causing a crater in the process. The rest of the matches go about the same as in canon, except for Uraraka versus Bakugo. In this match, Uraraka is still feeling the effects of Venom's strength boost and actually does get to see her plan to make Bakugo float work, but due to the blonde's experience with fighting in midair, this tactic did more harm than good, and Bakugo is able to deliver a decisive blow to Uraraka that knocks her unconscious instantly. Another difference would be Todoroki's fight against Zero, because instead of being seething with anger towards his dad after their talk, he would be too preoccupied with what Izuku had told him about his powers, and just ignore his dad instead, making him a bit more level-headed, but also very distracted, so much so that Zero's tape attack would actually almost succeed. But Todoroki's reaction time would still be enough to just barely avoid being sent out of bounds and send an ice blast big enough to make Zero want to jump back and accidentally fall out of bounds, which would make Todoroki claim victory, albeit with a brief moment of trouble. This would cause Todoroki to decide to put his curiosity towards Izuku on the back burner, at least for the time being. The next few matches were the quarter-finals, and during the first match though, Izuku suddenly feels the need to throw up and suddenly upchucks all over the stadium. White and black sludge pouring from his mouth as it gathers into a puddle and rises. Izuku stumbles and falls as the fluid rears up and looks at Shoto. Venom, it's the newborn symbiote. Izuku, oh no. Todoroki, look out. It's too late though. The new symbiote had already lunged at Todoroki and started to bond with him, turning him into a creature with the same build and height as All Might, with white skin with a black face and patterns, bulky clawed arms, and an orange mouth and orange eyes. An icy mist flowed from its mouth as it breathed, and ice crystals gathered on its left side as the ground turned to frost under its feet, and it's just standing there, cracked the concrete as if it were cheap glass. Shoto. Symbiote, we anti Venom. Izuku. A Venom. Venom, yes. Izuku, mask. Venom, copy. Venom then coated Izuku as they became their bulky form and hissed at the new pair of human and symbiote, who in turn hissed at the other two before they lunged at them with the intention to tear them apart. The former two stood ready. It was a battle of the symbiotes now, and neither Izuku or Venom knew who would be coming out on top. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. Firstly, I'd like to let you all know that we have a merch store. Some of the items in it are only available for a limited amount of time. So if you're interested, go into the description and check it out. Each purchase helps us make more content. Secondly, I'd like to thank our $5 plus Patreon supporters for helping to fund these videos. Lastly, on behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editor for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is here. And before we get into today's video, there is something I'd like to say. I'd like to let you all know that we have a merch store. Some of the items in it are only available for a limited amount of time. So if you're interested, go into the description and check it out. Each purchase helps us make more content. Secondly, if this video hits 1,000 likes by the end of the week, we will continue this what if. Thirdly, if you didn't know, only 41.3% of you guys are subscribed to us, so please hit that subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now with that out of the way, Let's get into the story. The long-awaited rematch between the rivals was finally here. Izuku and Bakugo stared intently at each other. Bakugo had pure rage in his eyes. He was waiting to fight Deku again ever since the battle trials when they were still relatively new to UA. Deku used a cheap trick to get the victory. Sleeping gas. Really, he couldn't wait to teach Deku his place. Izuku was sweating a little. This was Bakugo that he and Venom were going to be facing after all. Not only was Bakugo an incredibly strong person physically, but his quirk was also incredibly powerful. It didn't help with the fact that he was at an incredible disadvantage here. Bakugo wielded an explosion quirk, essentially a fire quirk. Venom was weak to fire and they didn't have any support items to help counter the weakness. Ready to lose, nerd, Bakugo yelled. Izuku tightened his fists. His heart was racing. He was trying to use breathing techniques to calm his nerves. Don't worry, partner. It's 2-on-1. What we need to do is avoid his explosions and overpower him before he does to us. Izuku sighed when he heard Venom's plan. He supposed it could work, but Bakugo was a tricky person to fight against. Even with all the plans he had to use against him, Bakugo knew how to adapt to different situations. On one side, we have the explosive boy of Class 1A, a ruthless fighter in the ring, Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike introduced. The crowds were cheering, excited for the fight. And on the other side of the arena, we have one of UA's finest, a boy with a rather strange and complex quirk, but incredibly powerful in his own right, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku paid no attention to the introduction. Instead, he formed a fighting stance as Venom was covering his body. Fight. Immediately after Present Mike gave the go to fight, Izuku charged in at Bakugo. Bakugo rushed in as well, but with a right hook. Izuku smirked seeing this. He was ready to counterattack, but he felt a tingling sense in the back of his head. That only ever meant one thing. It's a trap, Venom said. Venom took control of one of Izuku's arms quickly and webbed Bakugo's face, distracting the boy temporarily. It left Bakugo open for an attack from the partners as Izuku launched several tendrils at him. As soon as Bakugo finished ripping off the webbing from his face, he saw Izuku wrap his arm up in black tendrils. What the heck is this stuff? Bakugo inquired. Izuku pulled at Bakugo's arm to make his opponent lose balance, but Bakugo caught onto the trick relatively quickly. He shot an explosion at Izuku's tendrils which caused him to reel back from the intense pain. Izuku hissed in pain from the feeling. What's the matter, Deku? Scared, Bakugo taunted. Bakugo started launching several explosions at Izuku as he started to figure out Izuku's weakness. Izuku was keeping his distance from Bakugo, which the boy caught onto. He found that to be interesting alongside how he reeled back from his initial explosion. He put 2 and 2 together. He had a feeling that Izuku was at least not immune to his explosions. He grinned and charged in at Izuku. Venom took over quickly and threw a haymaker punch at Bakugo. Bakugo was charging in too quickly to avoid the attack and was forced to take the full brunt of the attack, which disoriented him for a little. Izuku and Venom didn't let the opportunity pass them though. Izuku rushed Bakugo again with Venom enlarging one of their fists. They punched Bakugo with the enlarged fist having increased strength behind it as well. There was so much strength behind it that it sent Bakugo flying ... for a second until Bakugo roared with his explosions, launching him back into the arena. That's it. Finishing move. Howitzer impact. Bakugo screamed. Bakugo used his explosions to rotate himself in the air and was coming down at Izuku. He released the attack on Izuku, creating an explosion large enough to consume the whole arena. Izuku was knocked unconscious from the overwhelming amount of pain he felt. Venom had to retreat back into his host's body in order to recuperate from Bakugo's last explosion. When Izuku woke up, he found himself to be in the medical wing. He looked around, observing his surroundings a bit more while trying to remember what happened. We lost, Venom stated somberly. Oh, I see. Izuku gripped his bed sheets before sighing. Recovery girl, after seeing Izuku was awake, informed him that he ended up getting second place in the sports festival with first place going to Bakugo. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't partake in standing on the podium when All Might was giving everyone their medals as he was unconscious during the time. But they were able to arrange something for Izuku though. Suddenly, All Might appeared in the room smiling at Izuku. He held up a silver medal for Izuku before he put it around the boy's neck. Young Midoriya, you did well in the sports festival, so don't let yourself feel too down about this one loss. Use this loss as motivation to become stronger. Izuku nodded his head, agreeing with All Might's words. The next couple of days went by before school started back. All of Class 1A conversated with each other about the recent events regarding the sports festival. Most of them seemed to be impressed with how the festival ended as well. No one expected Bakugo to let out such a huge and powerful attack. When Aizawa entered the classroom though, everyone suddenly became silent. Good. You all are getting better at quieting up, Aizawa stated. Anyways, your display at the sports festival was also meant for several heroes to start scouting for potential candidates for their agency. Not just candidates, but they also nominate hero students regardless of the year. Aizawa proceeded to show the students the number of nominations each of them ended up getting, with Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki all having a significantly larger amount of nominations than the rest. Aizawa explained how in previous years it was more spread out, but this year was simply an outlier. Regardless, each student, even those who didn't get any nominations, would be able to choose a hero to intern with. Today was also going to be the day the students would be making hero names. Midnight was the one who would be approving their names, as he wasn't all that good with making aliases. When it came on to Izuku's time to present his name, a couple of people seemed to be confused by the title. The symbiotic hero, Deku. How come you decided to go with this hero title, Midoriya? Midnight inquired. Well, I'll admit, I used to have quite a bit of a distaste for the name due to its meaning at the time. But someone went ahead and changed the meaning of the name. Now, Deku means you can do it, Izuku exclaimed. Midnight smiled in approval of the name. Bakugo's hero names ended up getting turned down afterwards though, which infuriated the boy. Midsection. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we have a third channel called Anime Theory. Anime Theory mainly focuses on a large variety of mind-boggling anime theories. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the icon in the top right corner. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. Throughout the day, Izuku was still looking over potential pro heroes to intern under until All Might approached him. Young Midoriya, how are you doing? Found any heroes you're interested in interning with yet? All Might asked. Unfortunately, no. I'm still looking through different heroes trying to find one who would be the best choice, Izuku explained. Izuku noticed All Might was visibly shaking, which deeply confused Izuku. He seems to be scared for some reason. Venom mentioned. Come on, get it together, legs. All Might muttered. Well, Midoriya, you actually got one last-minute offer and it's from my old master. I was wondering if you were willing to consider. Hearing this, Izuku was immediately interested in this veteran hero he'd never heard of. Gran Torino seemed to be the name of the hero. If this person trained All Might, then they must have been a good trainer at the very least. When Izuku made it over to the address of the retired hero, he was honestly very confused to come across a rundown building. When he entered the place, he saw what appeared to be a dead old man bleeding out on the floor, only to find out later that this was Gran Torino and he was alive. Izuku found him to just be a senile old man, and he didn't find him to be worth much of his time. When he tried leaving, his spider sense went off and he ducked. Oh, you got a little bit of quick reflexes, Gran Torino exclaimed. Venom covered Izuku's body and added the additional hero suit on top of it before they charged in at Gran Torino. We aren't here to play games with you, old man, Venom tried to explain. Gran Torino was intrigued by Izuku's transformation, but he didn't really pay much attention to much else besides fighting Izuku. He bounced along the walls before he kicked the pair over and over again. A couple of times Izuku was able to get the upper hand on Gran Torino. Venom became incredibly irritated with Gran Torino's onslaught of attacks before he took over. He was able to quickly grab the hero and pinned him down to the ground. Enough of this, old man. You're very annoying. Gran Torino looked at the two with quite a bit of curiosity. Who are you? He asked. Venom groaned. No, really. It seems like there's more so two people controlling one body rather than one person. Sentient quirks exist. Venom lied, making up a reason for what he was. Gran Torino accepted the reason, but was still a bit curious about the boy. He went on to explain that he wanted to fight Izuku in order to get a better understanding of his abilities. Izuku was told how his movements were painfully predictable. His reflexes, speed, and strength were explained to be his saving graces. Venom was a different story in which he could get quite vicious in his attacks. For the next couple of days, Izuku was trained by Gran Torino to become less predictable in his attack patterns before they went to do some patrolling. You'd start developing some weird habits if you continued only sparring with me. We'll be patrolling and maybe even encounter some crooks that you can learn to detain in better ways. While the two went off to patrol, Kurogiri ended up bringing an assassin-like villain to the League of Villains headquarters in order to recruit him. Tell me, Shigaraki, what is your goal in this society? Stain inquired. My goal? I suppose you can say that my goal is to kill that symbol of peace everyone looks up to so much and destroy everything I hate, Shigaraki stated. You are very misguided, Shigaraki. Any and all bloodshed should have a good reason behind it. You've provided none. Stain threw a couple of his daggers at Shigaraki. Some of the daggers Shigaraki managed to avoid, but others cut him in certain areas of his body. It frustrated him even more when he found out those daggers were meant as a distraction for Stain to get the one-up on him. Stain successfully pinned Shigaraki down to the ground and pointed a dagger at Shigaraki's neck, without any conviction. How do you expect to get anything done? Shigaraki pleaded for Kirigiri to send Stain back, but they were unable to do so. Stain was about to slash Shigaraki's neck when the manchild managed to grab the dagger. It disintegrated in his hand. He went on to explain how although he didn't appear to have the sort of conviction Stain was looking for, he did have a great desire in order to crush the society All Might built up over time. It was something that Stain even acknowledged as the one thing they had in common. I'll tell you what, Mr. Big Shot. I'll give you a bit of a parting gift for you to use when you absolutely need it most, such as when you're about to lose a fight, possibly die. This gift will prevent that from happening, but if you do end up resorting to having to use them, you and I will both know. You'll see you won't be able to accomplish your goals without the help of the League of Villains. Just that alone will bring glee to my face. Stain was given a vial with some weird substance inside it. Was it slime maybe? He wasn't all that sure. But he didn't plan on getting the help of these villains in order to accomplish his goals anytime soon. He put it in one of his pockets and left through the portal to hunt down some more fakes. What Stain didn't see though was when the substance formed an Inkai face while in the vial. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Here with a new video for you. Welcome to part 9 season 2 of What If Deku Had Venom. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. A couple of days had passed since the event at Hasu. Izuku, Shoto, and Ida were reprimanded for their actions against Stain, but they were praised by the chief of police for the fact they managed to defeat the villain Stain. The chief explained how the credit would go to Endeavor. There weren't enough witnesses to report their actions, which meant that the incident could be covered up. The boys knew the predicament they were in. They were aware of their illegal actions, so they didn't argue against it. Once the week ended, it also meant it was the end of the class's workplace training. Izuku had more of a craving for chocolate ever since he first used that power-boosting ability. He was still curious about that ability and how he couldn't move his body afterwards. Venom wasn't much help either. Venom was still learning about it as well. When the trio made it back to school, they became the center of attention for most of the class due to their encounter with Stain. When they tried asking about it though, Shoto refused to tell the class what really happened, especially the part about where Stain suddenly gained a quirk similar to Izuku. Instead, he lied. Endeavor saved us. Before the students could further their conversation, All Might appeared in the classroom. He went on to explain what they would all be doing today. A rescue operation of the sorts. It would be a race to meet him at the center, and there would be 4 groups of 5. Each student would race each other through a construction site. It would require them to be creative with their abilities and find different ways to use them to the situation they were being put in. Izuku was put into a group with Shiro, Mina, Tenya, and Ajiro. Most of the class already felt that Shiro and Izuku held a major advantage in such an environment. They felt that Shiro held the edge though, as his quirk was more adjusted to being able to swing through the air, sort of like that one web-slinging hero in North America. This should be easy, Venom stated. What makes you think so? Izuku asked. We produce organic webs. We can literally just use those webs to swing from pipe to pipe until we reach All Might. Izuku could practically feel Venom mentally facepalming. He looked forward and prepared to launch a web, but he concentrated a little more than usual in order to build up his webbing a little different from usual. Once All Might announced for them to start, Izuku launched a web that stuck to one of the pipes. He used it as a vine this time around and swung into the air. He shot another web in order to swing off of. Rinse and repeat. Izuku couldn't believe he never tried doing such a thing like this before. It felt so exciting. Hey, partner, focus. Shiro's catching up to us. Oh, I completely forgot about the exercise. Izuku managed to get to All Might first, but he was able to claim first by the skin of his teeth. He became distracted earlier testing out that web-slinging ability. It was really useful and exhilarating. All Might praised Izuku for his intuitive thinking, and everyone was surprised to see Izuku use his webs in such a way. Izuku chuckled, explaining that it was really more of Venom who told him about it. He never really thought about it beforehand. You still did good, Izuku, especially for your first time using your webs like that. Don't sell yourself short, All Might stated. Meet me in my office after class is over. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. As sure thing, All Might. When Izuku went to All Might's office after school, he found the man in his skinny form. You said you had a couple of things to discuss with me? Yes, have a seat, Izuku. I'm not sensing any bad vibes from him. Izuku, relax. One of the first things I would like to discuss with you is your quirk. It's not really a quirk, is it? Izuku froze when he heard the question. How did All Might find out that Namu back at the USJ possessed similar abilities to your quirk? On top of that, when you lent me your quirk in order to fight the behemoth, they appeared to be sentient. I've met people with sentient quirks in the past, but usually they are completely attached to their user, such as Takoyami and his Dark Shadow. I've never encountered any like yours though, where it can function when completely separated from the quirk user. It's alright, Izuku. You can tell him, looking back at what we know from him so far. It seems like we can trust him. See, can you keep a secret? Izuku asked. Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Comax Customs, a brand new clothing line made for the wearer. Comax Customs puts the customer first, offering a variety of clothing options ranging from casual to business casual. If you're looking for comfortable, easy-fitting clothing at low prices, check out Comax Customs today. All Might nodded. I pinky promise you that I won't tell a soul. Izuku went on to explain how Venom, his quirk, was actually an alien that gave him the powers he was able to display throughout the school year. He looked at All Might to see his reaction to all of this information. I see. Well, that certainly is one of the weirdest things I've heard in a while. But it seems plausible, especially with 2 cases of lookalikes. Well, that could be from Venom being experimented on, hence why we want to keep this a secret. That actually explains a lot. Since you told me your secret, I'll tell you mine. I was originally quirkless. What? You see, I was born quirkless, but somebody gave me the quirk you see me display today. The name of my quirk is called One for All, and it's been passed down for generations now. I was the 8th wielder of One for All. Was? Izuku questioned. Yes, was. I found a successor in the form of one of the 3rd years at UA. Oh, how nice. But may I ask, why are you telling me this? You see, young Midoriya, I would like for the 2 of you to meet and train with each other soon. The 2 of you could learn a lot from each other. In my humble opinion, at least. Sounds pretty good to me. We told him our secret. He told us his. Now we can even learn how to use that new ability against a sparring partner. Someone who actually has All Might's quirk. Oh, speaking of quirks though, how much time do you have left, All Might? Venom did say they were able to heal some of your injury. All Might chuckled a little. Well, you see, thanks to your friend, I was able to discover that I could hold my muscle form for about a third of the day now. Gee, that's great news, All Might. Izuku cheered. Before they knew it, the end-of-term exams were coming up. Many of Class 1A already stressed over the paper tests, but they also had to worry about the physical exams. Izuku was discussing the exams with Uraraka, Ida, Shoto, Tsuyu, and Hagakure about how they would perform until a blonde boy bumped into Izuku. Huh? Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. You all are from Class 1A, aren't you? Yeah, and what about it? I figured. I especially recognized 3 of you from the news articles about Stain's capture. Congratulations. You 3 who were involved in Stain's capture managed to garner even more attention towards your class. But watch out, because one day Class 1B will get involved in an event so grand that all attention will be set to Class 1. Before the boy could finish, a girl with a ponytail walked up to him and karate chopped him in the neck. It immediately knocked him out cold. Sorry about that. Monoma here can be a real handful sometimes. The girl went on to explain that her name was Itsuka Kendo and that she overheard them talking about the physical exams. She explained that one of the 3rd years informed her about how the physical exam was going to be a battle simulation, similar to the one at the entrance exam for the majority of the hero students. Izuku and the rest of the group were rather grateful for the information. They went on to inform the rest of the class about this. The most appreciative of the class were Mina and Kaminari. All of the students of Class 1A were studying rigorously during the final week before the entrance exam in order to make sure they at least managed to get a decent score on the exam. It was incredibly stressful for many of Class 1A. Something that helped them during the process, though, was that Momo offered her assistance in the classes studying for the upcoming exam. Through the help of Momo Yaoyorozu, all of Class 1A was able to pass their written exams. Everyone was ecstatic about the news and that their effort was not in vain, although a few just managed to slip by. The class wasn't worrying over the physical exam either, as they knew it was going to be similar to the entrance exam. They were much more adept with their quirks now, so they envisioned the physical exam to be a piece of cake. Once the day of the physical exam finally arrived, Class 1A was found standing outside parallel to many of their teachers. Now, I imagine all of you are aware of what the physical exam is like. Aizawa guessed. Yeah, we're going to be destroying more giant robots. Mina exclaimed. Not quite. This threw the class for a loop. If they weren't going to be fighting robots, then what were they going to be doing instead? This was when Nedzu, a talking animal of an unidentified species and the principal of UA, appeared out of Aizawa's scarf. The man just sighed at the higher-ups' actions due to the sudden surge of criminal activity this year. Your teachers and I discussed better training regimens for you all. There was a bit of disagreement about the way we should do it at first, but we were able to come to an agreement. So, in conclusion, you will not be battling villain robots this time around. Instead, you will be battling the teachers at UA, and from now on, you will have more real-life battle simulations. You should be happy. Your class will be the first ones to experience such a thing. Works for us. Before Izuku could even argue with Venom, Aizawa spoke again. Oh yeah, you all will work in pairs for this exam and either capture or escape us teachers. The pairs were already predetermined. Same for which teacher you'll face. All of the students were split into teams of 2 and were informed of which teacher they'd be facing. Shoto and Momo would be facing Eraserhead in particular. Izuku and Katsuki would be facing All Might. Okay, we might have a bit of an issue there. Izuku gulped, especially knowing that this was a stronger All Might he'd be facing. Not the watered-down All Might who was struggling back at the USJ against that symbiote-enhanced Namu. Bakugo looked at Izuku with complete disdain in his eyes. Don't get in my way, Deku. Bakugo snarled. He's a serious problem child. The class and teachers were brought to an uninhabited city where they would be conducting their physical test. They were given designated areas and the test was explained further in depth. The students had a time limit of 30 minutes. Each pair of the students could win through 2 ways. The first was to handcuff the teachers. The second one was to have at least one of the teammates make it to the exit, effectively escaping the battlefield. By accomplishing either one of these conditions, they would pass the assignment. To make it more fair to the students as well, all of the teachers will be wearing compact weighted bracelets. So tell me, you zygotes, are you ready to lose? All Might's whole aura changed after that statement. Izuku's spider sense was going nuts. Izuku's knees started to buckle together. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Here with a new video for you. Welcome to part 10 season 2 of What If Deku Had Venom. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Izuku and Gran Torino were riding on a train to Shinjuku City. Gran Torino explained how the more populated areas would tend to also have crime more widespread. At the rate we're going, we'll probably make it there by night, Izuku stated. Gran Torino nodded. Indeed, it's actually pretty beneficial to your development. After all, crime is more frequent at night, Gran Torino explained. Izuku couldn't wait to do some patrolling with the older hero, but his spider sense went off. He realized suddenly that something was wrong. He looked up to see a Namu claw open the roof of the train. Gran Torino immediately jumped into action, kicking the Namu in the face. Izuku wanted to help, but Torino commanded him to not interfere. He wanted him to stay put, but this was Izuku. Gran Torino tackled the Namu out of the train, which left Izuku concerned about his safety. Izuku exited the train only to see Hasu City on fire. I have some bad vibes about there, Venom commented. You and me both, Izuku said, despite his better judgment and Venom's mentioning of it being a bad idea. Izuku went to investigate what was happening in Hasu City. He was curious and concerned for Ida's safety as well. He knew that Ida was interning at this specific city after all. He could only imagine the mass devastation there. Once he had arrived at Hasu, He noticed how a couple of the pro heroes were fighting even more Namu-like creatures. They weren't like the ones back at the USJ. They didn't appear to be too smart. They were seemingly running around like mindless zombies. Well, they pretty much were, but they were far more dangerous. He looked around, but for some reason, he couldn't spot Ada anywhere near the heroes. It was pretty odd at first until Venom suggested an idea. Ada's brother, Ingenium was the name, was left crippled by the hero killer Stain in this city, and all of a sudden, Ada started acting a bit different. Then, he chose to do his internship here with the Pro Hero Manual when he had several other options that were more appropriate with his quirk and fighting style. Yet he went with Manual. I find that to be more than just a coincidence. Hearing this caused Izuku's eyes to widen in realization. Oh no. Izuku quickly left the battlefield in order to find Ada. He knew exactly what Ada was trying to do. Izuku managed to find Ada right when Stain was about to finish him off, before Izuku could even think of something to do. Venom took over one of Izuku's arms and shot a couple of webs at Stain's face. It wasn't something Stain expected, but he was able to get out of the way just in time. What's this? Stain wondered. Leave him alone, Izuku yelled. Oh, is he a friend of yours? If so, you must be another one of those fake heroes. Stain lunged at Izuku with his blades in hand, but Venom took over, creating sides in place of their arms, which he used in order to block Stain's attack. Oh, is it a shapeshifting quirk? I see. I'll admit I haven't encountered too many of your kind, but it makes no difference. Stain threw himself off of the symbiote and host duo and threw a couple of knives at them. Several tendrils sprouted off of them and captured the weapons before they could get too close. Without thinking, Izuku threw the knives right back at Stain. He was able to dodge most of them, but one knife managed to hit him in the knee. Stain growled in pain before pulling out the knife. Izuku watched as Stain tried to launch another attack at him. This time, though, Izuku counterattacked. He swung one of the sides at Stain. The hero killer attempted to dodge the attack, but he failed to take into account the tendrils which Izuku used to drag Stain back down, slamming the villain to the ground. Stain gasped in pain. Who is this brat? Stain muttered. Stain brought himself back just in time to dodge another attack from Izuku. Izuku shapeshifted the scythe into a set of claws and tried to slash at Stain. Izuku, don't give him the opportunity to strike. If you let him catch you off guard and he manages to make you shed even the tiniest ounce of blood, he can leave you paralyzed. Ada reported. Ada cursed himself for being so useless, especially since this was his fight to avenge his older brother for what Stain did to him. Izuku became distracted hearing Ada's voice, though, which left him wide open for an attack by the hero killer. Finally, Stain yelled. He lunged at Izuku once more, sweeping his legs from underneath him. He went on to try stabbing Izuku with both katanas in hand. Ada screamed when he saw Stain's attempt at murdering his friend right before his eyes until a wave of glacier-sized ice rushed at the villain. Stain jumped out of the way before the ice could hit him, though. Another one. Stain growled in frustration. It was 2-on-1 now. It didn't help that the one clad in black was especially difficult. He had so many abilities that made him an extremely difficult opponent to fight against. If it weren't for his speed, he'd have been defeated a long time ago. Now, he was at a serious disadvantage. Izuku, you know I almost didn't make it in time. Be more specific with your location next time, Todoroki stated. Ada saw both Izuku and Todoroki were tackling the hero killer now. It frustrated him beyond means as he still couldn't move. He saw that the two of them were able to go hand to hand with Stain. Izuku shot some webbing at Stain's face, which momentarily distracted him as he was trying to rip it off of his face. Izuku used the distraction to punch Stain in the face, rattling the villain from the force behind the blow. Todoroki tried to freeze the hero killer's legs before they had a chance to gain back their senses, but he managed to break out of the ice while it was still thin. Stain wasn't given any chance to breathe after that. He had to face an onslaught of attacks from the pair. Some attacks he was able to evade, but those attacks were followed up by another, more ferocious attack that he could at best block. He ended up suffering several broken bones and cuts throughout the course of the battle. He could tell that they were trying to subdue him, not necessarily end him though. He would have been finished a long time ago. He was really struggling to keep up with his opponents here. He threw a dagger at the two-tone boy, which managed to cut his cheek. Right when he thought he found an opening though, he was slammed into the wall, which seemingly knocked him unconscious. Izuku and Todoroki were breathing heavily. They failed to notice the broken vial with the strange liquid inside. This liquid began to cover Stain. When Izuku finally noticed, it was already too late. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the eye icon in the top right corner. Now with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. Another symbiote? Izuku questioned. Probably another one from the lab, Venom assumed. The lab? You mean the place you mentioned that experimented on you? Yeah, they ended up producing a couple of artificial spawns from my DNA. Looks like that's one of them. Izuku was, needless to say, shocked to hear such a revelation. He saw that symbiote back at the USJ. But he didn't know the exact reason for why they existed. For all he knew, it was just another naturally born symbiote of Venom's race. Izuku, please, allow me to take primary control for this fight. I can tell that this one is different from the last one, more dangerous and less stable. When Izuku heard this, he agreed with Venom. Stain was already fast and strong, but he couldn't imagine how much more powerful Stain was now with this symbiote in hand. That and the thought of Stain being even less mentally sound was a terrifying thought. Venom was more suited for such a situation. Before Izuku even knew it though, a blur passed by them, clawing at him in the process. He felt something leave him in the process. He was confused at first until he and Venom saw Stain covered in a red and yellow-looking symbiote with long hair. They had fangs and long claws as well. What the two noticed in particular though was something in their adversary's hand. Something the size of someone's palm that looked similar to a ball of slime began to merge with Stain's symbiote. It was white at first, but while in the merge, it became black. Oh no, the baby survived and fused with them. Venom realized. Todoroki looked at Venom in confusion for a second, but shook his head. He wasn't going to focus on that now. He'd ask Izuku what he meant by that statement later. That and why he sounded so different all of a sudden. Venom and Todoroki gave all of their attention to Stain and switched to more defensive stances. We are Scream. The now dubbed Scream charged at Todoroki and Venom. Todoroki reflected back to the sports festival. He saw how Izuku reacted to fire, and this guy appeared to have gained a similar quirk to Izuku's somehow. He launched a ray of fire at Scream, but they were able to leap out of the way. Venom ran after them and grabbed them by the arm. He yanked him down to the ground, but Scream did a backflip kick, kicking Venom in the jaw. Todoroki created a large wave of ice, forcing Scream to move out of the way, jumping into midair. Todoroki used this to his advantage though by shooting fire at Scream once more. But this time it connected. Scream growled and it looked like they were struggling to stay with their host. They were momentarily immobilized and Venom refused to let the opportunity pass. He created two sides and slashed at Scream. The other symbiote yelled in pain before Venom sucker punched them. Scream pulled out Stain's weapons and began to cover them before something unusual happened. Stain's weapons appeared to become part of the symbiote's body, prepared to die. They started speaking in indistinguishable noises for a couple seconds and used a now symbiote-enhanced katana to slash at Venom. It cut through Venom's body and Izuku's hero suit, making it all the way to his skin. A large gash opened up in Izuku's body after the attack. Izuku winced in pain, but Venom quickly went to heal his host before things got worse. Venom saw Scream about to lick Izuku's blood, but he shot a web at Scream's arm and pulled them close while Todoroki grabbed the other arm and set fire to it. They screamed a gut-wrenching scream and Todoroki saw the villain's covering begin to draw back. Todoroki tried to increase the heat, but Scream headbutted Todoroki and used their hair-like tendrils to wrap around Todoroki's neck. They went on to start choking Todoroki, but Venom swung a kick at Scream's torso. Time to test something new out. Venom breathed and began to focus his energy. What are you doing, Venom? Remember how I was able to bond with All Might for a little while? Yeah, what about it? Simply put, I have this one interesting ability where I can take on certain attributes from previous hosts and adapt it, even after I leave that host and move on to another. The new host can have access to the attributes I gained and adapted on. You could say I have a genetic memory of the sorts. Wait, so are you saying what I think you're saying? That's right. I was able to create a version of All Might's quirk. I couldn't copy the exact quirk though. There's something weird with his quirk, but I was able to augment it to something that would be pretty beneficial. What is it? A sort of energy manipulation actually. I found some sort of ability that allowed All Might to make black whips of energy. That and something with stockpiling energy or strength. It's not super strong yet though. If we get through this we're gonna need a lot of chocolate. Venom blocked an attack from Scream and grabbed their hair before they swung them around. Venom threw Scream into a wall, but Scream bounced back immediately. Venom supercharged their body with the energy quickly before Scream could send out another attack. Their strength and speed seemed to increase tenfold in that moment as Venom grabbed Scream's neck and flung him down to the ground. They grabbed Scream's arms and put their foot on Scream's back. They pulled on their arms until the sound of bones breaking was heard. Scream tried to get back up, but he couldn't. He collapsed and retreated into Stain. Venom collapsed on top of the unconscious Stain and retreated as well. Ada saw everything, and at that moment he was finally able to move again. Whatever that thing was that possessed Stain earlier seemed to have finally been vanquished, but not by him. He felt so useless here. The whole time he couldn't move. It was as if Stain's quirk was amplified on top of his physical abilities. He and Todoroki went to help Izuku stand, but it appeared that Izuku couldn't without any support. My B-body. It's all numb. Izuku cried. The group was too focused on Izuku to notice the pair of symbiotes leave Stain's body though. They were able to make it to the outer streets where they attached themselves to a flying Namu who flew to the rooftops above. The Namu landed on one specific rooftop though, one that held Tamura, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri. The symbiotes removed themselves from the Namu afterwards. Oh, and what do we have here? A new symbiote that I don't recognize. Is it possible that this is a natural-born offspring? It's like picking up some rare treasure in a video game. Just my luck too. I think I'll make you my very own, Shigaraki stated. Shigaraki stretched his hand out to the new symbiote, but something strange happened. Rather than cover Shigaraki's body, it found one of Shigaraki's unhealed wounds and entered. Tamura hissed in pain for a second but realized something. That symbiote entered his bloodstream. You and I will make great partners. We both want one thing at the end of the day, and you want to know what that is. It's carnage. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor, or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. What is up, mortals? It is welcome to Season 2 Part 5 of What If Deku Had Venom. Shigaraki was frustrated to say the least. All anyone ever seemed to talk about was Stain. But what about him? What about the Namu who were released into the streets that night? The public acted like all that ever happened that night was that Stain was finally captured by Endeavor and nothing else. Even with these new recruits, the only reason they seemed to join the League of Villains was due to their belief that Stain was somehow associated with him. He honestly despised Stain. But if it was one thing he got out of Hasu that night, it was this new symbiote, Carnage. Does that sound good? Shigaraki asked. Shigaraki was sitting in the bar by what appeared to be himself, but the picture widened to reveal a red Inkai being with white eyes and sharp teeth sitting next to Shigaraki. Yeah, sounds good. But about those new recruits? What about them? What shall we do about them? Any plans? Those brats from UA. They went off to the mountains to train. There have been a couple interesting ones though. Could it be the ones known as Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki? Shigaraki laughed at the assumption. Two minds do think alike. Also yes, those are exactly the ones of interest. Midoriya for that symbiote he has. We weren't done experimenting with that one yet, and all of the creations we had were half-baked. Our strongest one was that one we call Scream, and even then, they're extremely unstable. Over time, their hosts begin to develop schizophrenia and an overabundance of bloodlust. A very bad combination to say the least. Neat. And what about the Bakugo kid? Simple really. The way he acted at the sports festival, it was unbecoming of a hero, but more so of a villain in their early stages. Nice. By the way, one of the new recruits, Toga was her name, seems interesting as well. Extremely interesting. Her obsession with blood is entertaining to say the least. I want part of me to be with her. She's 17, and you're an alien. I doubt she'll be interested in you in any venereal W. Not like that. You know exactly what I meant. Symbiotic bonding. Oh, and what about our bond? Just cutting off a hand or something would be good enough for bonding with Toga while our bond is relatively unchanged. After all, I can regenerate any and all lost limbs. Much more than that if I deem it necessary, honestly. Heh. Shigaraki nodded in understanding before ordering Kurogiri to get the squadron ready. While Shigaraki was busy though, Class 1A and 1B were in the middle of training. Day in and day out, the two classes were being trained rigorously to improve the strength of their quirks, as you all could tell from Bakugo's performance from the ball throw. There wasn't that much of a difference from the beginning of the year in terms of his score. You all may have developed your skills in terms of quirk usage, but that simply isn't good enough. Without the strength to back up those skills, then those skills will be absolutely useless in a fight. After that initial night, every single day for the two classes was agonizing to the core. At any moment, it seemed like some of the students were about to drop dead. Some, like mine, even bled throughout the process, but were forced to keep going in order to push their quirks to the absolute max. In Izuku's case, Aizawa had pulled him aside to discuss his quirk. That quirk of yours, it has quite a lot of abilities. But the one that interests me the most is that electrical shock ability of yours. Your fights were being recorded and I was able to see some of the tapes. That electrical shock you released in your fight against All Might was able to completely paralyze the hero. Yeah, that kind of happened by accident. Why, you see. When we were trying to charge all our energy into one of our arms for extra strength behind the attack. But we didn't expect for that electrical attack to be released instead. I mean I have a sentient quirk, so sometimes I say we instead of I. It's become more frequent recently. Aizawa nodded in understanding, if you say so. But I want you to especially focus on that ability. It seems to be really powerful. Focus on what you can do with that ability and how you can possibly lessen the output to where it won't be as powerful towards weaker opponents. Izuku nodded in agreement before he went off to train. Izuku breathed in and out before charging his body with the energy from before. It took a couple seconds, around 10 minutes 20, before Izuku was able to charge up with the power. Let's go, partner. Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. Izuku's body was covered by Venom throughout the process. But once they finished charging up power, they felt a wave of energy consume them. For the rest of the day, Izuku and Venom trained in managing the output of their upgraded strength throughout the time. Something that the two discovered was that when they held it inside for a good amount of time, there were some adverse effects. The first time they used this power, they fought Stain with it, who also had a symbiote bonded to him. Right after, Izuku's body became completely paralyzed. Izuku started to feel this about an hour into it. He struggled to move his right arm during this process. When he tried to release the energy outwards through his arms, there were huge shocks of energy similar to electricity. Destruction was left in their wake as Izuku struggled to control the output of the energy. It took a good 5 minutes before the energy shocks started to lessen in ferocity. But during this time it felt like Izuku's arm was beginning to erode away. Izuku wanted to stop multiple times throughout the process. It felt like his muscles were tearing away and Venom even struggled to hold on. Aizawa was watching Izuku's progress intently as well, so Izuku couldn't even stop. This is actually starting to sting. You know, we can't stop now. We aren't allowed to stop. Once the day was over, everyone was exhausted. Some of the students dropped dead. They immediately fell asleep, but were forced awake by Aizawa. Izuku could barely move after the events that happened throughout the day. That ability of theirs was incredibly strong, sure. But it was also hard to manage. At least they learned something today. They could use whatever that ability was called for a good amount of time, which could either multiply their strength and speed, or they could release bioelectric shocks from their arms if they really focused the energy a good amount there. It was weird, but it was pretty effective for battle. It was just that the drawbacks were terrible, which really made that power an extreme last resort. Being incapable of movement after using the ability was a big no-no. Not only that, but it also took a toll on them if they used the ability for too long. They would begin to feel strain in their body if they used the power internalized, and if they used it for electrical blasts. Then after a couple of minutes it would start to affect Venom's regenerative ability, cutting it down by a good portion temporarily. It even began to hurt Venom as well. That ability was frustrating to say the least. The students practiced cooking curry afterwards. Those who failed their practical exams were removed from the rest of the group by Aizawa in order to take their remedial classes. Izuku was in the process of cooking some curry when he noticed something. The little kid, Kota was his name. A thought came into Izuku's mind. Where exactly was the little boy going? He went to find Mandalay. He figured that he was her kid, considering Kota looked the most like her. Well, not much, but they shared a couple of similarities that none of the others had. Hey Mandalay, about Kota. Is he your kid? She denied it and explained that Kota was actually her second cousin. One of her cousins was actually one of Kota's biological parents. The problem, though, was what caused Kota's mindset about hating heroes in the very first place. His parents were a famous pro-hero group known as the Water Hose Duo. His parents defended a village against an incredibly dangerous villain. He was known as Muscular, and a rank villain. They put in their best efforts in order to protect the people, but they died in the process. They were able to wound the villain, sure, but the price they had to pay completely changed Kota's outlook on life. That's pretty rough. I see. Well, I'll change Kota's outlook on heroes if it's the last thing I do. Izuku, with this new information, went to look for Kota. He wanted to genuinely help the kid. He could even see a little bit of himself in Kota. If Venom never bonded with him and never met All Might, he most likely would have never made it into UA. If he never made it into UA, he could only imagine how devastated he would have been. He would have to face reality that he would never become a hero, all because of one anomaly in his genetics. He curled his fingers into a fist at the thought of it and punched one of the walls at the thought of it. The strength behind it was more than he expected. He left an imprint of his fist in the rock wall. Who's there? Izuku looked around and saw Kota sitting by the mountain cliff. He tried to talk to the boy. But as soon as Kota saw who was there, he immediately turned away from Izuku. Go away. Izuku didn't listen and walked closer to the boy. But when he did, he noticed something. Fire. This can't be a regular forest fire either. Those are blue flames. Someone's intruding the premises. Izuku immediately went high alert at the mention of this. Venom was screaming in his head. But what made things even worse was when his spider sense went off the rails. It was like a fire alarm was in the process of sounding off in his head. He fell down to his knees and clutched his head in pain. Kota looked at Izuku with an eyebrow raised. What was this guy up to? Was this meant to be his sorry attempt at getting his attention? How pathetic. He looked away from Izuku. But he jumped when he saw a tall figure draped in a cloak which concealed their appearance. Hey kid, nice hat. You want to trade? I really don't like my mask. That voice. It sounds so familiar. A sudden blur of memories rushed through Kota's mind as he tried to remember that voice. That unforgettable voice. The voice of that monster. The monster that killed his parents. Kota immediately went on the defensive and he activated his quirk. Oh, that quirk of yours. It's almost too familiar. You must be that water hose duo's kid. Nice. I can reunite you with your parents. Kid, isn't that something that heroes do? Huh. The large figure grabbed their cloak and yanked it off of their body to reveal the person underneath. It was none other than the villain from the village incident way back when. He had blonde hair, wore a dark red tank top, black pants, and shared some resemblance to Katsuki. Izuku's spider sense was pounding in his head. It was like his senses were screaming at him to get out of this terrible situation he was in now. But he looked down at Kota. He couldn't leave the boy behind. He pushed himself up and rushed over to grab Kota. But he wasn't fast enough. Muscular had already grabbed Kota by the throat and held him up in the air with a sadistic smile on his face. Let him go. Izuku charged at Muscular and elbowed the man in the gut with Venom already having covered his body. Muscular gasped in shock from the pain and let go of Kota. But he looked down at Izuku. You must be that Midoriya brat. The boss wanted to see you. He already told us how to subdue you as well if any of us ever encountered you during this raid. He pulled out a lighter and threw it at Izuku. Izuku backhanded the lighter away from his body. But Muscular continued to smile as Izuku saw some oil on the ground next to the lighter. He put two and two together, realizing what it was. No. Gasoline and fire. The worst thing that could happen at this moment. Izuku realized that his best chance at surviving here would be to jump off the cliff and stick the landing. But what about Kota? He grabbed the boy and threw him to the other side. Get out of here. Get help if you can. Izuku saw Kota's teary eyes. He was scared, but he ran. He looked back at Muscular and the spreading fire that was obscuring his vision. His heart was racing the closer the fire got to him, but then he looked back at the cliff and jumped, praying that he could land somewhere in the forest with no fire. But something grabbed his leg right as he fell. He looked up to see it was Muscular. I don't think so. Kid, you're coming with us. Muscular threw Izuku up into the air and grabbed him by the leg, yanking him back down to the stone floor before flinging him into the fire. Izuku screamed out in immense pain as the fire forced Venom to retreat back into Izuku's body while he had to take the burns. Now that little symbiote of yours is out of the way, we can focus on you alone. Muscular grabbed Izuku by the hair and continuously smashed the boy's face into the ground until he bled profusely. Completely unconscious, he slung Izuku on his back and disappeared into the night. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up mortal? Welcome to part 5 season 2 of What If Deku Had Venom. Shigaraki was frustrated to say the least. All anyone ever seemed to talk about was Stain. But what about him? What about the Namu who were released into the streets that night? The public acted like all that ever happened that night was that Stain was finally captured by Endeavor and nothing else. Even with these new recruits, the only reason they seemed to join the League of Villains was due to their belief that Stain was somehow associated with him. He honestly despised Stain. But if it was one thing he got out of Hasu that night, it was this new symbiote. Carnage. Does that sound good? Shigaraki asked. Shigaraki was sitting in the bar by what appeared to be himself. But the picture widened to reveal a red and Kai being with white eyes and sharp teeth sitting next to Shigaraki. Yeah, sounds good. But about those new recruits, what about them? What shall we do about them? Any plans? Those brats from UA. They went off to the mountains to train. There have been a couple interesting ones though. Could it be the ones known as Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki? Shigaraki laughed at the assumption. Two minds do think alike. Also yes, those are exactly the ones of interest. Midoriya for that symbiote he has. We weren't done experimenting with that one yet, and all of the creations we had were half-baked. Our strongest one was that one we call Scream, and even then, they're extremely unstable. Over time, their hosts begin to develop schizophrenia and an overabundance of bloodlust. A very bad combination to say the least. Neat. And what about the Bakugo kid? Simple really. The way he acted at the sports festival. It was unbecoming of a hero, but more so of a villain in their early stages. Nice. By the way, one of the new recruits, Toga was her name, seems interesting as well. Extremely interesting. Her obsession with blood is entertaining to say the least. I want part of me to be with her. She's 17, and you're an alien. I doubt she'll be interested in you in any venereal W. Not like that. You know exactly what I meant. Symbiotic bonding. Though, and what about our bond? Just cutting off a hand or something would be good enough for bonding with Toga while our bond is relatively unchanged. After all, I can regenerate any and all lost limbs. Much more than that if I deem it necessary, honestly. Heh. Shigaraki nodded in understanding before ordering Kurogiri to get the squadron ready. While Shigaraki was busy though, Class 1A and 1B were in the middle of training. Day in and day out the two classes were being trained rigorously to improve the strength of their quirks, as you all could tell from Bakugo's performance from the ball throw. There wasn't that much of a difference from the beginning of the year in terms of his score. You all may have developed your skills in terms of quirk usage, but that simply isn't good enough. Without the strength to back up those skills, then those skills will be absolutely useless in a fight. After that initial night, every single day for the two classes was agonizing to the core. At any moment, it seemed like some of the students were about to drop dead. Some like mine even bled throughout the process, but were forced to keep going in order to push their quirks to the absolute max. In Izuku's case, Aizawa had pulled him aside to discuss his quirk. That quirk of yours, it has quite a lot of abilities, but the one that interests me the most is that electrical shock ability of yours. Your fights were being recorded and I was able to see some of the tapes. That electrical shock you released in your fight against All Might was able to completely paralyze the hero. Yeah, that kind of happened by accident. Why, you see, when we were trying to charge all our energy into one of our arms for extra strength behind the attack, but we didn't expect for that electrical attack to be released instead. I mean I have a sentient quirk, so sometimes I say we instead of I. It's become more frequent recently. Aizawa nodded in understanding. If you say so. But I want you to especially focus on that ability. It seems to be really powerful. Focus on what you can do with that ability and how you can possibly lessen the output to where it won't be as powerful towards weaker opponents. Izuku nodded in agreement before he went off to train. Izuku breathed in and out before charging his body with the energy from before. It took a couple seconds, around 10 minutes 20, before Izuku was able to charge up with the power. Let's go, partner. Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. Izuku's body was covered by Venom throughout the process, but once they finished charging up power, they felt a wave of energy consume them. For the rest of the day, Izuku and Venom trained in managing the output of their upgraded strength. Throughout the time, something that the two discovered was that when they held it inside for a good amount of time, there were some adverse effects. The first time they used this power, they fought Stain with it, who also had a symbiote bonded to him. Right after, Izuku's body became completely paralyzed. Izuku started to feel this about an hour into it. He struggled to move his right arm during this process. When he tried to release the energy outwards through his arms, there were huge shocks of energy similar to electricity. Destruction was left in their wake as Izuku struggled to control the output of the energy. It took a good 5 minutes before the energy shocks started to lessen in ferocity. But during this time it felt like Izuku's arm was beginning to erode away. Izuku wanted to stop multiple times throughout the process. It felt like his muscles were tearing away and Venom even struggled to hold on. Aizawa was watching Izuku's progress intently as well, so Izuku couldn't even stop. This is actually starting to sting. You know, we can't stop now. We aren't allowed to stop. Once the day was over, everyone was exhausted. Some of the students dropped dead. They immediately fell asleep, but were forced awake by Aizawa. Izuku could barely move after the events that happened throughout the day. That ability of theirs was incredibly strong, sure, but it was also hard to manage. At least they learned something today. They could use whatever that ability was called for a good amount of time, which could either multiply their strength and speed, or they could release bioelectric shocks from their arms if they really focused the energy a good amount there. It was weird, but it was pretty effective for battle. It was just that the drawbacks were terrible, which really made that power an extreme last resort. Being incapable of movement after using the ability was a big no-no. Not only that, but it also took a toll on them if they used the ability for too long. They would begin to feel strain in their body if they used the power internalized, and if they used it for electrical blasts. Then after a couple of minutes it would start to affect Venom's regenerative ability, cutting it down by a good portion temporarily. It even began to hurt Venom as well. That ability was frustrating to say the least. The students practiced cooking curry afterwards. Those who failed their practical exams were removed from the rest of the group by Aizawa in order to take their remedial classes. Izuku was in the process of cooking some curry when he noticed something. The little kid, Koda was his name. A thought came into Izuku's mind. Where exactly was the little boy going? He went to find Mandalay. He figured that he was her kid, considering Koda looked the most like her. Well, not much, but they shared a couple of similarities that none of the others had. Hey Mandalay, about Koda. Is he your kid? She denied it and explained that Koda was actually her second cousin. One of her cousins was actually one of Koda's biological parents. The problem, though, was what caused Koda's mindset about hating heroes in the very first place. His parents were a famous pro-hero group known as the Water Hose Duo. His parents defended a village against an incredibly dangerous villain. He was known as Muscular, and a rank villain. They put in their best efforts in order to protect the people, but they died in the process. They were able to wound the villain, sure, but the price they had to pay completely changed Koda's outlook on life. That's pretty rough. I see. Well, I'll change Koda's outlook on heroes if it's the last thing I do. Izuku, with this new information, went to look for Koda. He wanted to genuinely help the kid. He could even see a little bit of himself in Koda. If Venom never bonded with him and never met All Might, he most likely would have never made it into UA. If he never made it into UA, he could only imagine how devastated he would have been. He would have to face reality that he would never become a hero, all because of one anomaly in his genetics. He curled his fingers into a fist at the thought of it and punched one of the walls at the thought of it. The strength behind it was more than he expected. He left an imprint of his fist in the rock wall. Who's there? Izuku looked around and saw Koda sitting by the mountain cliff. He tried to talk to the boy, but as soon as Koda saw who was there, he immediately turned away from Izuku. Go away. Izuku didn't listen and walked closer to the boy. But when he did, he noticed something. Fire. This can't be a regular forest fire either. Those are blue flames. Someone's intruding the premises. Izuku immediately went high alert at the mention of this. Venom was screaming in his head. But what made things even worse was when his spider sense went off the rails. It was like a fire alarm was in the process of sounding off in his head. He fell down to his knees and clutched his head in pain. Koda looked at Izuku with an eyebrow raised. What was this guy up to? Was this meant to be his sorry attempt at getting his attention? How pathetic. He looked away from Izuku, but he jumped when he saw a tall figure draped in a cloak which concealed their appearance. Hey kid, nice hat. You want to trade? I really don't like my mask. THTH, that voice. It sounds so familiar. A sudden blur of memories rushed through Koda's mind as he tried to remember that voice. That unforgettable voice. The voice of that monster. The monster that killed his parents. Koda immediately went on the defensive and he activated his quirk. Oh, that quirk of yours. It's almost too familiar. You must be that Water Hose Duo's kid. Nice. I can reunite you with your parents. Kid, isn't that something that heroes do? Huh. The large figure grabbed their cloak and yanked it off of their body to reveal the person underneath. It was none other than the villain from the village incident way back when. He had blonde hair, wore a dark red tank top, black pants, and shared some resemblance to Katsuki. Izuku's spider sense was pounding in his head. It was like his senses were screaming at him to get out of this terrible situation he was in now. But he looked down at Koda. He couldn't leave the boy behind. He pushed himself up and rushed over to grab Koda. But he wasn't fast enough. Muscular had already grabbed Koda by the throat and held him up in the air with a sadistic smile on his face. Let him go. Izuku charged at Muscular and elbowed the man in the gut, with Venom already having covered his body. Muscular gasped in shock from the pain and let go of Koda. But he looked down at Izuku. You must be that Midoriya brat. The boss wanted to see you. He already told us how to subdue you as well if any of us ever encountered you during this raid. He pulled out a lighter and threw it at Izuku. Izuku backhanded the lighter away from his body. But Muscular continued to smile as Izuku saw some oil on the ground next to the lighter. He put two and two together, realizing what it was. No. Gasoline and fire. The worst thing that could happen at this moment. Izuku realized that his best chance at surviving here would be to jump off the cliff and stick the landing. But what about Koda? He grabbed the boy and threw him to the other side. Get out of here. Get help if you can. Izuku saw Koda's teary eyes. He was scared, but he ran. He looked back at Muscular and the spreading fire that was obscuring his vision. His heart was racing the closer the fire got to him, but then he looked back at the cliff and jumped, praying that he could land somewhere in the forest with no fire. But something grabbed his leg right as he fell. He looked up to see it was Muscular. I don't think so, kid. You're coming with us. Muscular threw Izuku up into the air and grabbed him by the leg, yanking him back down to the stone floor before flinging him into the fire. Izuku screamed out in immense pain as the fire forced Venom to retreat back into Izuku's body while he had to take the burns. Now that little symbiote of yours is out of the way, we can focus on you alone. Muscular grabbed Izuku by the hair and continuously smashed the boy's face into the ground until he bled profusely. Completely unconscious, he slung Izuku on his back and disappeared into the night. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is, here with a new video for you. Welcome to Season 2 of What If Deku Had Venom. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Izuku screamed in pain. He was bleeding and tied up to a chair. Blood dripped down his head. It made this sound as if it was water falling to the floor. He breathed heavily, trying to catch his breath. He looked around and saw there were several villains circling around him. He recognized a couple: Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Muscular. The others he couldn't recognize at all. They were unfamiliar to him, but they had some interesting characteristics. A blonde-haired girl with messy buns who was also dressed up in a schoolgirl outfit. A man with black hair and burnt skin that was seemingly sewed onto his body. A reptilian-looking man with pink hair, and finally some dude who looked like a hippie. Oh yeah, there was also some Deadpool knockoff here as well. What do you want with me? Izuku asked. Shigaraki smirked at Izuku's sorry state. Well, isn't it obvious? Your symbiote, Venom. We weren't done with our experimentations on them. They managed to escape before we finished our project, and plans were halted up until now. All of the symbiotes we've made up until now couldn't compare to the original. Now, we can continue our research into perfecting our artificial symbiotes. Wait, what? What's all this mumbo-jumbo about symbiotes and experimenting? Izuku's eyes widened as he struggled to look towards his right. It was then that he realized that Bakugo was tied up next to him as well. Ah, you don't know. My, Midoriya. You've been keeping secrets from your own peers. That's quite unbecoming of a hero, isn't it? Well, don't worry, because when we're done with you, you won't be able to become a hero. Shigaraki laughed in Izuku's face. Why? I get why you captured me. But why Bakugo? What would you want off of him? He's powerful and skilled in his quirk. That attitude he had in the sports festival. He acted more fitting of a villain than a hero. Join us, Bakugo Katsuki. Join the League of Villains. Bakugo was silent for a second. Izuku's heart started to race. He was wondering what Bakugo was going to say. Was he really considering it? Sure, Bakugo answered. Izuku's heart stopped as he heard what Bakugo just said. He couldn't believe it. No, he refused to believe it. There was no way Bakugo could have accepted their offer to become a villain. For all the years he'd known him, he always wanted to become a hero, and the Bakugo he knew would never accept this. Smart kid, release the blonde kid, Shigaraki ordered. The blonde girl was the one to jump to it as she pulled out a knife from up her sleeve. She cut off the rope from Bakugo's chair, which effectively freed him from his restraints. Bakugo gripped his hands a couple times as he stood up before he looked at her and blasted an explosion in her face. What? You losers honestly thought I'd join your stupid villain club? Get a life. I'm going to become the #1 hero and surpass All Might if it's the last thing I do, Bakugo yelled, as the other villains tried to get close to Bakugo. The boy ripped off the restraints from Izuku. Come on, Deku. We're getting out of this stupid joint. Izuku nodded his head vigorously before he leaped out of his chair. The villains surrounded the two boys though. Izuku at first thought he would have to fight his way out with Bakugo and Venom. But something was up. Venom. It would be a very nice time to come out now. What's wrong, Deku? You can't use your weird quirk for some reason. I don't know what's wrong. Usually Venom would have enveloped me by now. Bakugo fended off Izuku from the swarm of villains. He threw several explosion-enhanced punches at some of the villains, such as the blonde girl and the reptilian man. But there were too many villains for him to fight off alone. Izuku was trying to wake up Venom. But nothing seemed to be working, and it was frustrating to say the very least. Shigaraki laughed. Haha, what's so funny? Isn't it obvious? You were unconscious for 3 days, 3 nights. We even engineered some chemicals that would keep you asleep in those 3 days. You honestly thought we wouldn't have been able to obtain your symbiote partner. I just wanted to see you suffer. That's all. This revelation caused Izuku to freeze. No. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't have lost Venom. They couldn't have taken him. There was no way. Venom was his partner, the one who helped him to become a hero in the first place. No, more so Venom was the reason he could become a hero in the first place. Without Venom, he was useless, a pathetic weakling. He would only be known as Deku without him. Defenseless. Izuku, that was who he was right now without Venom. Give him back, Izuku whispered. Shigaraki didn't hear the boy though. All his attention was focused on Bakugo as he was grabbed by the other villains. Bakugo screamed as he was subdued by them. They covered his mouth though in order to silence him. Tears began to fall down Bakugo's cheeks here. Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Comax Customs, a brand new clothing line made for the wearer. Comax Customs puts the customer first, offering a variety of clothing options ranging from casual to business casual. If you're looking for comfortable, easy-fitting clothing at low prices, check out Comax Customs today. Izuku, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't do anything here. He looked down at his hands. Honestly, he had no idea of what he could do here. He was completely useless here. He was only able to make it this far because of Venom, not by his own strength. It was now he realized just how useless he was. Shigaraki laughed at what he saw. One boy was completely lost after losing that symbiote of his and that Bakugo kid. Oh, he especially laughed at what happened to Bakugo. He thought he was so clever. He honestly thought he could escape with the bastard Midoriya. But once he revealed that Venom was already stripped away from him, he seemed to lose any and all hope he once had. Ugh, what's so funny? Finally woke up after trying to bond with Toga? Yeah, never again. Can't bond with more than one living being at a time. Days would go by with Izuku continuously tortured by Shigaraki. Venom was continuously experimented on as well. There was no end to this science experiment of theirs. Dr. Yujiko even experimented on Shigaraki and Carnage on a couple of occasions to speed up their progress. They knew the heroes would be coming sometime soon. They were on borrowed time here. They needed to get as much progress done before the heroes arrived. They probably gathered a huge group to make a full-on raid on their hideout. They were probably just in the middle of searching for their hideout now. Shigaraki clicked his tongue at the thought of it. He wanted to continue until he could make a proper clone of the symbiotes. He wanted to go even further beyond actually. He wanted to create the ultimate symbiote, originally. It was all about killing the symbol of peace and also about the creation of an army of symbiotes under his control. The two goals kind of went hand in hand. He wasn't strong enough originally. But ever since he bonded with Carnage, he began to view things differently. He saw that there was far more potential power in the symbiotes than he once thought. What did he want now? Well, it was simple really. He wanted to produce the strongest symbiote known to man. He would have all the power and influence from there on. He would finally be able to run this hero society down to the ground. Absolute chaos would lay in his wake. Death everywhere. Absolute carnage. Oh, how he loved that dream. Back at UA, many of the students were worried for their classmates Izuku and Bakugo. Not just that, but what was currently happening to their school. The public was severely against the school after the big incident at their summer training camp. The media was ruthless with UAS faculty to the point there were even titles that brought up suspending some of the hero licenses from the teachers, or even worse actually. Some news headlines brought up the topic about how bad the teachers had become at protecting their students in recent times that they were considering removing their hero licenses altogether. Not just their hero licenses, but also their teaching licenses as well, in order to make sure they would never teach again. Rumors were floating around the school and the general public about UA even being shut down. Uraraka tried to approach the teachers about this, but all of them kept their mouths sealed. This aggravated Uraraka greatly. How could she stay relaxed in such a tense situation? She tried talking to her classmates about it, but so many of them acted unreasonable here. So many were gloomy about the whole situation, but few even thought about taking charge. I don't know about you all, but I'm tired of sitting around waiting for heroes to save the day. We are heroes in training, and all the pros are ever telling us is to stand back while they handle all the work. But it doesn't appear like they are doing much more than handling the media. Urara, if you're trying to tell me to calm down, then I suggest you save it. Two-Face. Todoroki, when he heard this and felt this out of character fiery aura from the rosy-cheeked girl, bit his tongue and squirmed back in his seat. And what do you suggest we do, Uraraka? I already put a tracking device on one of the Nama back there which gave the heroes a lead on the villain's whereabouts. Momo tried to explain. That's not enough. Okay, look, we are Class 1A and we have had our trials and tribulations with the League of Villains. But now they have gone too far. They have kidnapped 2 of our classmates and the heroes want us to wait for them to save the day. It's been a whole week already and the teachers refuse to tell us any developments regarding the villain hideout raid. I know you all are tired of being kept in the dark, so you know what I suggest. I suggest we rescue them ourselves. Once the class heard those last couple of words from the Gravity Girl, there was an uproar of commotion regarding her statement. Uraraka is right, guys. I say we listen to her and go rescue our friends, Kirishima exclaimed. A couple agreed as well. Edo was reluctant at first, but he agreed to it as well. Only on one condition though. If things went too far out of hand, he would personally drag any and all of his classmates out of the scene. Others, such as Tsuyu, weren't so keen to Achako's idea though. She went so far as to state that they were basically acting like villains here by breaking the rules. Achako apologized to Tsuyu for the fact the frog girl felt the way she did, but she wasn't going to let another moment be wasted with their friends in the hands of the League of Villains. She could only imagine the torture that the 2 boys must have been going through at the moment. Tsuyu refused to take any part in Achako's plans and left the room. Achako refused to falter though, as she discussed with the remaining classmates her plan to rescue Izuku and Bakugo. She would need Ida, Momo, Todoroki, and Kirishima for the plan to work. The rest of their classmates would have to keep this. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is, here with a new video for you. Welcome to Season 2 of What If Deku Had Venom. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax. You're in for a treat. So, we begin. Izuku felt like giving up here. He had no power and he'd been captured by the League of Villains. Not only that, but Bakugo was dragged into this mess as well. How pathetic. He honestly felt like laughing at his despair. He was just a quirkless nobody. Again, boy, nerd, what's the matter with you? Bakugo yelled. Isn't it obvious, Kaken? I'm useless. That quirk that just suddenly manifested wasn't even a quirk. It was a living being that wanted to escape the League, and look what happened. We've been captured and Venom is now in the hands of Shigaraki's goons. Bakugo heard Izuku begin to tear up. He snarled in disgust at this. Oh good grief, is that it? No. Izuku, get yourself together. Whatever happened to that bright-eyed kid who would never falter in his dreams despite what everyone would tell him? How would he feel if he saw the pitiful state you're in now? Kaken, Izuku sniffled. That's the first time in ages you've ever called me by my real name. Yeah, and I want you to stop calling me Kaken already. It's annoying, but I admit that I kind of respected you for never giving up. You even went so far as to change the meaning of your nickname, so I want you to live up to the meaning of it so we can both get out of here. But how could we escape though? Last time we tried, we were surrounded and taken down by all of the villains there. What would make this time any different? Simple really. Last time I was fighting by myself, but this time I'm hoping to be fighting as a tag team. You've studied my fighting moves for years, so I expect no one else to be able to fight as fluently alongside me as you. So, what do you say? Izuku. Deku agreed with Bakugo here. Good. Bakugo blasted a series of explosions at his restraints in order to at least loosen them enough for him to slip out of them. After he was done with his own, he did the same for Izuku. This caught the League members' attention though. Izuku and Bakugo got into fighting stances, but a new factor suddenly joined the equation. They heard a knock at the door. Pizza delivery. Who ordered pizza? Dabai asked. Izuku and Bakugo looked at each other in confusion at what was going on until something came crashing through into the building. Of Justice. What? All Might. It wasn't just All Might who appeared though. Several heroes arrived at the scene who made quick work of the villains. Kamui Woods managed to grab many of the League members at once in his lacquered chains prison technique. Dabai tried to burn the wood restraints, but before he could do so, Gran Torino leaped into action. He kicked Dabai in the face. All Might chastised Shigaraki for his underestimation of heroes. Don't even bother trying to escape honestly. You're surrounded. We have police forces and heroes surrounding your whole hideout from outside as we escape. Underestimate you? Oh no, All Might. It's the other way around. You underestimate us. This caught the heroes off guard as they didn't expect for this strange, red substance to surround Shigaraki's body. Shigaraki, once carnage completely covered him, was able to easily break away from his restraints. Kamui Woods widened his eyes in shock and fear. That was one of his strongest moves, and this guy just broke away from it with little to no effort at all. How? What was this guy made out of? Shigaraki lunged at the heroes, but a black liquid began to cover his and the rest of the villains' bodies. All Might looked over to see if this was Kurogiri's doing, but Edshot had already knocked the Warp Gate user unconscious. What made All Might's heart drop in this moment though was when he saw his two students, Bakugo and Midoriya, also become submerged in this black liquid and get teleported away. He tried to grab onto them to stop them from disappearing, but he wasn't swift enough. He screamed in anguish after this happened. One moment they were just in his line of sight. The next they completely disappeared. What made things even worse here is when he was informed that their reinforcements were being attacked by a herd of Namo. Some appeared stronger than others and seemed to have some sort of actual sentience. Actually, the ones who did appeared to even look similar to the one he fought back at the USJ before he could do anything else. He heard a giant explosion released which destroyed the League of Villains warehouse. Several heroes were in that warehouse though. No, this could not be happening right now. All Might never planned for all of these variables. All Might feared the worst for his comrades. When it came onto Uraraka's group, they saw everything that happened. Needless to say, they were shocked beyond means end. They were filled to the brim with fear at this moment, as well as soon as they saw a strange-looking person wearing a suit float into the sky. His face was completely mangled to the point it was unrecognizable. But he had this aura, this very intense aura of his that made them tremble in his presence. They didn't know what was with this guy. But he was unlike anyone they'd ever faced before, and they'd faced a lot already. Uraraka shook her head and slapped her cheeks in order to help herself snap out of it. She ordered for everybody to get into their positions and get their heads in the game. They all nodded and got into position. Uraraka used her anti-gravity quirk in order to cause everyone to float. Ada used his engines to launch the team forwards. They saw Izuku and Bakugo surrounded by the other League of Villains members. Kirishima stretched out his hand towards the two. Bakugo was able to notice this and he grabbed Izuku's arm suddenly, which caused the green-haired boy to jump a bit in surprise. Bakugo launched a huge explosion which sent the two boys flying into the air. Bakugo grabbed Kirishima's hand and gripped it tight. Shigaraki saw what happened and growled. I don't think so. Izuku looked down and he could feel his heart practically beat out of his chest because of what was happening at this very moment. Shigaraki was completely enveloped by a primarily red symbiote and he was leaping towards them with giant claws out. It was a terrifying sight, to be honest. Very few wouldn't be unnerved here. Guys, Shigaraki's approaching us at a rapid pace. The students looked down to see what Izuku was talking about. They weren't aware of Shigaraki's upgrades, but they were in for a rude awakening. None of them expected for Shigaraki to even be able to get so far off the ground, let alone what looked like a red demon with their talons out that was about to grab them. Ada, add more power to those engines of yours. We can't let them get us. Reciproco burst, he yelled. Release. Uraraka yelled as she put her fingers together. The students were suddenly propelled downwards thanks to the combination of moves used. Shigaraki tusked as he grabbed thin air. He grew frustrated as one of the heroes, Mount Lady, he believed was her name, snatched him up and threw him to the ground. He groaned in slight pain before he got back up on his two legs. You heroes are so annoying. Shigaraki was about to attack the heroine, but he became distracted by something else. It was this black substance again. He looked over to All For One. His sensei. What was he doing? Sensei, Shigaraki cried out. Shigaraki, my time is over. It's your time now to make your impact on society. Shigaraki and the rest of the League members were teleported away from the area. It was now that the two titans would clash. All For One turned to face All Might and smiled at the man. You know, All Might, I really do disdain you and your hero society. I hate you with every fiber of my being, and after what you'd done to me in the past, I figured revenge was in order. What are you getting at, All For One? Nana Shimura, your deceased master, the one I killed. Well, you see, how can I put this into words a brute like you could understand? Well, Shigaraki, the one that you tried to hurt multiple times now, is actually her grandson. All Might's jaw dropped in shock. His heart dropped at that moment. There was no way. It couldn't be. It wasn't true. No, he refused to believe it. Oh, I can only imagine her rolling in her grave knowing you've been attacking someone from her lineage, her only living descendant. You lie, All Might yelled. His birth name was Tenko Shimura. After his family died in a tragic accident, he was left on the streets fending for himself. No one even batted an eye. He waited for a hero to come and save him, but no one ever came. So imagine a villain like yours truly seeing him in such a pathetic state. Out of the kindness of my heart, I took him in and even gave him my last name. All Might gripped his fists tight and clenched his jaw in rage. All For One, you diabolical fiend. All Might launched himself at All For One and gave the evildoer an uppercut. He didn't stop after that though. All Might was relentless here. He swung a haymaker at All For One, causing him to spit up some blood. All For One was confused. Where did this renewed strength come from? Then he remembered what he heard from Tamura after the USJ incident. Stupid symbiote must have healed up All Might's injury slightly. That gave him an idea though. He couldn't believe he'd never thought of it before. But before he could take action though, All Might delivered another attack on All For One. All Might headbutted All For One. But All For One used a blast wave to launch All Might off of him. It managed to do the trick, and All For One was relieved to be freed of All Might's heavy attacks. It honestly felt like a freight train hit him. Geez, All For One summoned all of his Namu to their space. But he did something All Might never expected for the man to do. The Namu who had symbiotes reached out towards All For One and the man grabbed them. He laughed while doing so. It was for a good reason though, as one of the symbiotes removed themselves from their Namu and latched onto All For One. I underestimated the power of these symbiotes. I never expected to feel so strong ever again. Now die All Might. All For One was completely covered in a new symbiote that was peculiar to say the least. It didn't look the same way as the other symbiotes. Instead, they had red eyes and their skin was black and greenish yellow. All Might didn't know how well he would do in this battle now. All For One just got his hands on another symbiote. But All Might was stronger now. He still had those embers of One For All left, so he had to make the most of the limited time he had left. Both All Might and All For One charged at each other. All Might was able to dodge a punch from All For One and gave a quick jab to All For One. All For One didn't appear to be too affected though. All For One grabbed All Might's arm and bit All Might. The hero hissed in pain before he grabbed All For One's head and squeezed it. He punched All For One in the face multiple times and threw a punch to his stomach. The force behind the punch sent All For One flying back. All Might looked back at his bleeding arm. He could practically feel One For All leaving him at this point. But he had to hold on to it for a little longer. All Might breathed heavily. He saw All For One rush back at him. Before he could even move an inch, All For One slashed All Might's chest, causing blood to dribble down. All For One enhanced his already multiplied strength by stacking multiple quirks together in one arm afterwards. It formed into something grotesque to say the least. This is the end All Might. All Might felt his time literally cut in half at this moment. He clutched his chest in pain and his focus was off. He could feel himself losing his form, but he tried to hold on as if he was holding on for dear life. It may as well have been at this point. He looked at All For One and smiled. I agree. This is the end. All For One went in for an attack that hit All Might's side. It cut through, leaving All Might's body in shambles. Another part of his stomach was removed. All Might threw a fairly weak punch at first that All For One even commented on. But All Might revealed something. I didn't put my back into it. What? United States of Smash. All Might yelled. All Might struck All For One in the face one last time. But there was far more strength behind the punch this time around. So much that there was enough wind pressure to create a crater in the ground and form a twister. All For One was left beaten into the ground, defeated. It didn't help that the symbiote that was once bonded with him left his side. All Might collapsed to his knees in exhaustion and pain. He didn't notice the symbiote leave. He forced himself up though. He saw the cameras recording him. He was now in his skinny state, exposed to the rest of the world. Everyone could now see his sorry state. But he wouldn't falter. Not this time. He pointed to the cameras and stated, "You're next." All the civilians who watched cheered in their belief that All Might was talking about the next generation of heroes. Either that or any other villains out there. That they would be on the heroes' hit list. All Might mustered up the strength to transform back into his muscular state one last time with his fist raised up high. It was at this moment All Might collapsed, face first, into the ground. Everyone gasped and paramedics were immediately on the scene. Police officers were also on the scene as they contained All For One in a specially designed straitjacket. The paramedics put All Might on one of their stretchers and led him to their emergency vehicle. None saw the black substance make its way onto All Might's foot in the process. Once All Might was in the vehicle and taken to the hospital in order to be cared for his injuries, police officers then went to investigate the premises in order to find any remnants of these strange symbiotic creatures. They were able to find an evacuated lab where it appeared the League of Villains held their experiments. It was then they found a couple of leftover symbiotes and one completely black and white symbiote that looked like it had been put through the ringer. Sheesh. Unexpected for what would happen next. An obscured figure watched the whole event take place in Camino Ward and hummed before getting up off of their chair and proceeded to put on a pair of gloves. There would be huge ramifications to society onward. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up mortals? Welcome to Season 3 Part 1 of What If Deku Had Venom. It had only been a couple days since the passing of the symbol of peace, but the effects of his death were showing. Crime rates had risen up dramatically ever since the news was brought out about All Might's death. Those who had known All Might personally had mourned his death the most. All Might was more than just the number one hero to them. He was a friend. He was their teacher. He was their support system. Someone who they could always fall back on when they were going through rough times. Even Aizawa shed a couple tears at his funeral, something uncharacteristic of the stoic teacher. He never liked to admit it, but he did. At the very least, respect All Might for his heroic nature. He was a buffoon for the longest he'd known the man, but it was a strangely charming characteristic of the man. Despite all his faults, he would never falter and try his darndest to look out for others. He gripped his fists tight. He'd lost another one. He'd let another one die. He cursed himself. All Might knew. Yaga's death provided painful memories to Aizawa. It reminded him of his late friend who didn't even get a chance to get that far before he tragically died protecting others. Aizawa and the whole of Class 1A left after a good couple of hours of grieving their loss. It hurt Izuku even more than the others here. He'd seen what had happened back there. All for One used a symbiote that looked rather unique to the rest in order to get the upper hand on All Might, which really pushed All Might to the upper extents of his limit. He felt terrible because a symbiote was the reason why he was even able to get this far in the first place. He knew Venom was different though. It wasn't Venom's fault at all here. But he couldn't help but feel bad just because of association. It almost felt like he killed his number one idol. More time passed by and UA decided to change the way their school operated in order to provide more protection to their students. The principal decided to turn the school into a boarding school. This came as a shock to many of the students. Some of the parents of the students were against the idea of their kids still attending the high school though. Inko Midoriya was one of them, especially after the revelation Izuku had seemingly lost his quirk somehow while he was held captive by the League of Villains. The principal of UA and Aizawa were practically pleading with Inko at this point to allow her son to continue to study at UA. Inko was about to force the two out of her apartment when they heard a knock at the door. Inko was confused when she heard this and looked through the peephole to see who it was that was knocking. She became even more confused when she found that it was the police at the door. She opened the door and invited the officers into her humble abode. What could I do for you kind officers? Inko asked. Sukachi was among the police here and shook his head at Inko. It's not what you could do for us, but more what we could offer for each other. Inko, Aizawa, Netsu, and Izuku all looked at the detective in confusion. Sukachi sighed. He then looked at Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. A couple of our police officers went to investigate the League of Villains labs where they seemingly produced the Namo. We were hoping to find anything to help us figure out how they are produced and what we could do in order to stop them. But we ended up finding something else entirely. Izuku was still confused. What did any of this have to do with him specifically? Wait, they mentioned labs though. Were they trying to imply what he was thinking? It looks like you're starting to get it. Well, I've got a question for you, Midoriya Izuku. Would you like to regain your quirk? Izuku sputtered hearing this. What do you mean? Well, this is where I'm going to have to ask you to come with us. The rest of this information is highly classified and highly important towards your future, especially with your connection to the League of Villains and All Might. Izuku didn't know what to say here. His mother tried to protest this, but Izuku realized he had to stand up for himself here and make his own decisions. He turned to face his mother and grabbed her hands. He looked her in the eyes with a deadly intense stare. He then spoke. Mom, I've been through a lot these past couple of months. You and I both know this. I know you want me to be safe. But if I don't try to put my foot down now, especially with what's going on in Japan right now, it will be impossible to predict what will happen in the future. I don't want to live with the fact that I could have made a change but just sat back and allowed Japan to continue to corrupt with villain activity. Inko didn't know how to respond here. She'd never seen her son so serious before. This was the first time he'd ever had such an intensity in his eyes. It was at this moment she realized that this wasn't her baby boy anymore. Izuku had grown up and no longer needed her protection. It was time for her to let go and allow him to make his own decisions. She sighed. Go. Once Inko gave the affirmative, Izuku left with Detective Sukachi and the other police officers in order to recover what he had lost. While this was going on though, the League of Villains were working to avoid the news outlets. Ever since the Camino Ward raid, they had been in a pretty bad position. Not only did they lose their hideout and their lab full of almost all of their research, but they also lost All for One. It made Shigaraki scream internally when he realized all of this. But at least one good thing came out of it. There was more chaos on the streets, so it was easier for them to be able to stay out of the limelight. Shigaraki could tell what was happening now. Society was crumbling. He could practically hear the foundations that All Might built up over the years crumble. He honestly felt like laughing a little. All that work All Might put in to create the perfect society was now being torn down. He could only imagine the guy rolling around in his grave. He practically cheered when he found out the hero died. He counted his losses and would improve from there on. especially now that Sensei wasn't there to guide him anymore. He had to grow by himself and his partners in crime from now on. He heard something about this Yakuza group who were emerging from the shadows though. Something was happening with their group that made them an incredible threat to society right now, and Shigaraki was intrigued. He already wanted to have a meeting with them. But rather than jump to approaching them this time around, he chose to be patient for once. He had a feeling they would come to him, and sure enough they did. Jiren informed him about how the leader of the Yakuza apparently wanted to have a meeting with him. He was intrigued hearing this honestly. He had twice been the one to go bring the leader of the Shy Hasekai over to their temporary hideout. He made sure that the other league members were there with him as well in case things didn't go so well in their interaction. Appearance-wise, he didn't know what he should have expected. But it was certainly nothing like what he ended up encountering. Before we get back into the video, let's hear a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Comax Customs, a brand new clothing line made for the wearer. Comax Customs puts the customer first, offering a variety of clothing options ranging from casual to business casual. If you're looking for comfortable, easy-fitting clothing at low prices, check out Comax Customs today. A man who looked to be within his mid to late 20s walked into his hideout alongside Twice. Twice introduced the two to each other, and Shigaraki was surprised to say the least. Man, this place is a dump. Even the quality of the villains here is unimpressive. Only mildly impressive one here is the musclehead over on the side. Shigaraki was growing more and more frustrated as the moments went by with this man belittling him. It took everything out of him to not just lash out at this guy right now. Who does this guy think he is? Magni was in outrage at hearing Overhaul's cruel words. But before they could do anything about it, Shigaraki stopped her by raising his hand toward them. They froze. Seems like they at least know that you're the top dog around here. Yeah, this guy. His mannerisms are just so different from everyone else's, Himiko commented. Mr. Compress turned to her and explained to her the history behind Overhaul and the Shy Hasekai. The reason why they were so different. How they were a powerful organization from way back in the day. Ever since All Might came into the picture, they had become one of the last surviving species from a long-gone era that were struggling to survive. You know your history, Houdini. I commend you for that at the very least, and as for your leader here, I would like to inform him that the Yakuza will make a comeback. How, you may ask? Well, ever since All for One's defeat by the hands of All Might, the role of the rulers of not only the darkness but also the light are currently vacant. It's up for grabs. Now, the question is who will fill the role for the darkness. Isn't it obvious? Me, of course. Oh. And how do you plan on going about it? Shigaraki was confused by Overhaul's question. What was this guy getting at? Judging by your silence, it seems that you don't have one. You didn't think this through, did you? Pathetic. But I suppose it makes sense considering all that has happened with you losing two valuable first-class pawns during this time. It's a miracle you didn't lose all of them already. Shigaraki was this close to lashing out at the man, but he tried to calm himself down. All this guy was doing was spewing words out his mouth. He could take that. It's not like he was an immediate threat. Yeah, he just wanted to get underneath Shigaraki's skin. But he wouldn't allow it. No way. He needed to show that he was indeed capable. Overhaul sighed while giving all his attention to Shigaraki. I'm quite disappointed in the League of Villains. Honestly, I didn't request to meet with you in order to join your group. Instead, I want to have things go the other way around. It would be of the League's best interest to join the Shy Hasekai under the control of a real leader who knows how to handle the power given to him. Join the next ruler of the darkness. The whole room was silent after Overhaul's monologue. The tension in the room was so thick it was suffocating. No one dared to say a word. It felt like an eternity passed before Shigaraki opened up his mouth. Leave. That was when Pandora's box was opened. Magni charged at Overhaul. She yelled at him and explained how the League would bow to no one, especially not to the likes of Overhaul's group. She used her quirk to force Overhaul to her and tried to hit him over the head with her weapon. But something happened. Something that caused Shigaraki to lose his cool at this very moment. Overhaul slipped off one of his gloves and had a finger touch her. That was it. That was all that was required for Magni to explode to bits and pieces before everyone's very eyes. How disgusting. To be fair though, he did throw the first punch. Mr. Compress was the next to charge in, but he tried to capture Overhaul using his quirk. As soon as Overhaul felt Compress's hand touch his arm, his eyes narrowed in disgust. Suddenly, Mr. Compress was shot and Overhaul blew up the man's left arm. It was then the League realized that Overhaul didn't come alone here. Tamura was beyond furious now. Carnage completely enveloped him as before he was just hiding in plain sight as his trench coat. Tamura had tried to stay calm throughout this whole interaction, But now Overhaul had gone too far. He killed one of his teammates and greatly wounded another. This was an unforgivable action on Overhaul's part. He charged at the Plague Doctor cosplayer. Overhaul ordered for a shield to block Shigaraki's upcoming attack. Sure enough, one did arrive, but Shigaraki went right through it and didn't slow down at all. A bullet was sent at Shigaraki, but he swatted it away. He clawed at Overhaul's chest, which left deep wounds there. Overhaul was bleeding profusely here. He looked at Shigaraki's new state in fear. He had heard nothing about this before and wondered just what this vile creature was before him. It looked like it came from the lower depths of hell if you asked him. Overhaul's subordinates finally showed themselves and stood in front of Overhaul in his injured state. Shigaraki tusked when he saw them. You know, things would have been far easier if you showed yourselves from the start. I guess I'm going to have to slaughter all of you. Overhaul quickly used his quirk on himself and reformed himself back into his uninjured state, although he groaned at the pain he felt from using this technique. He looked back to Shigaraki, although now he was more hesitant at approaching him. He knew nothing about what Shigaraki had transformed into and didn't know what he was capable of in this form. He kept his distance, but tried to defuse the situation. Look, it's a casualty on both sides. I killed one of your men. You killed one of mine. I think it would be wise on both sides to end the meeting here for now. Feel free to talk to us once you've calmed down, and maybe next time you can tell me more about this form of yours, Shigaraki. Shigaraki watched as Overhaul and his goons left the premises. Himiko, Twice, and Muscular all wanted to kill Overhaul for his actions here, but Shigaraki ordered them all to stand down. He looked down at his feet to notice that Overhaul left behind a business card of the sorts that revealed where the Yakuzas were apparently located. Carnage retreated from Shigaraki's body and formed back into the trench coat. He picked up the business card and tucked it in his pocket for safekeepings. He made another mistake here, but he would learn from it. He always did. The scene faded to black. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor, or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 3 Part 2 of What If Deku Had Venom. UA had finally completely converted themselves into a boarding school. It took quite a bit of convincing, but most of the UA students were granted permission by their parents in order to live in the school. In the case of Izuku, before he was allowed to stay at UA, he had to somehow gain back his quirk. It was pretty convenient for Detective Tsukachi to arrive during the whole interaction. It's good to have you back, Venom. It's good to be back, partner. Time flied right before their eyes as they became adjusted to dorm room life. Some events that were worth taking note of during the whole adaptation were that Class 1A ended up having a contest to see which one of them had the best designed room. Most of Class 1A were able to get their provisional hero licenses, with the exceptions being Bakugo and Todoroki, and a couple of the students had actually left the school either of their own accord or because of their parents. Some, like Minta and Hagakure, were of the group who left the school entirely. It was admittedly sad to see them go, but it was understandable. Times had become far more dangerous than they were before, and they'd already been through a lot, so most people put in their position who weren't necessarily all that strong would probably not want to have any part in the school anymore. Ever since then, Class 1A wasn't the same. Some of the students were a bit bummed out when they found out that not all of their friends that they'd made throughout the past year would continue to attend the same school as them. But they refused to focus on the negatives for too long. Not like they could really, because it didn't take very long for them to pick up training again. The teachers had become far more vicious in their training regimen for the students. They were worked down to the core, and the craziest part of all of this was that the students could understand where their teachers were coming from. After all of these events that had happened ever since the beginning of the school year, it made sense that the school would want to produce the best quality heroes they knew their students could be. One day, while the students were in the common room, Aizawa had actually appeared out of his sleeping bag to speak to his class. Hey, you all, follow me inside the classroom. I'll be talking to you all about your hero work studies. I know you all have been interested in hearing about it for a while now. Hearing this, all of the students jumped and followed their homeroom teacher to the classroom. Pretty much all of them had been anticipating hearing about this specific topic, especially now with everything going on. There were rumors going around about the teachers canceling the whole program, but the students wanted to know if this was indeed true. By the way, I lied. I won't be the one to talk to you about the hero work studies. Instead, I've brought in a couple of guests who have had personal experience with work studies. They can explain the differences between this program and the Hero Agency internships. Suddenly, 3 third-years walked into the classroom. One had black hair and elf-like ears. He appeared to be a bit shy. The second person of the group was a girl with blue hair that reached down to her waist. She seemed to be quite the bubbly and curious one of the group. Finally, there was a blonde-haired boy who looked like a buffed-up version of Tintin. They introduced themselves as Tamaki Amajiki, Nejire Hato, and Mirio Tagata. They were known as the Big Three of UA. When the younger students heard of this title, this immediately spiked all of their interests, as they had heard about how the Big Three were the best heroes in training with the most potential out of all the third years to make great heroes. If they weren't already all ears, they were certainly now, although they did have to face Nejire's barrage of questions. Izuku's attention was completely on Mirio, though. He practically looked like a mini All Might. Blonde hair, blue eyes, beefy to the bone. He had a feeling that this was All Might's successor. It was incredibly obvious. Yeah, his whole aura is reminiscent of All Might with a couple differences, but primarily like him. Mirio tried to get the class excited by having them chant a phrase, but they simply didn't understand it, which ruined Mirio's plan. He quickly decided to switch up his plans, though, since that introduction fell flat. How about we do something different? How about all of you get to team up against me in a fight? You know, to see how well all of you stack up against one of us. Before anyone else could get a word out, Bakugo stood up on his desk, setting off explosions in his hands. He yelled at Mirio, "Who do you think you are? You underestimating us? Huh? Well, guess what? I'll be the one to knock you down a peg. You got that, Tintin?" Mirio just smiled at Bakugo, completely unfazed by his rude behavior. Aizawa simply told Bakugo to sit back down unless he wanted to get detention. Bakugo huffed but did as he was told. Aizawa waved off Mirio and the rest of the class. He honestly didn't care. He just told them that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go too rough on them. Understandable. Right after everyone left, Aizawa pulled out his sleeping bag and took a quick nap. When everyone had changed into their gym uniforms and met up at Gym Gamma, Zero asked Mirio if he was absolutely sure that he wanted to fight the whole class at the same time. Mirio waved him off and laughed, confirming that Mirio was willing to take up the challenge. So, who wants to go first? Izuku, Bakugo, and Kirishima all stepped up. The three of them looked at each other, surprised that the others wanted to go first. Ajiro was the most shocked towards Izuku wanting to go first. He was pretty impressed and stood down. Bakugo begrudgingly also stood down, allowing Izuku to go first. Mirio was stretching throughout the whole decision-making process. Izuku walked up to the stadium and also stretched a little. "Oh, so you'll be the first one challenging me. You ready?" Izuku nodded and got into a fighting stance. The rest of Class 1A prepped up their quirks in order to also engage in combat against Mirio. Venom enveloped Izuku and they charged at Mirio. Mirio smirked before most of his clothes fell off besides his boxers. Izuku was in momentary shock when he saw this. It was something Mirio used to his advantage here, as he phased down into the ground before he popped right back up, uppercutting Izuku. This snapped Izuku out of his shock as he shot webs at Mirio, which he just phased through. Oh, he can phase through objects. Interesting. Don't think we've ever had to deal with one of those before. Sorry about the whole clothes falling off thing. My quirk allows me to phase through pretty much anything, which also includes clothes. Only reason why my boxers didn't fall off is because one of my mentors at the time suggested I request some boxers made for me that wouldn't fall off when I use my quirk outside of my hero costume for obvious reasons. Izuku simply nodded before the rest of Class 1A charged at Mirio. Tape, acid, explosions, and several more quirks were used to attack Mirio, but the boy was able to dodge the barrage of unorganized attacks. A punch to the gut, karate chop to the neck, a kick to the side, eye poke fake out. Several attacks from Mirio managed to somehow take down most of Class 1A. The students couldn't understand what this guy's quirk was and what exactly he couldn't do. It was quite a sight to behold. Aizawa stood in the corner watching all of the events pass. He turned his head to see Shoto just watching his classmates get dominated against. "So, you're not going to go out there and fight the guy as well?" Shoto shook his head. "I am not worthy. I failed my provisional exams, so I shouldn't participate," Todoroki responded. Aizawa nodded in understanding before he turned back to see the rest of his class's futile attempts at hitting Mirio. It got so bad to the point there were only about 2 combatants left to face off against Mirio. They were Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku with Venom ... So really 3 combatants technically. Izuku tried to formulate a plan on taking down Mirio in his head, but the explosive blonde was already way ahead of Izuku. Bakugo seemed to catch onto Mirio's movements and tried to duke it out with the older boy. Mirio went in to seemingly poke Bakugo in the eyes. Bakugo flinched and closed his eyes, But this attack of Mirio's was a feint. Something else happened though. Mirio phased through the ground and appeared right behind Bakugo. He was about to punch the blonde in the blonde, but Bakugo sent an explosion to the blue-eyed boy's face. Mirio was a bit surprised and made his face intangible in order to have the blast not hit him. Izuku saw this as a quick opportunity to get a shot in as well. He shot his webs at Mirio and they wrapped around Mirio's leg. Mirio looked down to see what grabbed him. But before he could properly realize, Izuku yanked Mirio towards him. Mirio was surprised to see this. He was now in the air and Izuku shot several webs at Mirio. Mirio phased right through all of them. But Izuku headbutted Mirio in the gut right afterwards. He was surprised it even connected. But that moment of happiness disappeared as he was then punched by Mirio in the face. It sent Izuku flying. He crashed into the wall. The force behind the punch was something Izuku wasn't expecting. He knew without a doubt that this was All Might's successor. He pushed himself off of the wall and landed on the ground. Thankfully, he managed to stand on his feet, but they were a bit wobbly. He could hear a couple of his bones pop as he walked back to the stadium. He saw Bakugo try to fight Mirio. But it looked like Bakugo was struggling to even get close to Mirio now. Mirio sent a couple of air punches at Bakugo when the air pressure from the punches seemed to be enough to send Bakugo back. Bakugo was frustrated to say the least. Mirio was already a pain to Bakugo. But now it seemed like the boy was holding back all this time. Where did this strength come from? It was comparable to All Might. But it couldn't be, could it? Bakugo shook his head and flew up into the air. Howitzer impact. Bakugo formed his tornado of fury and was coming down on Mirio. The boy saw this and smiled at Bakugo. This simply infuriated Bakugo even further. But Mirio just phased underneath the ground before he sprung back up. He shot an uppercut to Bakugo's jaw. But from Mirio's tension of the muscles, it appeared as if he held back even then. Bakugo was knocked out from his punch and he was sent crashing down to the floor. Izuku stood there in utter shock. This guy was the definition of overpowered. All of the students who were even able to move after Mirio's onslaught against the first years gathered around the boy. Most were asking what his quirk was and why it seemed like he had a sort of dual quirk like Todoroki and that other hero Captain Celebrity. Mirio was pretty vague on the strength part of his quirk. But he gladly explained the whole thing with his permeation quirk. After he finished talking to the students of Class 1A about how work studies helped him to evolve his quirk to where it was considered top tier among the student populace, he turned to face Izuku. "Hey, Midoriya was it? I'd like to talk to you in private." He knelt down and whispered into Izuku's ear. Once he heard what Mirio whispered, he looked at the older boy and nodded. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out mortals, have an amazing day. Hey, what is up mortals? Welcome to Season 3 Part 3 of What If Deku Had Venom. Shigaraki was clapping his hands in delight. After all of the chaos that had happened not too long ago, the League of Villains were finally getting a grip of themselves again. Magni died. Yes, that happened and he was plotting his revenge against Overhaul. But he had to play things smart. Last time he was reckless. But he wouldn't react the same again. This time, he tested Toga's abilities. Shigaraki knew what kind of quirk the girl had, but he didn't know how well she was at using it. He confronted her about it. She insisted that she was exceptional in being a spy with her quirk. Shigaraki nodded. He had 2 missions for her at the time. The first mission was to infiltrate UAS rival hero high school, Shikzu High, and keep up the impression that she was simply one of the students there until the provisional license exams were over. He'd managed to gather info about when it would be taking place from Jurin. It went perfectly. Heck, it was even better than he expected. She was able to take on the appearance of this one girl from Shikzu and she even made it into the provisional licensing exam. She was able to see how all of these hero students performed. She told him everything she saw during the time. She even mentioned the UA students. The ones that caught his interest the most were Bakugo, Todoroki, Uraraka, and Midoriya. Ah, you should have seen him. Izuku was so strong and he even made some people bleed. It was so beautiful. What do you mean when you said he made some people bleed? Oh, nothing much. When he was getting cornered by some opponents, he would just barge through them. Other times, he would use his webs to drag some of his opponents down so they would be in arm's reach for his classmate. He even tag-teamed with the Space Girl to make obstacles for people that were gunning for them. Shigaraki meditated on these words. It seemed like their fighting style got a bit more aggressive since the sports festival, possibly after their experimentation as well. Wait, Shigaraki laughed. Two tortured souls who worked together seemed like a bad combination, especially with the fact that these tortured souls probably wanted revenge on their oppressors. He could use that to his advantage, but he focused his thoughts back on Toga. Toga, I have another mission for you. Infiltrate the Shy Haseki. What? Calm down and be quiet for a second. I'm going to be making a phone call. What kind of foe? Shigaraki lifted up a finger signaling for her to keep her mouth shut. He pulled out his phone, a card, and dialed in a number. Hello, who's this and how did you get this number? It's Shigaraki. I've thought it over since our last interaction and we really did start off on the wrong foot. Depending on certain conditions, I'd be more willing this time around to join forces, just not the League getting absorbed into the Yakuza. You think we can arrange a meeting with that in mind? Once they arranged a time for Shigaraki to come to the Yakuza hideout, Shigaraki hung up. He looked back at Toga and smiled at her. Here's the plan. A couple days passed and Shigaraki was found sitting in a chair with his hands together. He was tapping his thumbs together. The frame zoomed out to reveal the whole room. Shigaraki sat directly facing Chisaki. One of his minions also sat next to Chisaki. Shigaraki looked around the room for a second before he broke the silence. What a depressing atmosphere. I like it. It's clean, not cluttered at all. Oh. And why was it so difficult to find this place? It took me like a good half an hour to find this hideout. What's up with that? Pretty simple, really. We need to have all of these routes in order to confuse people who could possibly be spying on us. It's the reason why the Yakuza were able to survive for so long after all. Anyways, about the phone call, was what you said during the time true? Or did you just come here to waste our time? Shigaraki looked at the person who said that. They appeared to be rather small, and their appearance was completely concealed in a black suit with arm protrusions alongside a sewn-on plague mask. It was odd hearing a gruff voice come out of the pipsqueak, but Shigaraki wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He just glared at the string bean for a second before he answered. Yeah, suddenly. Shigaraki slammed his foot onto the table in front of him and leaned back. He was starting to get comfortable. You see, our motives align quite well if you ask me. You want to use the influence that the League's name has while I want to expand the influence that the League already has. It goes hand in hand, honestly. Can you remove your foot from the table? Shigaraki gave Overhaul a cold stare before he smirked. To be honest, you should be bowing down to me in respect. Look, there's something very important to know about the League of Villains. We answer to no one. We move however we like ... but we are willing to do a collaborative venture of the sorts with those who are interested. Is that all? One more thing. Chisaki raised an eyebrow. Naturally, I can't just give out my organization's name to anyone. They'd have to have a plan of the sorts before we can come to an agreement. I must know what exactly is your plan. If I find it dumb and not worth my time, I'm leaving. Suddenly, Shigaraki felt something cold be pressed against the back of his head. He knew what it was though and who was aiming it. He showed no expression on his face at all. He had an unsettling calm demeanor. This disturbed Chisaki. What was this guy's deal? Before Mimic could attack Shigaraki though, red tendrils shot out of Shigaraki from all directions which surprised everyone in the room. Shigaraki smirked. Suddenly, the Yakuza members' minds were penetrated with a series of explicit visuals, some so horrific that they were better off not being said. Carnage enveloped Shigaraki, and they produced a couple more tendrils to grab the gun out of the individual's hand. They crushed the gun in their hand before they stopped with the mind bomb. The Yakuzas looked back at Shigaraki. The lesser members backed away from Shigaraki. Carnage retreated back into Shigaraki after he had shown them he was not someone to be treated lightly. Shigaraki pulled out what looked like a tranquilizing bullet and proceeded to question Chisaki about it. Does this plan of yours have anything to do with this? What was that just now? Mind bombs. A pretty useful ability to show dominance. Now, answer the question. I'll tell you on one condition of my own. Oh, you want to be the negotiator now? All right, go ahead and tell me your condition. If I don't like the condition, then I may as well end you here and now. That red and black substance that obnubilates you. What is it? I won't tell you that piece of information right now. That requires more trust to be gained between our organizations. Overhaul nodded before he spoke again. The limelight moved away from this interaction though. It focused now on Izuku and Mirio's interaction. They were in a secluded area where no one else would hear them. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we have a third channel called We The Celestial Naruto What If. We The Celestial Naruto What If mainly focuses on our Naruto What If series. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the eye icon in the top right corner. Now with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. I see that All Might wasn't lying when he said you were one of his most interesting students. Izuku was confused by Mirio's statement. Tell me, Midoriya, did All Might ever tell you about the name of his quirk? Izuku nodded. He was beginning to realize where Mirio was going with this. So you must already know that he had a successor to his quirk, and that successor is yours truly. I already figured that was the case. But why are you telling me this? Well, All Might was one of my 2 teachers when it came to utilizing the quirk he passed on to me. But one of All Might's dying wishes was for us to meet and learn from each other. He told me a lot about you during my training of using One for All in conjunction with permeation. One of the things he mentioned was that there was something special about your quirk as well. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you to budge. But from everything All Might said, he saw great promise in you. Izuku felt like bursting into tears when he heard everything that Mirio said. But he held it in. He wasn't going to cry anymore. Not after everything he'd been through. Something stuck out though from Mirio's statement. Thank you for the praises, Mirio. But there's something I found to be pretty odd about your statement. In the beginning, you mentioned how you had 2 teachers. I know the first was All Might. But who was the second one? Oh, my second teacher was the one who saw great promise in me from early on and was the one to help me gain the control I have over permeation now, even though with the power amp it has become a bit more difficult to use nowadays. You may have heard of this man as well. He was the former sidekick of All Might actually. He goes by the hero persona Sir Night-Eye. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition. Yeah, I heard about him, although I heard that he is really serious. Oh, he's not so bad when you get to know him. Maybe he can help you gain better control over your quirk as well. Are you interested in participating in a work study with him? Izuku reflected back to the training camp when he tried to master that bioelectrokinesis. His fight against All Might when he first the shocks. His fight against Stain that left his body temporarily paralyzed afterwards. All of them. He weighed his options here and looked back at Mirio. Mirio had already explained the downsides to his quirk to the whole of Izuku's class already, yet thanks to Night-Eye's tutelage and Mirio's own efforts, he was able to turn it into something strong. If Mirio could make the best of his quirk despite the weaknesses it gave, then gosh darn it, he could do so too. Yeah, I'd greatly appreciate it if you could put in a good word for me. Mirio nodded with a smile on his face. Anyways, let's get out of here before people start panicking about where we are. Agreed. Once the weekend had officially begun, Izuku went to meet up with Mirio. Bakugo and Todoroki left to go retake their provisional exams. Izuku searched urgently for Mirio as he couldn't afford to lose such an opportunity. Once he managed to meet up with Mirio, they left to go to Night-Eye's agency. They were on the train for an hour before they made it to the agency. It was a rather quick ride honestly. After they arrived at their destination, Mirio was quick to inform Izuku of something that was of great importance. It was that Izuku had to make Night-Eye laugh at least once throughout his work study with him. Izuku looked at Mirio in surprise. Seriously? We have to make the man laugh of all things. Despite his appearances, Sir Night-Eye holds humor in the highest regard. I also can't make Night-Eye acknowledge you either. You'll have to earn it on your own. As soon as the 2 entered Night-Eye's office, the first thing they saw was a blue-haired girl strapped to a strange contraption device while a man with green hair and a gray suit watched her. She was laughing hysterically. I didn't know he was also into BD. Sir Night-Eye, I brought in a first year from UA. He was interested in being part of your work study. Oh, by the way, Izuku, that girl trapped in the contraption was Bubble Girl. She's one of Night-Eye's sidekicks and she just got punished for not being funny. Izuku gulped when he heard this. I see. I'm assuming Mirio already told you about how serious I take humor. That may be the deciding factor of whether I approve of you or not for the work study. Izuku nodded before he put on his best All Might expression. He used it to introduce himself to Night-Eye. But the tall man didn't find it humorous in the slightest. Instead, he reprimanded Izuku for the joke as he found it to be disrespectful of All Might and his legacy. When he calmed down, he went right back to business. So, allow me to get this straight. You want to do a work study under me, is that correct? Give me your contract. Once Izuku did so, Night-Eye looked at the paper. He grabbed his stamp, but paused. He gazed back at Izuku. And how would I benefit from you? As far as I'm concerned, my agency is doing just fine with 2 sidekicks and 1 student intern. What do you have to offer? Izuku was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Is he trying to challenge us? How about you demonstrate your abilities to me? Do everything in your power to grab my stamp in 3 minutes and stamp the paper yourself if you truly wish to intern at my agency. You don't have to worry about messing up the room and you won't have to worry about me counterattacking either. At most, I will not make it easy for you to grab the stamp. Cocky much. Venom consumed Izuku and his armor in his Inkai substance. Izuku got into a fighting stance and charged at Night-Eye. He shot a web at Night-Eye's stamp, but Night-Eye saw this from a mile away. He adjusted his arm and caused Izuku to miss his target. Izuku tried again, but he got closer this time. He turned invisible for a second. This surprised Night Eye. But he then felt something tug at his stamp. He looked to the arm that held his stamp and saw the stamp begin to slip out of his hand. So he can turn invisible? Neat trick, but not good enough. Night Eye yanked his stamp back. He spun around and closed his eyes. He listened more for Izuku's footsteps. He couldn't see the boy, but he could at least hear him. A couple footsteps. A sudden shift of air, and Night Eye could already tell where Izuku was. He ducked down and avoided Izuku's tackle. Suddenly, Night Eye felt the tempo pick up. Night Eye had to start dodging more of Izuku's attempts at getting the stamp. Izuku would blink in and out of his camouflage throughout the 3 minutes. Night Eye was starting to build up a sweat. He wasn't prepared for a first year like this kid to be this fast. Izuku was relentless and Night Eye began to grit his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he felt his grasp on the stamp leave him. He opened his eyes in shock and looked down at his hand. It was empty. He looked up at Izuku, who had a big grin on his face. He held up the stamp in his hand and the contract before he stamped it. Well, color me impressed, I suppose. The timer then went off. I suppose I have to accept you as a student intern now. Izuku cheered. Sweet. Now, chocolate. Night Eye sent Izuku off and Night Eye sat down at his desk in deep thought. He observed the room and noticed that his 10-year All Might memorabilia was left intact. He was even more impressed with Izuku now. Looks like Tsukechi was right in allowing a first year to keep that symbiote of his. The other symbiotes that were gathered from the investigation are going to be quite useful in taking down the League of Villains and Yakuza. They'll be of even greater importance now with this new information about the League of Villains collaborating with the Shy Hasakai. Midoriya may have proven his worth in using the symbiote, but I still find that he's making a big mistake here choosing first years of all people to gain symbiotes during this work study. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up mortals? Welcome to Season 3 Part 4 of What If Deku Had Venom. Today was officially Izuku's first approved day of his internship under Night Eye. Izuku, Mirio, and Bubble Girl all stood in Night Eye's office. Night Eye himself was sitting in his chair with his hands folded. He looked up at the trio and spoke. He brought up how today they would be doing some patrolling, but they would be split up into groups of 2. Izuku and Mirio would be one group. The other would be himself and Bubble Girl. Bubble Girl went on to explain a little further the purpose of this patrol. You see, we are actually in the middle of a secret investigation. Yes, and this investigation is on a small but influential villain group known as the Shy Hasakai. We've been keeping a close eye on that organization for quite a while now, and their current leader, Kai Chisaki, has been making some unusual moves as of late. Their group has experienced quite a fall from their former glory ever since Quirks came into the picture. It seems like Chisaki is trying to bring the organization back to their former glory through reuniting the older villain generations. He's even gotten into contact with the League of Villains, and we fear what these 2 villain groups could do together. We've been trying to get some incriminating evidence to prove they are committing villainous acts, but it's been a struggle, honestly. When Izuku heard the League's name mentioned, he instinctively growled and balled up his hands into fists. Everyone who was in the room at the time looked at Izuku. When Izuku realized what he had done, he blushed and scratched the back of his head. He apologized. I've got some bad history with the League. Sorry, no need to apologize, Midoriya. So long as it doesn't affect your work efficiency, you should be good, especially since we have no plans of coming across the League of Villains right now. Izuku nodded and everyone left to patrol the streets. They eventually split up and Izuku was with Mirio. The 2 eventually began a conversation. So, what's your hero name, Izuku? Oh, my own is Deku, although I'm considering changing it to having a bit of a title like the venomous hero. Deku or maybe Agent Venom. With recent events, I'm unsure. I like those names, although your abilities don't really seem to involve poisons of any kind. My hero name is Lemillion because I want to save 1 million people. Izuku smiled at Mirio and the reasoning behind his hero name. He could definitely understand why he got one for all. Suddenly, Izuku stopped in his tracks. He heard light, rapid footsteps. It was as if someone was running towards them. Izuku turned to face an alleyway. What he saw caused his eyes to widen. A little girl with long white hair A horn around her forehead and bandages covered all around her arms and legs ran towards the two heroes. She didn't appear to look where she was going, though. It just seemed like she was desperately running away from something. But from what exactly? She accidentally bumped into Izuku and fell down, but she quickly scrambled up to her feet. She was immediately intimidated by Izuku's appearance as he was covered by venom and in his combat armor. Izuku saw she was scared and tried to comfort her. Oh, sorry. Are you okay? And what's with these bandages on you? It looked like she was about to speak, but someone interrupted her. Eri, you shouldn't cause any problems for these heroes here. They're incredibly busy people after all. Izuku looked up above Eri and saw the Shy Hasekai leader, Kai Chisaki. He was also known under the moniker of Overhaul. Eri grabbed onto Izuku and held onto him tightly. Izuku held her in his arms. He could feel the fear from this girl. Whatever Chisaki must have done to her, it wasn't pleasant, not in the slightest. The bandages around her body unnerved Izuku. He had flashbacks to what the League of Villains did to him in Venom. Their experiments on Venom were torturous, and the beatings Izuku was given were excruciatingly painful. He could only imagine what sick things this little girl went through. Come on, Eri, let's go back home. I deeply apologize for my daughter's behavior here. She tends to get carried away with her fun and games. Liar, what's with the bandages all over her? She's a very clumsy girl and tends to bump into a lot of stuff. Izuku glared at Overhaul. This man knew how to talk fast. He hated this man already. Mirio tried to disarm the situation, but Izuku cursed under his breath when he realized how bad of a situation he was in right now. It took Mirio's intervention for him to realize, I've never seen the two of you before. Are you guys rookies or something? Mirio was quick to answer. Yeah, we are. Do we really look that youthful? Mirio nervously laughed. The laugh was so strained and Izuku could tell. So what hero office are you both affiliated with? Oh, we're still students actually. Mirio turned to leave. Izuku begrudgingly began to put Eri down and turn around to leave. But the little girl held onto Izuku even tighter than before. She began to cry and beg desperately for him to not leave her. Izuku's heart began to race. Her voice was shaky, and she seemed too scared for this to just be fun and games like what Overhaul said was the case. She seems to be frightened by something. Any ideas? Well, I did scold her early. Liar. Mirio grabbed Izuku's shoulder and gripped it. He whispered into Izuku's ear. He tried to tell him that it was time to go. But Izuku shrugged Mirio off of him. He focused all of his attention towards Chisaki. There's more than meets the eye, isn't there? You're not telling us everything. For your daughter to be this scared suggests that she's been mistreated. It's unnatural for someone of her age to be this frightened. Sir, please don't tell me how to raise my daughter. It's time to leave now. We have no business telling someone how to raise their family. Izuku looked at Mirio and snapped at the older boy. He didn't care anymore. Forget patrolling. They were already in the middle of a confrontation between the leader of the Shy Hasekai and found someone who was clearly in need of saving. But Mirio wanted to abandon her. The thought of leaving the girl in the hands of this man of all people in order to be inflicted with more damage mentally and physically was repulsive in Izuku's mind. He knew what this girl felt. She was grabbing onto the little hope she had in the form of Izuku, and he refused to let her lose hope. Chisaki groaned and sighed as he saw Izuku wasn't going to let go of Eri. He realized he would have to go about this in a more gritty way. Man, this is embarrassing. This whole topic around my daughter. Would you guys mind following me? Izuku and Mirio reluctantly followed Chisaki into the alleyway. But Izuku was getting tons of bad vibes from this man. Eri here can be quite a handful sometimes. She defies me all the time, and it's really hard to raise her while taking into consideration what kind of person she wants to be. Chisaki began to remove one of his gloves. A wave of killer intent immediately hit them. Eri wiggled around in Izuku's grasp. His grip loosened for a second. But Venom noticed this and immediately tightened it. She couldn't escape their grasp. Not like this anyways. Overhaul completely removed his glove. But Venom thought quickly on his feet. He shot a web at Mirio and threw him up. Afterwards, Venom forced Izuku to jump while Eri was still in their arms. Overhaul slammed his hand on the ground and caused several rock spikes to form. Chisaki gritted his teeth in frustration. Let me at him, Izuku yelled. We are not fighting this man. Not now anyways. We can't endanger the girl and risk losing her. Izuku was uncharacteristically angry. But when he heard Venom's words, he realized they were right. Taking down Chisaki wasn't their goal here. It was to bring Eri back to their base of operations and to be treated for her injuries. Izuku, what do you think you're doing? We are leaving. This man almost killed us if Venom didn't make a split-second decision. Izuku wrapped Eri in Venom's tendrils and strapped the little girl to his chest. He was holding Mirio by a string of his webbing and he began to swing away. Overhaul tried to chase them, but Izuku was able to outpace the man. They were able to successfully evade the man and reunite with Night Eye. Night Eye looked at Izuku and glared at him for making such a hasty decision. The well-dressed hero didn't say anything until they made it back to his agency. There, he reprimanded the green-haired boy. His words were unfiltered when he was brought out of the room by Bubble Girl. Do you know what you've just done? You've just compromised the mission. I don't care. What was that? I said I don't care if I may have compromised this mission of yours. Please, tell me what you would have done in that situation. Let her go. Yes, wow. So you'd let her continue to suffer from abuse for a silly mission of yours. Unbelievable. And to think you call yourself a hero. Izuku stormed off. Mirio tried to stop Izuku, but Night Eye told him to let Izuku go. He let his emotions get in the way. But I applaud him for rescuing the girl. I trust that he will learn where he went wrong here and he'll do better for the events to come. Although if he does get out of hand like that again, we may have to strip him of his symbiote. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we have a third channel called We The Celestial Naruto What If. We The Celestial Naruto What If mainly focuses on our Naruto What If series. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the eye icon in the top right corner. Now with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. Night Eye muttered out the last part so Mirio didn't hear what he said about Izuku's symbiote. When it came onto Izuku, he tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't stop thinking about what Night Eye told him back there. That almost made Endeavor seem like a saint in comparison. When he made it back to UA, the very first thing he did was make a beeline for his room. He slammed the door shut and fell on his bed. He figured he would be able to sleep this off and have a clearer head afterwards. It sounded easy enough. That was something his mother would do sometimes when she came home from a harder than usual day at work, so why couldn't he do the same? He knew the reason why though. As soon as Izuku fell into his unconscious state, he began dreaming. These weren't good dreams though. All he ever saw in these dreams were him back at the villain hideout. He would remember the stab wounds the girl Toga would inflict upon him. She always mentioned how she liked to see him bleed. The Dabai fellow would use his flames to cauterize Izuku's wounds before he could bleed out. Shigaraki would also delight in emotionally tormenting Izuku. He would turn into All Might, Uraraka, and all of the other people he knew well. It especially hurt when he turned into All Might, as he would continuously berate Izuku, even though he knew it wasn't the real All Might. It still hurt, and when it came to Uraraka, he would be crushed at how the lookalike would constantly tell him to just give up on becoming a hero and maybe even just end it all. After all, he was useless without his symbiote. The maniacal laughter from Shigaraki made Izuku want to scream. Almost every time Izuku tried to sleep, he would relive those memories. It was enough to make him wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat. What was even worse was the fact these were only his memories. He'd seen Venom's memories and felt the life form's pain. Ever since he was saved, he'd been having these recurring nightmares. The first couple of nights weren't that bad, but they became progressively worse. He could barely sleep at night anymore. Tonight he didn't even get to sleep throughout the whole night. The nightmares were just too horrific this time. This time his nightmares were a bit different from the usual. Although he had the dreams of the torture he went through back at the hideout, he also had an additional nightmare. The possibility of failing his classmates, failing to protect them, that the League of Villains would manage to get their hands on them because he slipped up. The screams of all his classmates who were at the mercy of the League kept him up the whole night. He knew it wasn't real, but it felt far too real for him. These were his inner fears that he tried to keep contained for so long, leaking out now. He tried to keep it together for the next couple of days, but his classmates could tell there was something wrong. Every time they tried to ask him though, he would say that everything was fine. He knew it wasn't true though. He could tell they were worried, but he had to be strong. He felt so weak back at the hideout, but never again would he be so defenseless. He had regained his composure over the next couple of days. But one day Kirishima pointed out something to Izuku. Apparently he, Izuku, Ochako, and Tsuyu were leaving at the same time. Therefore, Kirishima suggested that they should all go to the station together. Everyone was in agreement to the idea. When they made it to the station, Izuku was thinking they would all go their separate ways from there on. Apparently not. They all continued on the same path afterwards, which confused Izuku. What was going on? Each of the 4 students ended up arriving at Night Eye's agency, and were greatly surprised to see the big 3 there as well. Not just the big 3 either. Several heroes such as Fatcom, Ryukyu, Aizawa, and Gran Torino were there as well. Needless to say, they were all heavily confused as to what was going on. Not too long after the 4 students arrived, Sir Night Eye began his conference with every one of the heroes and interns. Thanks to the series of information gathered by other heroes, they were able to make substantial progress with their investigation into the Yakuza. As Night Eye went further into the discussion, He brought up some unfamiliar terms such as the HN, which was also known as the Hero Network, that some of the students were curious about. One of the heroes in the room ended up asking about why students were even involved in this discussion, as they saw the students would only hinder them once they reached into darker topics. Fat Gum defended his interns though. After that little distraction, Night Eye continued with his speech. Anyways, the Shy Hasekai were also believed to be selling illegal drugs. I figured it would be good to have a hero who is more familiar in this topic be added, hence why I brought in Fat Gum. Fat Gum went on to explain the interaction that he and his interns had with these drugs. He revealed how Tamaki ended up interacting with this sort of drug that seemingly erased quirks. This caused the whole room to go completely silent when they heard this. A medicine like that would mess with the very foundations of today's society even more than it had been tampered with already. When Mirio asked about Tamaki's condition, the emo boy explained that it was only temporary and that he could still use his quirk. It appeared to be different from Aizawa's erasure quirk, as erasure didn't necessarily attack quirks themselves, but simply halt the activation of quirk factors. The drug was different here, as it actually did damage Tamaki's quirk factor, but he was thankfully able to naturally recover from it. The drug was infused within a bullet that was shot at Tamaki. What they found to be strange though was that there weren't any abnormalities in the bullet itself, and only Tamaki's quirk factor was really hurt. Thanks to Kirishima's brave efforts of protecting Tamaki from an attack, they were able to obtain a bullet that they could properly examine. The contents they were able to find in the bullet were what disturbed them though. There was human blood and cells in that bullet. If that's the case, then the DNA must belong to someone who affected the quirks of others. I still don't see the connection between the bullet and the Yakuza. After a little bit more of interacting, Night Eye brought up Chisaki's quirk and how exactly it worked. It was able to break down and reassemble whatever the man touched. There was a connection between the Yakuza leader's quirk and the quirk erasing bullets. It was too much of a coincidence to not be the case. This was when Night Eye addressed Izuku and Mirio's confrontation with the man the other day. They experienced having to deal with that quirk firsthand, and the reason for it was because of Overhaul's supposed daughter. Some of the heroes were confused at first when they heard this, but Night Eye continued to explain. The girl has no birth certificate and her details were relatively unknown until the event that happened that day. Thanks to the efforts of Midoriya and Mirio here, they were able to successfully rescue the little girl and effectively put a stop to the mafia leader's production of quirk erasing bullets, since we did a DNA test and found that the DNA in the bullet matched up with Iri's own. Dang, good job kids. You just made this job a whole lot easier, while everything did work out in the end. What Midoriya in particular did was something brash, and I wouldn't condone it in any other situation. In this situation though, if they followed my procedures, we would have been in a far worse predicament. We planned to raid the Yakuza hideout, and Tsukechi actually brought to us a couple power-ups, you could say, to further increase the success rate of us accomplishing this mission. Sir Night Eye threw a briefcase onto the table and opened it to reveal a couple of test tubes that contained Inkai substances. Izuku immediately knew what they were, but he chose to keep quiet. His shocked face didn't miss the attention of Ochako though. These are symbiotes, the same thing that Shigaraki and Midoriya actually have ... and the one All For One had. Thankfully, we were able to scoop up that symbiote All For One displayed back there as well, although the damage was already done to All Might by the time the doctors realized what happened. The symbiote was able to hitch a ride with All Might, and it appeared to be trying to heal the man, but his body was far too compromised to heal him quick enough. This was all information I was able to gather from the symbiote itself. Wait, you bonded with one of these dudes, and on top of that there's more of them. We even had one on our side for this whole time, and it's just now I'm learning about this. Rocklock, calm down. As I was saying, I was able to get this information from the symbiote when it bonded with me, although it doesn't appear to be too fond of my personality, at least according to what they said anyways. Now, I was also able to gather that Shigaraki has an organically born symbiote, and it's stronger than the rest physically. It'll be hard to subdue Shigaraki, but this is where the other symbiotes come into play. We were able to pick some of the strongest ones of the group and the ones with the most unique abilities we would find to be useful in our plans of taking down the two primary heads of the organization. These leaders obviously being Overhaul and Shigaraki. We were able to select hosts for these symbiotes based on their personalities and power display. Night Eye called Uraraka and Tsuyu up to the front of the room. He handed both of them symbiotes. Gravity, you will have the symbiote payback, and Froppy, you get Lasher. Sleeper will stay with me until we can find a more suitable host, and Phage will go to Red Riot. Come up here as well. While this was going on though, Overhaul was facing his own dilemma. Eri was taken away from home, the whole key to his operations. He had put his frustration out on others for a couple days now, but he realized that that wasn't the best way to go about things. He was forced to stop by his right-hand men as he was killing off their army. Shisaki sighed and sat down in his office. He sent out people to track down Eri and bring her back. But they'd all come out empty-handed. Those were the ones he usually killed as well. He was at a loss here. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal some members of Shigaraki's ragtag team of misfits. Emiko Toga and Twice he believed were their names. Shigaraki had sent them there to work with him for their conjoined project. But that project was now halted. Emiko told Overhaul that he was in big trouble. He didn't understand what the team meant until Shigaraki entered the room in his transformed state. So you lost the key to your little project, eh? Pathetic. I should have known not to work with a buffoon like yourself. Overhaul was beyond frustrated and refused to take any insults from Shigaraki here, even if he was a bit intimidated by that form of his. It meant nothing now. What did you say, you Phil? Overhaul used his quirk to manipulate the terrain in order to get the jump on Shigaraki. But things didn't go according to plan. Again, Shigaraki appeared right in front of Overhaul in a matter of seconds and ripped out the man's heart. It was so fast that the heart was still beating. This was the last thing Overhaul saw before the lights went out for him. Shigaraki turned to the shocked Yakuza members and smiled. This place is under new management. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 5 season 3. Now with that out of the way, let's get into the story. Uraraka, I can explain. Explain what, Izuku? What? The fact that you've been lying to everyone all throughout our time at UA. After all we've been through, it hurts. It hurts that you couldn't have trusted us with this information after the reveal of Izuku's symbiote over at Night Eye's agency. Needless to say, the reception from the UA students wasn't that great, although Kirishima and Tsuyu were willing to listen to Izuku and forgive him considering the predicament they were in. Uraraka wasn't so willing to hear from Izuku. She wasn't mad. No, she was disappointed in Izuku. This was something that hurt Izuku more than almost anything else. She was one of his closest friends, and he knew that it was wrong of him to not trust her with his secret. It was only a couple hours after the UA students were given their symbiotes and so much happened. Izuku was frustrated. Night Eye informed the students that they didn't have a lot of time to get accustomed to the symbiotes they just got. The next day they would be formed into groups in order to fight off the Shy Hasekai and capture them. Not only the Hasekai, but hopefully take account for the League of Villains as well. Night Eye had to change a couple of things around, but he was able to make a good amount of groups who could work well together in order to fight off the stronger members of the Yakuza. Weaker members of the Yakuza who didn't have really special quirks either weren't as much of a concern. The only problem was with Izuku's team. In Izuku's team, he would have Mirio, himself, and the other UA students. Izuku had the most experience with his symbiote, so he hoped that Izuku would be able to lead the group of symbiote users in learning how to use them properly throughout the raid. Uraraka was problematic, to say the least, considering her behavior at the time. He could only hope that this wouldn't interfere with the mission. He had gotten news about Shigaraki's upgrades as well, which made the importance of them working together highly important. He realized something though. If they really wanted to increase the success rate of this mission and the extra symbiote hosts didn't work out, they would have to increase the firepower that Izuku had with Venom. These symbiotes were apparently able to bond with pretty much any and all organic life forms. Something All Might informed him about a while back after the USJ incident was how he even bonded with Venom at one point. The symbiote was able to heal the blonde to an extent, but it was also able to seemingly copy his quirk to an extent and modify it. He found this to be interesting. He held on to that information for a while, but he didn't know what to do with it until now. Mirio, bring Midoriya back to the room for a second. I want him to do something really quickly. Once Mirio brought Izuku back to the room, the green-haired boy was understandably confused. He didn't know what else Night Eye wanted with him. Not even Mirio knew. He just did what he was told. Midoriya, I'm sure you're wondering why I brought you back to the room, and the simple reason for that is because of your symbiote's ability to copy and modify the powers of those they bond with. In case the symbiote team doesn't work out too well, I at least want to have someone to combat Shigaraki, as I find him to be the biggest threat now that Overhaul no longer has Eri in captivity. What are you implying here, Night Eye? Night Eye walked up closer to Izuku and looked him dead in the eyes. He rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder and began to speak again. Very simple, really. I want to abuse that power for a second. Have Venom bond with a couple of the heroes in this room in order to gain variants of their powers so you can have a better chance of defeating Shigaraki. That's not exactly how it works. Venom would also gain the memories of all the people he would temporarily bond with. Oh, wonderful. That means he would gain a lot of experience very quickly. I'm guessing you refer to that ability as genetic memory or something of the sorts. Yeah. Perfect. So choose any heroes you would want Venom to bond with and we'll be on our way. Izuku looked at Night Eye hesitantly. He didn't know how bad this would affect Venom's psyche. He didn't even know if Venom would go along with. I'll do it. Before Izuku could even fully comprehend what Venom just said, the symbiote slid off Izuku's body and found himself on the boardroom table. The symbiote looked around for a second before they latched onto one of the heroes. Rukiyu was the heroine's name. Venom quickly bonded with the woman before she could realize and resist. Just as quickly as the symbiote completely enveloped her, they bounced off of her and went to the next hero in the room, Aizawa. Aizawa saw Venom from a mile away, but he didn't do anything to resist. This process was important in his eyes. They couldn't afford for the League of Villains and Yakuza to grow any stronger than they had now, especially when it came to Shigaraki and Overhaul. After Venom temporarily bonded with Aizawa, they trudged back to Izuku. Night Eye was a bit surprised at the fact the sentient Inkai substance only bonded with 2 heroes out of a whole group and almost requested for the symbiote to bond with more. But this was when Izuku spoke up. Venom said that they knew most of the heroes in the room and what their quirks were like. The other heroes here didn't seem to have any quirks that would really benefit us in our advancements towards the raid. At best, if there were any Namu, we could temporarily bond with them during the raid and boost our stats more. Night Eye clenched his jaw but waved it off. Izuku left to go find Uraraka, but he couldn't find her. He sighed in frustration and left the building. He went back to the dorms and immediately went to his room. He couldn't sleep. He curled up in a ball and grabbed his head. Stress, frustration, sadness, post-traumatic stress disorder. A sudden flood of memories that weren't his. He internally screamed. Everything went dark after a good amount of hours. Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we have a third channel called We The Celestial Naruto What If. We The Celestial Naruto What If mainly focuses on our Naruto What If series. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the eye icon in the top right corner. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. 8 a.m. You could see several heroes in front of a police station. They were partaking in a co-opus mission in order to slay the beasts known as the Yakuza and the League of Villains. Izuku was among this group. Not just him though. Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Uraraka were also among this group that were gathered today. Kirishima showed visible excitement for the mission. Tsuyu voiced her concerns about the mission. Ryukyu did the best she could to comfort the aquatic-based quirk user. Uraraka had her arms folded and was tapping her foot impatiently. Izuku was looking down at the ground. He was nodding off. He couldn't sleep again and there were bags under his eyes. Shigaraki was informed of the recent movements of the heroes and all he did was laugh. He, alongside the rest of the League of Villains, were in the Shai Hasekai HQ. He had dethroned Overhaul through some gruesome methods and had to show a little dominance towards the loyal subordinates of Overhaul. He figured what better way to do that than to use the man's own power. They were terrified of Shigaraki and they had all right to be afraid. He grinned maliciously and already thought about how he would go about this. 8:30 a.m. The heroes and police stood outside the headquarters of the Shai Hasekai. One of the police officers went to press the intercom and read the warrant, but a large muscular man wearing a tank top, jeans, and a plague mask bashed open the gates, which sent a couple of the police flying. Tsuyu was enveloped by her symbiote and they used their tendrils to catch the police force members. She safely brought them back to the ground and she glared at the behemoth. Once the heroes realized that Chisaki hadn't appeared yet, they figured he was probably in the basement or further down in the headquarters. They charged in and split up to fight some of the villains. Nine Eye specifically ordered for the symbiote quartet to stick together throughout this time. They found an obstacle when they made it to the basement. It was a wall, but Mirio, Deku, and Kirishima used their enhanced strength to shatter the wall. The pathway afterwards was distorted. It was constantly warping. Suddenly, the floor they stood upon opened up from underneath the crew. Just like that, they all fell down one floor. Some were able to land on their feet while others weren't so lucky. In Izuku's case, something surprising happened. A pair of large red and black draconic wings popped out of Venom's back, which allowed Izuku to hover above the ground. A couple of the students groaned due to the fall damage, but forced themselves up. Izuku was surprised himself about what happened and wondered why he was so high up off the ground. Everyone looked around to see where they were now. They heard footsteps and some muttering. They looked in front of them to see 3 men in suits approach them. They introduced themselves as members of the 8 Bullets. Fat Gum, upon hearing their introduction, got into a fighting stance. Tamaki stretched his hand out in front of Fat Gum, which confused the hero. What was Tamaki trying to do? Let me handle this, Fat Gum. I can take them. This was a shock to Fat Gum. Tamaki was never a go-getter. He always struggled with his confidence. He could tell from the first day he met the elf-eared boy. His posture, his words, the look in his eyes. It was that of a completely different person. What had gotten into him, in reality? Tamaki was still suffering from confidence issues right now, but he was making an attempt to combat it, especially now. He remembered when he was younger. Mirio, his best friend, the boy who accepted him for who he was and always encouraged him to strive to do his best. He had even given him a saying to go by in these sort of stressful situations. Believe in the Mirio that believes in you. He chanted this little saying to himself as he went to fight the 3 villains and give the other heroes more time to combat Overhaul. Well, that was their plan anyways. They had no idea what was in store for them. Overhaul may have been dead, but Shigaraki was more powerful than ever. Before the rest of the heroes left, Aizawa used his erasure quirk in order to deactivate the quirks of the 3 men. Izuku also shot 3 webs at each of the Yakuza members, which would at least slow down their movements for a little bit. He could feel his lack of sleep getting to him. He was going in and out of blacking out. Izuku's movements were also getting sluggish. He almost crashed into the wall when he tried to fly down and accompany his fellow associates. Kirishima was still concerned for Tamaki though. A small part of his symbiote separated from the rest of the body and slid over to Tamaki. Once the 8 Bullet members broke free of their restraints and had the activation of their quirks brought back to them, they charged at Tamaki. He was doing well for a while, but things became troublesome when one of the members literally began to eat away at his tentacle arms. After that, he was being pushed against a corner. He ended up getting pinned up against a wall thanks to the crystallization quirk of one of the 8 Bullet members. Heroes like you will never understand the worth Shigaraki gave to us. Shigaraki, I thought you said Overhaul was the one to give you all worth. Tamaki was confused by this sudden change of names used by the man. He was just praising Overhaul for giving them all worth, but then he switched the praises to Shigaraki for some reason. Alright, when the man was about to finish him off, he noticed 2 things that piqued his curiosity. Number 1, there was a hole seemingly drilled into the man's head, and number 2, a yellowish substance encapsulated itself onto the villain. Their movements became halted towards him. They were now focused on fighting the substance that was trying to cover them. It seemed to be a fight for control. But whatever this thing was, Tamaki was glad it spared him a couple of seconds to break free and used the man's own quirk against him. Tamaki swung his crystallized chicken leg at the distracted Hojo, which also ended up sending the grown man flying back. This kick had enough force to cause Hojo to crash into his teammates and barely slow in momentum. Every single one of them crashed into the wall. Tamaki walked over to them. He was panting in exhaustion, but he did it. He was proud of himself. He made a tentacle arm to wrap around the 3 8 Bullets members and released a small dosage of poison that paralyzed the men. Before leaving, Tamaki removed their masks and brought up bonds. Tamaki clutched his arm and dragged himself away. He could only hope that the others were able to escape safely. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it out before his wounds overcame him. He fell unconscious. But the last thing he remembered seeing was a yellowish face with weird-shaped eyes. Before he could say anything, he blacked out. While this happened, Kirishima was also in the middle of his own fight. The whole time he was concerned for Tamaki despite Fat Gum's reassurance. It didn't help that Izuku also mentioned his worries for the elder student. Tsuyu and Ochako expressed visible concern for Tamaki, but there was nothing they could do right now. Currently, Kirishima was in the middle of a fight against a strong, muscular man known as Rappa. He wasn't using the symbiote given to him just yet. He wanted to see how far he could get without anyone's help right now. He couldn't afford to always rely on others, or else everything he did to get here would have been pointless. Kirishima was in his unbreakable form. He was trying to tank hits from this man, but the rapid punches were comparable to bullets. He could feel every one of this man's punches, and it started to chip away at his defenses. Kirishima was thrown back with enough force to crash into the wall. You want to know something? I find fighting with weapons to be pathetic. It's so boring because they can just end a fight in a matter of seconds. Where's the fun in that? You want to know what a real fight is like, kid? A real fight is when you use your own potential and strength to win. Fat Gum wasn't listening to what Rappa said. He was worried for Kirishima. He checked on the boy to see if he wasn't in any critical condition. If he was, he would be taking him out of the fight regardless of what the boy said. Kirishima groaned while pulling himself out of the wall. Thanks to his unbreakable form, he was able to mitigate the damage done, but he still found his arms to be bleeding. They were healing though. He realized that this was the symbiotes doing here. He didn't want their help, But Phage berated him for not wanting any help against a strong opponent they were barely able to match. Kirishima ignored the symbiote and went back to tackle Rappa. He stopped though when he saw Fat Gum turn to fight Rappa. But a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Rappa. Rappa expressed his dismay when he saw the barrier surround him. Another one of the Yakuza members appeared. He was introduced as Tengai, the fifth member of the 8 Bullets. Tengai mentioned how Fat Gum and Red Riot had quirks which seemed to excel in terms of defense. He brought up his disappointment in Rappa before they released the barrier. It seemed like everything they said though went through one ear and out the other for Rappa as he immediately went back on the offensive. While this went on, Izuku, Uraraka, and Tsuyu were going through their own set of trouble with the man known by the alias Mimic who kept warping the passageways, making it difficult to make their way through. Mirio was able to use his phasing abilities in order to make his way through though, and he eventually ended up finding Chisaki and Chrono. Mirio glared at the man in the plague mask. Chisaki turned to face Mirio and expressed his shock to see the boy made it this far. He was honestly expecting someone like Izuku to be here instead. But he would do. Something was off about Overhaul to Mirio though. His mannerisms were completely different from the last time they met, and all the information he was given about the man contradicted how he acted at the moment. Chisaki slammed his hand down on the ground and caused several spikes to form. Mirio managed to either dodge or phase through most of these spikes. But suddenly his movements became sluggish. He was confused. He didn't know why his balance was so hazy now. Of all times, why now? He didn't know what was going on. He powered himself up with One for All in hopes of countering this sluggish movement of his. He charged at the man he thought to be Chisaki and broke through all of the spikes. Chisaki looked at Mirio in surprise considering the sudden boost in strength and speed Mirio presented. He didn't know where it came from at first, but then he started to connect the dots a little. I see, so you're the one with One for All. Mirio's eyes widened in surprise. Not only did he know about One for All, but the voice that came out of his mouth sounded nothing like Chisaki. What was this right now? Before he could think any further, a red axe-shaped weapon of the sort shot out at Mirio. He dodged it and looked back to get a better look at it. This couldn't be Chisaki's doing. Unfortunately, he made a grave mistake of looking back as he was then stabbed by several claws. Mirio coughed up blood and looked in front of him to see who exactly did this to him. At first, he saw Overhaul, but when he looked down towards his chest, he saw that the claws were red and had a sort of inkai substance to it. The rest of Chisaki's body began to morph into something else, and in Chisaki's place was what could be described as the incarnate of the devil himself. The name's Carnage. I would say it's nice to meet you, but I don't want to make a habit of lying. Oh, who am I kidding? It's a pleasure to meet you, hero. Chisaki's dead. I killed him. Carnage laughed maniacally. Now, it's time for you to die. Carnage widened his mouth in a way to make it look like he was about to bite off Mirio's head. Mirio refused to die here though. He couldn't, after all that All Might and Night Eye did for him. It would have been all for naught if he died here. Black Whip, Mirio shrieked. Lights out. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out, mortals. Have an amazing day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 6 season 3 of What If Deku Had Venom. A mass of black energy formed in the shape of a whip. It wrapped around Shigaraki's arms. The man was surprised to see this seemingly appear from out of nowhere. Not only that, but the fact that it was actually incredibly strong was another shocker. He tried to break free of the restraint as he did back at Kamino with Kamui Woods. But whatever this black whip was made up out of appeared to be a much stronger material than what he was used to. Suddenly, several more appeared, which all wrapped around Shigaraki's body. Mirio slammed Shigaraki's body into the walls multiple times before he threw him up to the ceiling. He wasn't over from there though. He somehow managed to jump high enough to reach Shigaraki and punch him with 50% of One for All. The force was enough to send Shigaraki crashing back down to the ground and cause a crater to form. Shigaraki giggled though, as soon as his restraints vanished. He immediately picked himself up and popped his shoulder back into place. You know, that tickled. Good for you. Shigaraki threw up a thumbs up sign. Mocking Mirio, Shigaraki smiled devilishly at Lemillion. A man in all black and plague mask tried to shoot at Mirio, but the boy was able to easily phase through the bullets that were fired at him. He empowered himself with more of One for All before he got into a strange position. He had his arms behind him, but his hands were open. He leaned back for a second before he threw them forward. Thunderclap. Mirio roared. A huge shockwave was released from Mirio's clap. It was enough to send the villains in hiding flying. Shigaraki struggled to hold his ground, but he managed. What really set Mirio off was the fact Shigaraki just kept smiling the whole time. What was with him? Mirio used his Phantom Menace move in order to phase through the walls and struck down the weaker of his opponents. Once they were done, he tried to backhand Shigaraki, but the man grabbed his arm. He winced in pain and looked at what was happening to it. Shigaraki's quirk was active. He cursed himself for not taking that into account. He used his other arm in order to punch Shigaraki with 65% of one for all. Shigaraki tried to block the punch with his hand, but it didn't work as Mirio simply phased his fist through the hand and sucker punched Shigaraki. This knocked Shigaraki down, but only for a moment. Mirio was beginning to pant. He wasn't used to using more than 50% of one for all. He was starting to push his limit. As a matter of fact, it already felt like his arm was slightly fractured. But he couldn't stop now. He looked to see the condition of his other arm, but what he saw immediately alarmed him. The decay. It was spreading. How? Mirio looked down at Shigaraki and growled. Shigaraki couldn't help but laugh though. You should see yourself now. What are you gonna do now, Lemillion? Can't be a hero if you're dead. Can you? Maybe if you sacrifice that arm, you can still have a chance at being something in this society. Mirio stared daggers at Shigaraki, but he howled in pain as the decay was spreading further. Shigaraki was right. If he didn't do something soon, the decay would spread even further along his body. Shigaraki was laughing hysterically and slamming his hand on the ground. Mirio didn't understand what this mentally ill man was doing until he saw the ground evaporate. He jumped high up and used his black whip to attach to the ceiling. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but he found out something else. He could apparently float. This was the second quirk All Might told him about a while back before his untimely passing. Oh yeah, that's right. He had even more reason to defeat Shigaraki now. For All Might. This is for All Might. Mirio grabbed Shigaraki using his black whip abilities and yanked him off the ground. He grabbed Shigaraki by the throat. There's an old saying in America, an eye for an eye, an arm for an arm, a life for a life. Shigaraki was tugging at his restraint. He looked desperate to get it off of him. All for one took away my master's life. Wouldn't you say it's fair to do the same to his successor? Mirio was in tears now. He was letting his emotions get the best of him. Shigaraki, in desperation, shot a spear at Mirio's arm, the one that was decaying. Mirio screamed in agony. He tried to pull the spear out of his arm, but Shigaraki shot several more spikes at Mirio. The boy phased through all of them, but it wasn't the same for his decaying arm. It wasn't acting in accordance with his quirk at all. What did you do? Mirio cried out. Tamura ignored Mirio's question and faced the unconscious men before him. He smiled even wider than before as he unlatched his jaw. What Mirio saw made him want to puke. He witnessed carnage consume the Yakuza members one by one and increase in stature. Shigaraki laughed demonically as he continued to grow in size. But there was something else off about this situation. Red pieces of sludge attached to Shigaraki that varied in size. Once Shigaraki's transformation was complete, he was huge, too big to fit in the building. He looked down at Lemillion with an insane look in their eyes. Now, how would you like for me to end you today? Mirio was petrified. This was the worst situation he could ever be in right now. He could only wish upon a star for reinforcements. Wishes have come true before though. The wall crashed open to reveal the symbiote squad. Izuku with Venom and those strange red wings. Tsuyu with Lasher. Uraraka with Payback. Night Eye with Toxin and Kirishima with He may have gotten caught up with a fight, but still though, 4 was better than none. Shigaraki stretched out his hand towards Mirio. He was in the position to grab the third year, but something wet wrapped around Mirio's waist. The boy's eyes widened for a second when he was yanked away from Shigaraki's grasp. He looked down to see that it was the tongue of Tsuyu. He thanked the aquatic girl for the save, but he immediately clutched his arm in pain. Yikes, what happened? Mirio forced out. He pointed towards the gigantified version of Shigaraki. Well, at this point it was no longer Shigaraki. This was completely carnage. He looked down at his arm, then at the students. Cut it. What? I want you to cut off my arm before it spreads too far throughout my body. Tsuyu looked at Mirio's slowly disintegrating arm. It was already at his elbow. She was too nervous and squirmish to do it though. Night Eye looked at Mirio's arm. Sleeper covered Night Eye's body and formed one of their arms into a blade. I'm sorry we had to resort to this, Mirio, even though Night Eye's face was covered. The voice crack was enough to tell the inner turmoil Night Eye was going through right now. Not only that, but everyone could tell there were tears that ran down Night Eye's face. Night Eye still went through with it though, but he tried to ease Mirio's pain during the process. Sleeper had quite a unique ability, which was chemokinesis. In other words, Sleeper had the ability to produce liquid and aerosol chemicals which had several effects. They formed a sort of drug to numb the pain he would feel when his arm would be cut off, while Night Eye was taking care of Mirio. The others were doing damage control to the highest extent. Tsuyu tried to put her best foot forward, but Carnage swatted her away. Uraraka couldn't even summon her symbiote for some reason, so she was of no help either. Izuku was the only one who could do anything here. He was tired though. He couldn't fight Carnage on his own even if he was at 100%. He was at an incredibly big disadvantage here. He tried to fly, but he was too sloppy at it. He kept blacking out seconds at a time. He tried to use the erasure ability he gained from Aizawa, but he couldn't keep his eyes open for long enough. Uraraka and Tsuyu were relentless in their attempts against Carnage. Tsuyu began to read Carnage's movements a bit better throughout the fight, and thanks to her amplified agility, she was able to avoid quite a few of his attacks. That was about all she could do though, as her attacks weren't all that effective against the man. Uraraka was just getting in the way at this point. Izuku realized this and grabbed her by the arm before she could get back into the fight and hurt herself even more. She looked at Izuku with cold eyes. Let go. She tried to muster enough strength in order to pull herself away from Izuku, but the boy's grip on her was too strong. He wasn't budging. No, Uraraka, I'm not going to allow you to get yourself killed. At least with Tsuyu she can actively use her symbiote, but you haven't shown any signs of being able to use yours. Will you shut up already? You don't have the right to be lecturing me after lying to my face for so long now, Uraraka yelled. She completely snapped at Izuku and found enough strength to break free of Izuku's iron grip. Izuku moved quickly though and pinned her to the wall. Venom uncovered his face so Uraraka would look straight into Deku's eyes. His eyes were dead serious. They were piercing red now. This left Uraraka completely paralyzed in fear. She was never made aware of Venom's bonding process with Eraserhead and Ryukyu. This power Izuku was displaying right now, she had no idea what it was. Well, what's this ability? Izuku leaned forward. His glare intensified. Ochako was starting to break a sweat. She didn't know what was going on. Izuku blinked his eyes a couple times and his eyes went back to normal. He sighed and grabbed Ochako by the shoulders. Listen to me, Uraraka. All my life I was mocked for being quirkless, for being different. Everyone saw me as below them because of something I couldn't control. That fateful day Venom bonded with me, it changed everything. I could finally fit in. But why? Why couldn't you trust us? Why did you keep your symbiote a secret for so long and waited for someone else to spill the beans? Because I didn't know how you guys would react. I've had trust issues for over a decade now. I know that it wasn't right for keeping this a secret for so long, but I was afraid to lose everyone. You especially. What? Before we get back into the story, I would like to say that we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes over the hard facts of the anime presented. Now, in case you guys didn't know, we have a third channel called We The Celestial Naruto What If. We The Celestial Naruto What If mainly focuses on our Naruto What If series. If you are interested in content like this, please go check the description below or click the eye icon in the top right corner. Now with that out of the way, let's get back into the story. Uraraka, you were the first friend I made in years. The first person to accept me for all my flaws. Well, human friend anyways, and I see you as more than just a friend, Uraraka. Uraraka blushed as soon as she realized the implications of Deku's statement. All the bottled up emotions were coming out at once. There was also another reason, and that was because Venom was being experimented on. I wish I told more people I trusted earlier, because we probably could have prevented this mess from happening. Uraraka began to tear up as a purplish sort of sludge surrounded her, when it completely enveloped Ochako. The symbiote's full appearance was finally revealed to have a sleek look to it, different from the other symbiotes with a more technological look to it. Deku smiled as Ochako looked at her new appearance. Ready to kick some butt? Izuku asked. Ochako cracked her knuckles and gave an affirmative nod. You betcha. Uraraka leaped towards Carnage, but she wasn't prepared for the physical boost. She yelped in surprise but quickly adjusted herself. She tried to shoot some webs at Shigaraki, but something else came out instead. Her body released several voltages of electricity. Carnage screamed in pain and swung their arm at Ochako. Tsuyu used Lasher's tendrils to grab his arm though and pulled it down for a couple seconds. Deku leaped into action as well and flew towards Carnage. Deku was fighting off the slumber in his eyes the best he could. Venom was working on overdrive in order to manipulate the body enough to not end up crashing immediately from Izuku's constant blackouts. He was pumping stimulants into Izuku's brain to keep the boy awake long enough in order to speak to Ochako. After all, he was the best wingman ever and she needed to be able to use her symbiote in some form or fashion. Adrenaline wasn't working, so he decided to go another route with her. Deku, pumped up with adrenaline, activated Aizawa's quirk. He knew he wouldn't be able to hold it for long, but every second was worth it. Carnage screamed as they could feel their bond being forcefully separated by Izuku. They let out a monstrous roar as they tried to swing at Izuku. But Tsuyu, with the help of Lasher, was able to wrap Carnage's arm in their tendrils and tongue. Several more tendrils came out of Lasher's body though. They grabbed onto the rest of Carnage's limbs. They were putting in everything just to restrain the behemoth. Thankfully, less of Carnage was beginning to show. Some parts of Shigaraki's body began to show. Uraraka used the opportunity to speed up the process of removing Carnage from Shigaraki by using her electrical ability to shock him. Shigaraki screeched in pain and started swinging violently. Deku continued to keep his distance from Shigaraki, but he was struggling to keep his eyes open. He was squinting at this point. He closed one of his eyes and forced one to stay open. He could see that Uraraka wasn't holding back on Shigaraki. She was relentless in using her electricity to hold Carnage down. He knew he couldn't hold his eye open for much longer, and he remembered about his bioelectrokinesis as well. He took a leap of faith and flew in towards Shigaraki. He deactivated Aizawa's quirk and used his electricity to help further suppress Shigaraki. A green and black wolf, presumably Sleeper, charged in and shot a strange yellow liquid at Shigaraki, which caused a large explosion. Deku, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Sleeper all leaped back from the explosion that just took place. There was a lot of smoke from the explosion just now. They waved away the dust and saw a silhouette of what they could only believe to be Shigaraki without his symbiote power-ups. Once the dust cleared up, what was revealed was a husk. Shigaraki's skin was completely dried out and gray. His mouth was wide open and he was looking up to the sky. Before they could relax though, they were immediately put back on guard when his mouth started to move. Curse, Hero Society. Red spikes shot out of Shigaraki's body. Deku was able to dodge the attacks, but Mirio and Night Eye weren't so lucky. A large spike impaled itself into Night Eye's abdomen and another spike shot its way through Mirio's eye. Mirio screamed in pain and was bleeding at an alarming rate. Izuku was wide awake in shock now. He was fueled by pure, unadulterated rage right now. He charged at Shigaraki at such a fast pace that he was a blur to everyone in the vicinity. Deku punched Shigaraki in the chest, but he used too much strength in the punch. His arm went right through Shigaraki's chest and his lightning was as intense as ever. Carnage wouldn't be able to come out even if it wanted to. Deku didn't care though. He was angry. Shigaraki just killed two of his comrades in one fell swoop. He looked at the almost lifeless eyes of Shigaraki. There was glee in the man's eyes. He couldn't stand to look at the man's face. He didn't deserve to live anymore, and there was a chance that even after this he could survive. He wanted to make sure the man paid with his life. He bashed Shigaraki into the wall multiple times before he cracked open the man-child's head and began to feast on it. He took a step back when he realized what he had just done. His hands shook in fear. He looked at them. Blood stained his hands. He just ended a man's life. Not just that, but in the worst way imaginable. He ate them. He was having a mental breakdown now. What he had done was not only unbecoming of a hero, but more befitting of a devil. Was he really a monster before he could even finish his thinking pattern? He felt two arms wrap around his waist and a head rest itself on his back. It's going to be all right, Izuku. Just let it all out. You don't have to carry your burdens anymore. We're here for you. Izuku cried. He cried like he'd never done before. He let it all out finally, knowing that he didn't have to fight alone anymore. Knowing that there were more people besides Venom out there to look out for him. He could finally be at peace with himself for once, and with that, he slept. Thank you all for watching the video to the end. Now there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. On behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank the writer for this video, as well as the editors for this video. Their details will be in the description. If you're a voice actor, editor or writer, or you're interested in becoming one of those, go to the Discord that is in the description of this video and hit up the head of one of those areas. We're always looking for members to join us. That's it from us for today's video. So thank you all for watching, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're interested, and hit that like button if you liked the video. Until next time, peace out mortals. Have an amazing day.